Wow. Wow. Hello. Good morning, noon. Hello, everybody. It is Monday. It is Lizarr Day. Holy moly. I decided to put some effort into breakfast, and I made some breakfast sandwiches. I use those silicone egg rings. You can crack your egg and it'll still be like sandwich shaped. And I just bit into one of them with it was like a Swiss ham and egg. And it was so good on like a toasted bun. But my yolk just like squirted everywhere. It like got on my chin and a little on my shirt, and I'm like, no, my yolk. I am when I want to put an effort in the morning, I am quite the culinarian. But today we've got a couple little things to review before we go into our comfy Lizarr times. Hello, Wandering Hero. heckin', so during the week/weekend, FanFest certainly happened, and I obviously was not there. I think, and because I think it was in Europe this year, it was in Anaheim. Well, was it in Anaheim, California, or was it, where was it? I feel like it was in Europe, but I could be wrong. Because there's an Anaheim, California, and then there's like Anaheim in like Europe. I have no idea where this year's FanFest was. I'm gonna assume maybe it was California, but they were, I think it was like a 4-day event. And heckin', I was seeing things coming out on like Thursday or Friday, and it was like, well, I'm gonna have to wait on that. But apparently, we've got some videos here. We've got something about like a preview, a teaser trailer for Evercold. Don't know what that's about. So before we get into like any game stuff, we're actually going to be looking at the trailers that they have here. And then we're going to look at the live letters, because we've got some the letters from the producer. We're probably just gonna like scroll through them to like see what's gonna be going on. We'll probably be like skimming through the FanFest. Hopefully someone put like a contents table, a time code table, so we can check out what we want to see, what's going to be happening in patch 7.5 that comes out later this week, and what's going to be going on with Evercold if they say anything. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's new. It is getting to that time. It's getting to new expansion time. I know it's coming out next January, so like this coming January, technically next year. And that might sound like a bit of a wait, but like April's almost done. Like we're almost getting in, like it's gonna be May. We're already like we're almost halfway done with the year. So, like, it's not going to be that long of a wait, which is crazy. But let's heckin' check things out. Let's see where this goes. I'm excited. I've been left completely blind by this. I'm gonna take off captions. What's going on here? As I bite into my... Where's the yolk before I freaking squirt myself again? Hold fast what you must, and meet your fate without fear. Hello! Yeah, that's the relic. And the Azem stone. Go forth discovered, unite the stars onto one. Let none bar your path.
One more time? It's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the Promised Land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end.
Oh.
From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished,
Oh.
waiting for naught.
This is like a full-on trailer. Oh my god. Are we getting Justinian and Alfie? Are they coming with us? What in the Dravanian?
But then came the relentless ice.
Whoa.
The world grew cold, cold and still. Men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost.
What are
We
those?
had no choice but to flee to the skies.
Oh my god, the skies. Oh, the aura. Oh, they're gonna be important.
Then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as far wanderer.
Oh, that girl's gonna be important. Oh. Oh, I want to cry. Taking you to the next level. Oh, I want to cry. Yep, that. Oh, man. First off, it's about fucking time that we get some fucking aura rep in these goddamn trailers. And these like high definition trailers. Like, aura have been in nothing. Aura haven't been in anything. Like, anything. I want to cry. Oh my god. So, there's a lot to process here. So, this looks like it's being told from the story of after we save this place. Which is an interesting direction. I have to go watch it now. We'll watch it again. We're gonna watch it. I'm gonna look through it again because there's a lot to analyze here. There's a lot to analyze here, so I kind of have to watch it again. Okay, let's give it one more go. Let's go. Alright. Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. Go forth, discover, unite the stars onto one. Let none bar your path.
One more time? It's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the promised land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end.
Cheap.
From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
Huge crystal. Kingdoms flourished, wanting what?
Wanting for naught.
Wanting for naught. Okay. We just came in starting shit.
But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold, cold and still. Men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost.
Fucking Titans, bro. The fuck are those?
No choice but to flee to the skies.
And then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as Far Wanderer.
Ah, man. Fuck. This is looking like the Asians were right. I keep forgetting to get my, to pop out my thing. One Henkin Sekaronis. I always forget to pop out my chat. About. Always forget. But if I want the little funny pokey thing, then I have to do it. I have to do it. There we go. Yeah, so this is like, I can't bring it up now because I just did the pop out thing. But yeah, this is kind of, this is looking like the Asians were right. It's so funny to be hearing Hero from Beyond the Sky again already. Yeah, no, seriously. To be hearing Hero from Beyond the Sky. But yeah, the trailer sounds like it's being told from the perspective after all this was done. Like, as in now what we did is a legend people talk about. I don't think this is gonna be the final trailer, because normally we get like a trailer before the expansion comes out. Like, this is a teaser. Yeah, we get a teaser trailer, then the full trailer later. Yeah, and then there's the launch trailer. Yeah, this feels like a teaser, like you said. Yeah. Benchmark trailer. Yeah, there's the full trailer. Like, yeah, so like there's like the teaser trailers. Yeah, there's a teaser trailer then I guess, yeah, there's a teaser trailer, which then there's an extended teaser trailer that we get a little bit later. And then we get the full trailer. And then we get the full trailer. So this is the teaser trailer. We're gonna probably get another trailer a little bit closer in a couple months. My guess is she's the fourth shard of Matoya. Probably. It doesn't show us who the old lady is. She's presumably someone we might recognize. Yeah. But yeah, there's still gonna be a full trailer, like maybe, like when did the full trailer for Dawn Trail come out? There's the launch, which was probably when it came out. But like, let's go to the full. No, no, unsubscribe. I don't want notifications. So one secaronies. So January 6th, 2024 is when the full trailer for Dawn Trail came out. So then Dawn Trail release date was July 2nd. Early access began in June, but the official release was in July. Yeah. So we got the full trailer about 5 months before. And Reaper being the wall class this time is ominous. We're going to be are we going to be the necessary evil? That'd be interesting. Usually it's a little more each fan fest, so we'll get extended in Berlin and full in Tokyo. Yeah. Because I know there's like other fan fests that take place. So I'm just trying to guesstimate the amount of time we have to wait. So this is usually that's the full one. The extended teaser was October 2023. And then the teaser trailer,
Peggy 6.
The teaser trailer was July 28th. The extended teaser was about, we went from July to October. So August, September, October, so about 3 months. And then the full trailer a little bit before. Check when the DT fan fests were. They might line up. Yeah, hold on. Dawn Trail fan fests. Might be harder to kind of find these dates. They would be the 2023 fan fests. Let's see. It was July 28th to the 29th. So the teaser trailer was shown at this fan fest at 2023. 2024, when was that? The fan fest in Tokyo was January 6th. It was in the first weekend of January, which was when we got the full trailer. So this one was 2023 Fan Fest. This was the 2024 Fan Fest in Tokyo. So then we need to know when this one came out. This one came out in October 2023. October 2023. Europe Fan Fest. Yeah, so probably the Europe Fan Fest. So Final Fantasy Fan Fest Europe 2023. Fan Fest 2023 in London, which was the 30th of November. I'm seeing here 19th of October. This is for the video contest though, and the art contests. FanFest FanFest London was the 21 to the 22nd of October, which was when this came out. Okay, so definitely you were right, Yade. Hi, JT. Yeah, so so the teaser comes out in FanFest US, in FanFest NA. The extended teaser comes out in FanFest EU, and then FanFest JP gets the full trailer. So now, now that we know this, when are the next couple FanFests? Because if we're getting it, if it's coming in 2022, just got back from FanFest, hell yeah. So if Evercold is supposed to come out in January, again, that's only 6 months. 7-ish months. If we assume it's gonna come out like maybe mid to late. Let me. There we go. So let's see when the next 2 FanFests are happening. Because it's gonna have to be like 3. It's gonna have to be in like 3-ish months. So that would mean that would mean that Europe is probably gonna be sometime in June or July. And then FanFest Japan might be in the winter. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so there's gonna be like 3 to 4 month gaps. Okay. So now we know when we're getting our trailers. Now we know when we're getting our trailers. We're gonna get the full trailer in October. It's the North American one first, then it's the Europe, and then it's the Japanese one. Okay. The hype cycle runs like clockwork. Well, like Dawn Trail came out in June. Like we got the full trailer in January for Dawn Trail. And then we still had to wait another 6 months to get it. But we're not getting that this time. We're getting trailer after trailer after trailer, and then boom. And then 3 months, and we have it. So this is a little quicker. And I think it's because Dawn Trail had the whole graphical update as well, which is why it took a little longer. But this one's not going to take as long. Because again, in 3 months, we're going to get the extended teaser. And then August, September, October, in another 3 months, we're gonna get the full trailer. Dawn Trail was later than normal. Most expansions drop in winter. Yeah, and again, I think that was because of I think that was because of the graphical update, the graphical update, the 2-die channel, all that stuff. There was a lot to go over and update and to make sure things were running smoothly. Okie dokie. Again, I'm trying not to be hype, but right now what's got me most excited about this trailer is that it features Aura. There's a lot of Aura representation in this, and I am living for it. No, I don't do hype. The reason I'm not hype is because I don't do hype. But yeah, no, we have not had any any Aura representation in any of like the high definition videos. Unfortunately, I don't consider Yugiri, because Yugiri only appears at the very end of Stormblood's trailer, and that was nothing. That was like we've not really had an Aura, the Aura really feature in a trailer. They didn't even feature in the expansion trailer that they came in on. They didn't even feature in fucking Heaven's Ward. And it's crazy too, because when you think about the Aura lore, where they were persecuted and killed in droves because people thought they were dragon people, you would think that there was like maybe a small enclave of like of Aura in Dravania or in Kurthus that were like living like in a secret life somewhere away from the Ish Gardens, from Ishgard, where they weren't going to be killed and persecuted. You could have had that in Idyllshire. You could have had that in Idyllshire. Instead, they gave it all to the fucking goblins. You'd expect they'd have an MSQ relevant one. Since we helped dispel prejudice. Yeah, like we didn't have that. You could have put them in Idyllshire with the goblins, but they didn't do that. They didn't do anything with the Aura. They only started becoming like more important as like racial representation until Stormblood with the Azem Steppe, and it was mostly the Zayla Aura, not the Reen Aura. Like the Reen Aura had Suino Sato, but it was very, very short, and it was kind of shoved to the side, and you didn't really get much of the Reen Aura. The only thing I'm sad about here when it comes to the Aura rep is that it's still Zayla rep. It's still Zayla rep, but there are much more Zayla than there are Reen Aura, and that makes me sad. Instead, we have the Dark Knight class trainer as pretty much the only one we see. Yeah, and nothing really happens with the fact that he's an Aura. So that was... They could have done it with Heaven's Ward, and I think that was where one of the things they dropped the ball in. Because how are you going to introduce a race and then not put it anywhere important so that people are like, hey, you see this new race here? You can play it. Like you only get Yugiri near the end, and like she's not enough. Whereas when Shadowbringers comes in with the Hrothgar and the Viera, you have an important character who is a Viera. You have a character who's relative to the Scions who is a Hrothgar. They put these races in to remind you that they're here. You see them in the Crystarium. You see them, like as you pass by, you go to the village of the Viera. They're in the MSQ. Shadowbringers handled it so much better when it came to like, hey, we're introducing a race, we need to put them in the story. Then when it came to Endwalker, they bring in the male Viera and they give us Arenvel. Arenvel being a reoccurring character that now is like a huge fan favorite. Like, get like some sort of important story relevant representation in Arenvel. They go even deeper into Arenvel once we go into Dawntrail. And again, you have the Femme Hrothgar. Wook Lamont is a central character in Dawntrail. The Aura have been done dirty from day fucking one. Yeah, we only saw, I wish we got Viera of the source area. We only saw a couple from Bajna. Yeah, it's the thing of, though, like, Shadowbringers and Onward, they kind of realized their mistake, where they were like, if we're gonna introduce a new race, we need to put them in front of the player. We need to show them, this is the race, this is how they can look, this is how you can customize them, look how cool they can be. Like, yeah, most players might not need that, because they just see new race and they immediately want to play it, but also make them a part of the world. Make them a part of the world. Make them a part of the story. Like, there are some stories that feature Aura characters, but they're not the main story. They're the Alliance raid, or they're freaking they're either the Alliance raid or the raid tier stuff. And even then, they don't super appear. There is no aura. There is no aura in the Arcadian. They could have made literally anybody in the Arcadian an aura, but they didn't. Honeybee Lovely could have been an aura. Like, they didn't. They didn't. They stick to the Hures and the Elizin and the Mikos, and now they're leaning more towards the Vieras too. They don't really use Rose that much, and they've almost no utilization of the Aura. That's only because Aura aren't on the 9th, but that kind of proves point more. Like, I guess. But the problem is when it comes to, the thing is, Yade, here's the kind of difference. Is Shaolani, like Arenvel's hometown, like that area, that was swallowed up by the 9th. Those people were all still there. They didn't all just die. There could have been a couple aura there, but there really isn't. They could have given us that. They gave us Viera, but they didn't really give us like anything else, you know? I have to use the bathroom. And then I'll talk a little bit more, and then we'll watch these other 2 little trailers, and then we'll go into the fan fest stuff. I will be right back. I do have to use the bathroom, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah. All right. I needed to use the bathroom. Holy moly. But yeah, I feel like even if there weren't any aura on the 9th, which I understand, like not everyone that was in solution 9, not everybody that was in Heritage Found in that general area, like not all of them were from the 9th. They were the people that were taken there because of that whole like cloud thing. Like there were a couple. I think there were a couple aura. No, they weren't. There weren't. I was trying to think about the resistance, but I don't think there was any aura in there. But like most of them were people that were led by Arenville's mom, which were originally people from Shalani. So I feel like there could have been an aura among them. Unless we're gonna say there are no aura in Tural, which I mean maybe not as many as like Razadhan, because there was a lot of Reen aura at Razadhan. Okay, but yeah. Again, I'm gonna take this aura rep where I can. I hope we see some Reen aura as well. Right now it seems like it's just Zayla aura, which again I feel like again better than nothing, but Reen aura are pretty damn underrepresented. But we're in a good direction. We're going in a good direction. About fucking time the aura in some way, shape, or form feature in a high definition thing, because again we don't see a lot of it. Like let me just go back here. Like we have the little boy. Another thing too, Estinian and Alfie, like we're gonna be with Estinian and Alphino again. Like what kind of Heaven's Ward? Totally not Heaven's Ward, guys. But yeah, like this character, and she's in the promo art, so I feel like she's gonna be really important. And then there's trying to like get an idea of what's gonna happen before anything happens. Like we see here, she's praying, she's kneeling, she's dressed in white, and then whoever this figure is, I was about to ask if you saw any FanFest stuff. I haven't. We've only seen this trailer. We're just kind of analyzing it. We're just kind of like looking at it, analyzing it, and talking about like how we're finally getting some decent Aura rep. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. But yeah, we see her. She's kneeling. She's praying. It's definitely a more feminine aura. And then we have this figure here who's dressed in black, who's just looking at her as if like he doesn't look at her like with this sort of impressed or moved face. Then she shatters. And we see him, and again, the glowing eyes that are the glowing eyes that the aura can have, that, you know, the lore says they're cosmetic. Fuck you. We do not accept. They are not just cosmetic. But then we see this male aura who right now is like, he has this very tired, very forlorn, like, yeah, that was going to happen. What were you thinking? Kind of very like unimpressed, unmoved, before he looks up to the sky and the camera pans out and it gives a very lonely, sad feel. And it makes me wonder if that guy is going to be bad. He's probably going to be a very interesting character if he is a character, if these are characters. He's probably going to be a pretty important one. Probably, I feel, a black guy, a bad guy. My brain, a bad guy because of the black robes. Because of the black robes and just his stance, just like the body language it kind of gives me. I feel like he might be bad. We don't know who this is, but we don't see any scales. We see no scales, no sign of scales. And what we do know about aura is that the older they get, the more the scales spread around the face. We don't see any scales, so this is a human. And then, yeah, it seems like Reaper might be the star class here. The reason I also think it might not, though, it's hard to say. Because again, the featured class in the trailer doesn't always have to be the new classes that premiere in this. And I heard we're getting a tank and a ranged DPS. But we'll see if they give us some more about that once we start looking at the FanFest stuff. Let's see what this is about. Freaking 14X Evangelion. What is this? What is this? I mean, not much of a trailer, but it is a teaser. Evangelion Ghosts of Desire. Visit the Evercold special site. We will. Switch 2. Sure, mate. Sure, bad. Sure, bad. All right. Evangelion. Evangelion. Not a collab I thought was going to happen. Was not expecting Evangelion. Out of all the collaborations. And it's going to be a raid series? Alliance raid. Okay. Well, Alliance raid is where they usually want to do their collaborations. So it makes sense that it's Alliance raid. But Evangelion. The synced gasp in the room was heard on stream. I gotta look at the stream and see people's reaction. Evangelion. I mean, it kind of, both series like using Christian symbology and their antagonists. Well, yes, but they're still very few and far. They're still pretty separate. Like, a lot of Japanese media uses Christian symbolism. The way the East sees religion versus the West is very different. Their relationship with religion. And Final Fantasy has always been critical of, like, the more monotheistic ones and things like that. Remember that Asuka was playable in Honkai Impact? Yeah, but Honkai Impact made more sense. Now, what I'm curious of, again, is how is this going to work in terms of glams? How is this going to work in terms of, like, story? Because, like, everything that happens in 14 is canon in some way, shape, or form. This is going to be canon. Maybe they'll bring back the G-Warrior. Maybe. As for the glam, I see plug suits. Yeah, Honkai Impact was inspired by Eva. Yeah, I can see the plug suits being the glams. But I feel like it can't just be the plug suits. There's going to be 3 raids. And there's going to be glams for all of them. So Evercold's going to have a fucking Evangelion thing. That's crazy. And here's the thing. It's probably going to take place in the 4th. It has to. It has to. Like the Nier raids take place in on the 1st. The Evangelion raids are going to take place on the 4th. It's going to need to delve into some alternate continuity things. Like how HSR has a ton of Fate inspiration. Honkai Impact was Eva. Hence why it literally has 3rd Impact in the name. Yeah. All right. Okay, and then this is for an ultimate. Which, I don't do the ultimate raids.
この世界で一番の力を私は取り込んだ。それ以外のものなどカスだ、カス以下だ、カス以下のゲソだ。全部破壊して死の世界を作るのだ。
This is meant to be our ultimate encounter.
Oh, Dave Wittenberg must have been so fucking happy to come back as Kefka. Oh, wow.
Oh, you're in for it now.
Dancing Mad. I'm glad I'm not the only one who caught. Yeah. Horrors accidentally caught broadcast on TV news. Ooh, is it gonna be the one that the guy killed himself on? Yeah, no. If you watch his mouth, he doesn't actually smile. Oh yeah, no, it's not. Like, here's his actual, like, mouth.
力を私は取り込んだ。それ以外のものなどカスだ、カス以下だ、カス以下のゲソだ。 全部破壊して死の世界を作るのだ。
Yeah, in his laugh, he goes like, oh, 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 oh. Like he is the O shape. Oh, that's interesting. Everyone's dead. Is only the tank alive? That makes sense. Yep, everyone died. Everyone died but the tank, bro. And it's a Dark Knight. Of course it's a Dark Knight. It's such a blink and you'll miss. Hold on. I have to like move my thing. Hey, what happened? What happened? Hold on, what happened? Heckin'. What the fuck? Oh, it's because it's like full screen. That's why. You know, there you go. You can see it right there. Heckin'. The one Dark Knight. Everyone here is about to fucking drop. But the Dark Knight is still... That's so funny. Kefka's such a fascinating villain. Go play 6 if you haven't. This goes for everyone in chat. Unfortunately, I'm not too interested in 6. I've heard 6 is good, but I'm just not interested.
Oh, you're in for it now.
He's kind of smiling right here. He is definitely one of the crazier villains in Final Fantasy. I can't, like, the older Final Fantasies are a little rougher to play. I'm gonna put this on my watch later. I might want to watch that later. But yeah, hell yeah. Okay. Freaking I was not expecting fucking Kefka Ultimate. I was not expecting Kefka Ultimate. I wasn't expecting I'm curious as to what they're gonna call this. I guess it's just gonna be called Dancing Mad Ultimate, like DMU. Damn you. It's gonna be damn you. Alright, it's gonna be called Damn You. Alright. Okay, so we have the letter. The live letter from the producer. And this was probably going to be... Oh god. Oh well, there's contents, but these are... I can't speak this. Implements to sightseeing log.
探検手帳です。すいません。利便性向上のアップデートが地味に行われて
Log message. I don't know what all this
いよい
is.
よ来週です。
Okay, the FanFest dates. This was back in... This is 10 days ago. So this was mostly about 7.5, which is going to be the MSQ, the third walk, the Beastmaster, so we don't have to worry about this. Now, FanFest, they have the 2-day live streams, and they're long as fuck, so I really hope they...
Excuse me, that was a loud sneeze.
Why is... Google Chrome sucks, bro. How do y'all use this browser? This browser is ass. Alright, so... We have... Here we go. Alright, let's see. This was after they showed the trailer, which was pretty soon. But that's fair. Get the hype real early. Anything announcement based is day one between the keynote and the dev panel. The Q&A is probably helpful too on day 2, and the Iron Mouse songs during the lyric panel. Yeah, I know there's an Iron Mouse concert where she sings like 3 songs. It's funny because people were thinking that they were gonna make like an Iron Mouse glam, or like that she was gonna have like a custom model and things like that. Like, people thought they were gonna make like a glam for Iron Mouse for the game and for FanFest. I already knew when I saw the preview picture that I was like, oh, she's probably just gonna throw like a little mini concert. And it's probably gonna be a 3D one, which means she's going to have a special 3D model for this concert, and that's it. And I was right. Still really cool.
Hi guys! Thank you for coming and watching today. Welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival.
It's really cool that they live stream the festivals now. I don't know if they've always been live streaming them like this. I think they have. But it's really cool that they have this because they know not everybody can go. They know not everybody can go.
2026
Like, these tickets are expensive.
in Anaheim.
Like, these tickets are expensive. Not only that, but you have to then plan your flight, get your hotel. Like, if you're not already in the area, this is an expensive venture. Like you have to live and breathe this game.
My name is Naoki Yoshida,
He always likes having a shirt.
producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. さあ、いよいよ始まりました。ファイナルファンタジー14ファンフェスティバル2026。ここからはすみません、日本語でお伝えしていくので、頼もしい助っ人を。
He's wearing a 14 shirt, funnily enough. I think he's wearing Riff.
And super translator Michael Christopher Kosh Fox.
I remember when he was wearing like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles shirt, and everybody was like, "Wait, that's the hint for the classes. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles." And honestly, it was actually like perfect. Because the turtles being named by painter, like after famous painters, like an artist. So then there's your Pictomancer. And then the fact that the turtles are like, one of them has like the dual, they're all like in some way, shape, or form dual wielding. They're dual wielding, and heckin' like, the ninja class in 14 is a maiming set, so it was going to be a maiming DPS, and then it was Viper, which was a dual wielding maiming DPS. Perfect. Yeah, I was gonna say it's a row. I think it looked like I was gonna say Gaius, but it looked more like the one, the row that was with Gaius. Ritatian with the 2 shields, so a judge job. Maybe it is. I heard it's going to be a tank. Yeah, so he has a shirt of Gaius's row general.
Okay. Yoshida-san,
ああ、
your glasses.
じゃあ、コウジ、皆さんにご挨拶お願いします。
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Michael Christopher Koji Fox, and I'm today going to be the English voice of the Yoshi P.
Everybody knows Koji Fox.
さあ、本当に皆さんたくさん
It's internet famous Koji Fox.
Thank you so much.
たくさんありがとうございます。さあ、ファンフェスティバルの幕開け、僕の基調講演からスタートしてまいりたいと思います。
So like we do every festival, we're starting things off with my all-important keynote address.
Alrighty.
さあ、8.0 エバーコールドのティザートレーラーご覧いただきました。いかがだったでしょうか？
But before that, you got to see the world premiere for our teaser trailer for Evercold. How was it?
Thank you. まあでも、
Oh man, the crowd probably lost their shit when Estinian appeared. Hold on, we're an hour and 7 in. I want to see the audience's reaction.
From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great cities. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
They probably don't have the audience's reactions though. Oh, no, there it is. Estinian. You can't hear the audience. That's great.
But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold and still. Men succumbed.
Yep.
Supplies lost.
That's funny. Alrighty.
早速始めて
Estinian crowd goes wild. Alpha no crickets. I give a fuck about Alpha no.
いきたいと思います。
My boy.
Alright, so let's
Ain't
begin.
nobody give a fuck about you.
行月のフィナーレにて完結した、サーガの一つ目ハイデリンゾディアク編ですが、パッチ 6.1 からじわじわ進んできたサーガ第2章
Alrighty.
神なき世界編と言います。
All right, so ever since Endwalker brought a close to the Hydaelyn and Zodiark saga, we've gradually been moving towards our next big storyline, what we're now calling the Godless Realms saga.
Godless realms.
今回の 8.0 エバーコール
Mhm.
ドからこの第2章のサーガ、さらに物語が加速してまいります。
Let's see. Main. Oh, Questo Saga. Main quest saga. Yeah.
And with the launch of Evercold, that journey is about to go even deeper.
まだまだね、さっきほんの一部の映像公開になってますが、この基調講演にて 8.0 とはファイナルファンタジー14にとってどのような拡張パッケージなのか、ここを起点にフ
Mhm.
ァイナルファンタジー14は次のステージへ向かっていこうと思っています。
Yeah.
But that trailer was just the beginning. With today's keynote, we hope to give you a better idea of what is exactly in store for you with our newest expansion, and how with it, we plan on taking both you and Final Fantasy XIV to the next level.
今日はですね、とにかく話すことがめちゃくちゃ多くてですね、めちゃくちゃ濃密な基調講演になる予定です。
Today, we have a lot to show you.
かなり長いので、ちょっとぜひ皆さんリラックスして、でも途中でお手洗い行きたくなったら行ってきていいです。
This is going to be a very long keynote, probably the longest one we've done before. So if
Yeah.
you need to go to the bathroom, it's okay, you can go.
ライブストリームでご覧の、世界中の光の戦士の皆さんもぜひリ
People
ラック
watching
ス
the live
して
stream.
マイペースで、最後まで、この基調講演お楽しみください。
So everyone here and watching on the live stream today, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
I wonder how the tank's gonna be. They're not gonna show us anything about
で
the
は
new
ま
classes.
ず拡張タイトル、今回ファイナルファンタジー14 8.0、そのタイトル名エバーコールド、日本語では白銀のワンダラーと呼びます。
Okay,
No, Wandara. Okay, so internationally it's gonna be called Evercold, but in Japanese it's gonna be called something no Wanderer. Wandara. Probably means the far wanderer, because that's what the Warrior of Light's gonna be called according to the trailer.
first off, we have our 8.0 title logo, Evercold. And for those keeping track, the Japanese subtitle roughly translates as Wanderer or Explorer of the Silver.
そして先ほどトレーラーにありましたが、発売は2027年1月を予定しております。
And now I know we usually wait a few fan fests before giving you a solid release date, but not this time. You saw in the trailer, Evercold is on track for a January 2027 release.
That is really not that far. That's not far away.
This month is April.
April.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 9 months.
Is that enough? Enough?
まあ僕とね、開発チーム的にはもうね、あと9ヶ月って言われるとゾワッとするんですけど、開発チーム、運営チーム、総力を結集して、最大火力で、お届けしようと思いますので、どうぞ
He's like,
ご期待ください。
So a number that small can kind of be frightening and intimidating for the development team, but I think we're ready to put it into high gear, so I officially give you permission to please look forward to it.
Expect one delay. Expect one delay.
さあではまずこの神なき世
Expect one
界
delay.
編と名付けられたシリーズ加速していくエヴァーコールドの物語をちょっとだけ紹介したいと思います。
All right, so with the Hydaelyn and Zodiac saga complete, our second saga, Godless Realms, is in full force, and with Evercold, we will be furthering this exciting storyline.
Mm-hmm.
今回光の皆さんが向かうのは共造世界の一つである第四世界へ行っていただきます。
All right, and this time, Warriors of Light will be visiting the reflection known as the Fourth.
あれまだパッチ 7.5 もねリリースされてないのにいいのかな
I
って。
wonder.
I mean, I know we're not even finished with 7.5, and now you already know where you're going.
この第四世界ですが氷の力によって侵食を受けています。
All right, so the Fourth is this reflection of Hydaelyn that has fallen into ruin.
We're gonna speed it up a little
そ
bit.
してその氷の力によって崩壊しつつあるという危機的な状況
Ravaged
に
by
あります。
ice.
And it is slowly succumbing to the ever-spreading ice.
Yeah.
この第四世界に果たして光の戦士である皆さんは誰とどのように向かうことになるのか。
And so how and with whom will you be making your journey there?
そしてそこで待ち受ける新たな試練とは。
And of course, what trials will await you upon your arrival? Maybe.
さあ、そして、
What'd they say?
今回タイトルにもなって
What'd
い
you
る
say?
Wonder
Trials will await you upon your arrival.
Okay. Blitzball. Blitzball! There's always fucking one.
Maybe.
さあ、そして、今回タイトルにもなっている Wanderer その意味
Who
と
is
は
the
何なのか。
wanderer?
And last but not least, who is this far wanderer or explorer mentioned in that Japanese subtitle?
主人公である光の戦士の皆さんの
Like when Byleth was
新た
added
な
to Smash
冒
Ultimate
険
Sans
が
got a
い
Mii
よいよ
fighter.
ここ
Yep.
から始動いたします。
Fellow heroes and warriors of light, the next chapter in our fated tale is about to begin.
今始まる。
まあなんかストーリー紹介って言いながらごめんなさいね今日ストーリーに関して話せるのはここまでです。
But that's all about all I can say about the story for now. Sorry.
なぜならこの物語の導入は来週火曜日にリリースされるパッチ 7.5 のメインクエストから続いていくことになります。
But again, there's a perfectly good reason for this. That being next Tuesday, patch 7.5 releases, and with it, the main scenario will be setting up the story for the shift to Evercold.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have to tell us right now. That's
まあ
what patch is
今日はね
for.
ちょっとだけその未来のねお話をお伝えしたことになりますがパッチ 7.4 のストーリーからパッチ 7.5 パート1そしてパート2とどのように物語が展開して皆さんが第4世界で向かうのか、この先ファンフェスで公開されていく情報と一緒にメインクエストをぜひ楽しんでください。
So in other words, today you are all getting a little glimpse into the future, and hopefully it can help bring some clarity to the story that you've already seen in 7.4 and what you're going to see in 7.5 parts 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
まあまあでもこれだけで終わるとね、寂しいんでちょっと第4世界の状態いろいろ紹介していきたいと思います。
But we can't just tell you that about the fourth. So even though I can't talk much about it yet, development of the fourth is very much underway, and so we want to show you a little bit more visual.
エヴァコールドの舞台となる第4世界、開発着々と進んで
All
おり
right,
ます。
what are they gonna?
今日は
Because
その
they talked about
メイ
going
ン
to
コン
the
セプトをい
sky.
くつかのね、コンセプトアート持ってきたので、なんとなく皆さんそれを見てイメージをしてください。
So today I've borrowed a few pieces of art and screenshots from our servers to give you a sneak peek of several of the new areas
All the fourth
and
is a
get that
stage.
speculation train rolling.
まあちょっとね、まだまだお話できないことはあるので、地名とかはちょっと一回全部伏せてます。なので、デザインを見ていろいろね、想像していただければと思います。
But like I said, I can't reveal too much as of yet, so you won't be getting any official place names for now, but hopefully these images can help give you a better idea of what's to come.
ではまず開発中のスクリーンショットからちょっと見ていきましょ
All right, let's start with some of these under development screenshots.
う。はい。さっきね、トレーラーにもありました超巨大なクリスタルありますね。
So here we have this giant crystalline object looming over the area. I think we also saw it in the trailer.
Yeah.
まあでも手前にね、エーテライトっぽいものがあるから、あれはちょっとまた違うものなんでしょうね。
And so with that smaller crystal in the foreground is something probably different, right?
The aetherite.
まあ向こうの方にはね、なんかうっすらと
Probably
巨大
aetherite.
な建造物が見えるから、お城なのか、町なのか。
And then we have those ramparts that are kind of behind it as well. So is that a castle? Is that a town?
Yeah, right here.
さあそして次、まあちょっとね、アップ目に
Yeah, that's
した
an
状態ですね。
And here we have that same scene just a little bit closer up to that first crystal.
さすが共造世界、エーテライトのデザインもちょっと違いますね。
And again, so that's probably an aetherite. And again, because this is a different reflection, that's going to be in a different design than the ones we have on the
Chop-
course.
Yeah.
ちょっとね、湖面に浮かぶ船も特徴的ですね。
Those boats on the lake also have a very unique design.
Yeah.
おお、そして巨大なね、竜の頭のような建造物ありま
Oh.
And here we have what appears to be the statue of a giant dragon. Is that?
す。まあ今回、マップの
Or a
環
snake.
境表現というのも、さらに新しい表現に、力を入れて挑戦してます。
Our
they're
designers have put their best feet
all
forward this
over
time in an
here.
effort to create something that feels new and fresh and truly unique from what we had before.
お、打って変わってちょっとね、荒野のような集落ですかね。
And here we have what appears to be some kind of lonely settlement in a somewhat arid, barren-looking environment.
Yeah.
そして夕方の雰囲気ですが、手前の方にね、飛空艇らしきものが見えますね。
And here it looks like it's dusk, but if you look in the front of the shot, you can see something that looks like maybe airships.
も
Yeah.
うちょっとね、デザイン、今までやっぱ
Airships
り見た
here.
ことのないような
Which
デザイン
if
の飛空
they're
艇になって
in
ま
the sky,
And,
this is
of
the
course, their designs are
sky.
quite different from what we've seen in previous expansions.
す。こちら、夜のライティングのテストをしてます。
And here we have
At
the
night.
same area at night, so we can see how the lighting will work.
さらに打って変わってね、ちょっと穀倉地帯のような感じですね。
And here we have what looks like some fertile cropland.
まあ相変わらず奥にもなんか巨
Yeah.
大
So, because they said that humanity had to move to the sky, so the sky is able to be away from all the ice suspected ether, and is why it's generally like
のね
this
建物見えてます。
because it's
And there's
closer to
also a
the
giant
sun.
structure in the background of this pic as well.
さらにはですね、
うん
どうやらちょっと生活のね、雰囲気
Little
も
moats.
見え隠れしてます。どんなね、冒険が待ち受けるのか、
Okay.
いろいろご想像ください。
And here you can see some sort of garden in the background, so it
Little
certainly looks like it's
houses.
lived in. What adventures await you here?
打って変わって、地上なのか、地下なのか、こちらもライティングのテスト中です。
And okay, this is a change. It appears to be underground, but is it? We're currently working on the lighting on this one as well, so this is also one of those lighting tests.
Mm.
お、これはちょっと街っぽいですね。
Oh,
And this looks like it could be a city.
this looks like Zora's domain. Is it just me? This looks like Zora's domain. Like this could look like a Zora. Like if you told me this was a Zora domain in like an Elden Ring Legend of Zelda mod, like I would believe you. People have been speculating it's going to be a mix of references of 7 and 13 along with Norse mythology. 7. Oh. Ooh. I mean, like if it's going to be going to like Nordic and the whole idea of Midgar and like the world tree and stuff like that. Zora Beast Tribe.
まあやっぱ
Oh.
建物のデザイン一個一個見ても
This look I can imagine like having like little waterfalls. Oh, like this looks like a dry Zora's
今
domain.
までにない特徴がありそうで
This
す。
gives
And again,
Zora's
the design
domain.
of these buildings is very unique to this expansion.
こちらも
wow.
巨大なね、門、外に出るのか、中に入ってくるのか。
And could this be inside that city, or perhaps it's a gate to get inside?
こちらも朝焼けなのか、夕焼け、夕暮れなのかね、ファンタジーとそれから有機デザインがうまくマッチしたようなデザインになってるかなと思います。
It's
And I'm
very
guessing this was
it looks very winding. There's a lot of tree. There's a lot of like snake
taken at dawn or perhaps dusk. You can see the architecture that incorporates a blend of both
Very
organic and
like
fantastic
gothic.
design.
まあといった感じで、世界そのものの制作というのも順調に進んでいます。
And so as you can see, like I said, development of the new areas is in full swing.
Wow. And yeah, no, it kind of gives, and like you see here, like this is all like ice, but it also looks like a tree.
第4世界なんかすごいバラエティ豊かな状態になってるよね。
So I know that I mentioned earlier that the fourth was ravaged by ice, and it's called Evercold. But as you probably noticed, a lot of those screenshots were decidedly unicy.
まあ今スクリーンショットでね、その一
Don't-
端ご覧いただきましたが、
don't ask
制作まだ
questions.
まだ途中段階なので、ちょっとアートワークも少し見てみようかなと思います。
The
But
snow
again, we
hasn't
showed
been-
you a bunch of under development screenshots, but there's a lot of stuff that we still haven't completed yet. So we want to show you a little bit more, but with some artwork, concept artwork.
All right, let's look at the artwork.
まあ結構生のアート出てきますんで、お楽しみください。
Oh yeah, we still have some.
Yeah, this still looks like it's very in the sky because there's clouds here. There's these can be clouds because again, they said humanity had to go to the sky.
の場所みたいですね。
Here it looks like a
And
lake,
then that's
but
why you came from beyond that.
that giant crystal from before is gone. So this is probably a different area.
Mm-hmm.
おー、なんか巨大なクリスタルありますけど、これはこれでさっきのとデザイン違いますね。
Here we have another giant crystal, but it's hard to tell if this is the one that's from before. It's probably not.
No.
The design is a little bit different.
It's different.
ほう、なんか建造物の上に庭園
This
なの
looks
か
like
な
a ship.
And this looks like some sort of garden, possibly stacked upon top of building.
Yeah, or a ship.
おー
13 reference. Cocoon was the world in the sky. Grand Pulse was the world below. Yeah.
やっぱり氷の侵食を受けてるって言ってるのに、なんか火は使え
And
る。
then same thing with Final Fantasy with Midgar, where you had the upper plates like above the plate and below the plate.
感じがするね。
Again, I mean, I thought this world was supposed to be ravaged by ice, but it looks pretty hot in this side.
おー、また全然違った真っ黒
Oh.
なね、衣装のデザインになってますね。結構ファンタジック。
And again, this is somewhat different than what we've seen so far. The
Very
architecture being a little
gothic.
bit more dark and gothic.
Yeah, I know my aesthetics.
おーさっきね、
あー
スクリーンショットでもあった竜なのか蛇なのか、ね、さっきのスクリーンショットとちょっと関連
Yeah,
性
these are
ありそうな
snakes.
アートですね。
And this looks like that's that dragon before. Is it a dragon or is it a snake? You can start
And
to
then-
see some of the connections between what we showed you before and the artwork here.
The antlers or like the
まあ、ファイナルファンタジー14ね、川のほとりの、まあ、こういう小屋、本当に膨大なアートワークを作って、インスピレーションを高めて、世界を作っていってます。
Yeah, and I mean, you even have artwork down to the smallest sort of riverside shacks. And basically, it's this artwork that we build the foundation and get our inspiration for these areas.
これまた、
あー
なんか機械的。間違
You
いな
can
のか
see that you can see the Clip Studio Paint with how these lines are made. Because you can do on Clip Studio Paint when you want to do like rails like these or certain like ropes and like ropey details. Clip Studio Paint, you can have like an edge, like a border to each line, and then all you have to do is just do the stroke. You can kind of see that where they use Clip Studio Paint, where they're like, okay, there's like a spoke here, but because it's going to be an object, they have that setting on that like that outline setting, that line outline, and then bloop. I see Hana do it a lot in her art when she's drafting. It just makes it easier. You don't have to, you can denote the little details without actually worrying about drawing that. You can draw like a wheel spoke by just drawing the base lines, and the program will do the
そうなのか
rest.
ダンジョンなのか
So yeah,
なんでしょうね。
this location has a decidedly mechanical feel to it. Is it a town? Is it a dungeon? Is it a tower? Is it a tower dungeon?
Hmm.
さあ、これちょっと別角度ですけど、ラフスケッチですけど、なんとなく飛空艇いますね、あそこね。
And this is the same location, but from a different angle.
More
You can kind
sketchy.
of look closely up there and maybe see what looks like a rough sketch of an airship.
さあ、どんな世界なのか、ますますわからなくなってきましたね。
Yeah, it's hard to
Oh.
tell from this what type of world it's going to be.
さあ、どんどん行きますよ。
Okay.
で、この第4世界、実はもう一つ、ものすごく大きな脅威、特徴というのがあります。
And of course, the fourth is not a world without danger. This time, that danger is going to be massive.
Fucking giants. What are
What's that?
those?
さて、突然で打って変わって出てきたこの謎の生物。第4世界には世界を徘徊する超巨大魔法生物の存
Those
在
are
が
like
確認されてい
giving
るようです
weapons.
So, what in the world could this strange creature be? Who or what exactly are these strange colossi who wander the fourth.
Arcane giants roaming the
これ
ice.
1体だけじゃなくて、何体もうろうろしてるみたいですね。
I mean, what we can say is that there's not going to be just one. There's actually many of these roaming the fourth.
さあ、これがいかなる存在なのか、敵なのか、神様のような存在なのか、今はご想像にお任せします。
Are they friend or are they foe? Or are they gods? For now, you have to let your imagination decide.
さあ、では、
Oh,
気を取り直して、さらにタウン、街の様子なんかを、こちらもイメージボードですが、見ていきたいと思います。
All right, next up, I'd like to show you some of the town areas.
Oh, that's
もうやっぱりさっきねスクリーンショットでも見ていただきましたが、今回のエクスパンションかなりファンタジックな、デザインが多いかな
that's
と
giving
思います。
10.
From the looks of this artwork, the feel is quite fantastical, and this is very representative of the art direction for Evercold.
まあもちろんこのエバーコールドにも、複数の
This is
プレイヤ
giving
ーさん
Final
登場
Fantasy
します。
10.
But again, this is just one of multiple town areas that will be appearing in the expansion.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
おおー、アップになるとこんな感じなんですね。
Okay, yeah, this is a close-up of that town from before.
Oh.
これは
Yeah,
明らかに
Gudosalem,
マー
but
ケットなんでし
bigger.
ょうね。
And this is definitely a market, definitely.
おお、またちょっと違った雰囲気の街並み。
Oh, that's
And again, this
so
town area also has some
pretty.
very distinct features.
でもさ、
Oh my
ここ
goodness.
穴開いてんだよ。
That looks like a pretty big hole there in the middle.
光の戦士こういうとこ行くと
Yeah,
よく
because it's in the sky.
The warriors are like, you're
It's
gonna
just
wanna
so
jump in
easy
there,
to
right?
kill somebody off
Yeah.
in this place. Just push them
だ
off.
から気をつけてください。
Don't fall.
Oh my god.
おおー、綺麗なね街並みになってますね。
Oh, yes. This here we have another town. It's got that etherite in the middle.
まあまあこうやってタウンの紹介をねしていってると気になってきたりするのがさ、
Kibbies!
If we talk about
Little
towns,
Viking cats!
who lives in the towns?
No town, no town,
This is not a town. No,
no
obviously.
town.
Is that a cat? Is that a kitty? Kitty?
なんかちょっと思わず出ちゃいましたけど、なんやらこれまでにねないね NPC の種族みたいですね。
Yes, this is probably looks like one of our new races that we're going to meet on the 4th.
まあ明らかにね猫タイプ。今回エバーコールドでは皆さん光の戦士ねどんな種族とか部族たちとの出会いがあるんでしょうか。
I mean, that is definitely a cat. So, but is it the only type of NPC that you're going to meet? Well, who else awaits the Warrior of Light on the 4th?
It's gonna have the fucking La rig. It has
タウン
to.
アートや。
Okay, is this the kitty town?
Yeah, that looks like a cat town.
Yeah.
They're inspired by the Monster Hunter collabs. Yeah.
まあ新しいエリアぜひね。
Are they
いろい
gonna
ろ
look?
楽しみにしていただけ
Look at here. They got the relaxing. They got the little jiggle. Oh, they're gonna be blacks. Oh, I wonder if they're gonna be like the blacksmiths. I wonder if they're gonna be like the dwarfs. The dwarfs on the first. They're gonna absolutely have Lala rigs, or maybe even Loperate rigs. But I feel more Lala will be fitting. And then, oh,
たらな
see,
と思います。タウンアートや。
Well, who else?
they look
awaits
like
the Warrior
little
of Light on the 4th?
workers. They look like little like farmers.
タウンアートや。
Okay, is this the kitty town? Yeah.
さあ、まあ新しいエリアぜひねいろいろ楽しみにしていただけたらなと思います。
Yes. Discovering these new areas and exploring is always an exciting part of a new expansion.
さて、第4世界という、まあ、拡張エヴァーコールドのその冒険する世界そのものの雰囲気をお伝えするのは今日はここまでにさせてください。
All right, so I think that's all I can tell you right now about the 4th.
制作はねもちろん進んでるんですが皆さんのゲ
Uh-huh.
ーム体験を最優先にさせていただきたいのでまずはパッチ 7.5
Yeah.
メインクエストパート1をぜひお楽しみください。
Again, we have more finished content, but we're going to withhold from showing that right now, and that's mainly because we don't want to spoil what's coming up in patch 7.5.
メインクエストはパート1とパート2の2部構成でお届けいたします。
As with previous lead-ups to expansions, this part of the main story will be split into 2 halves.
第4世界そのものの情報は、さらにね欧州のファンフェスティバルでまた開発の進捗とともに、お伝えしていきたいと思います。
That said, by the time our fan festival in Berlin rolls around, I should have more to reveal about the expansion's exciting new setting, the 4th.
さてでは続いては
Game design updates. So wait, 7.5 is going to be split into 2 parts? Like, is that going to be the same for the MSQ? So what if the ranged physical DPS uses a Garlean style gunblade and it has melee like Red Mage? I don't know. I don't know.
この8.0エバーコールド
People think it's going to
ここ
be
からはちょっとその物語とか世界それを離れて
piercing
ファイナルファン
or
タジー
strike
14という
the
ゲー
the
ムその
the
もの
set
が
that goes to
どのように
Lancer, which I
エクス
think
パンション
is
拡張
is
されるのか
striking.
という点についてご紹介
Right?
させてください。
Striking?
All right, so now that we've talked a little bit about the upcoming story and setting for 8.0, next I would like to touch upon what sort of game design updates are in store for Evercold.
ファイナルファンタジ
Lancer is
ーまず
maiming? Oh, never
ちょっ
mind.
となぜ今回ゲームデザインの大
Ever
幅拡張
evolving.
に手をつけているのかその理由からじっくりちょっと説明させてください。
So first, before I want to begin, I want to talk a little bit about why we're putting such an emphasis on evolving the content and game design of Final Fantasy 14.
Striking is monk and samurai. Okay, never mind. So then there's striking, maiming. Striking, there's maiming. I know casting is all the magic DPS. Healing is the healers. Fending is obviously the tanks. Scouting is Ninja, Viper. Maiming is Reaper. Maiming is Reaper Lancer. Aiming for Bard and Dancer. And Machinist. But they don't think it's going to be a long range, so it's not going to be an aiming. People think it's going to be a striking. Because Reaper was maiming. And scouting was Viper. So they think that, at least the theories I had heard, is that the new DPS we're getting is going to be striking.
まずファイナルファンタジー14 2010年にバージョン 1.0 発売した後2013年に申請させていただきました。
So as you know, the history of Final Fantasy XIV goes all the way back to 2010 and the launch of 1.0, then 2013 and the launch of A Realm Reborn.
1.0 からプレイしてるって方いらっしゃいます？
How many people have been here since 1.0?
お、めっちゃいる。めっちゃいる。ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
じゃあ ARR、レルムリボンから。
From A Realm Reborn.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。で、それ以来ですね、光の戦士の皆さんと、共に歩み続けてここまでやってきました。
So we've covered a lot of ground on our journey together ever since.
新生、蒼天、グレン、漆黒、行月、黄金と6本の拡張タイトルをリリースし、この世界をね、拡大するとともに全世界で非常にたくさんの方々にプレイしていただいてます。
So we've expanded the game via 6 unique expansions: A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawntrail.
で、その拡大するプレイヤー、この
Number of
13年
registered
で
accounts.
間もなく、3500万人に届く勢いになりました。
And during that time, we've welcomed to Eorzea almost 35 million Warriors of Light from all over the globe.
これ惜しかったんだよね。
Almost made it to 30. Almost
Yes.
35 million.
3400
34 million.
80数万人だった。
800 and
惜しかった。
so close.
で、ただこの13年もの歳月、申請から数えても、皆さんも僕も生活スタイル、ものすごく変わりました。また、人生においても様々な変化があったと思います。
But in those 13 years since A Realm Reborn, the world has changed. You have changed, I have changed, the development team has changed, we have all changed, as have our lives and lifestyles.
Yeah.
もちろん、常に変わらない安心感っていうのも、大きな魅力ではあると思うんですけど、それと同時に避けられないことが大きく一つあります。
And while there is certainly something comforting about a product that remains unchanging with time, on the other hand, with a lack of change can come something else. Tomestones. So many. Keep going. More tomestones.
Fighting off fatigue.
さすがに、お前が言うなって皆さん言うかもしれないですけど、変わらないことの安心感っていうのもあると思ってます。ただ、13年、ずっとアラガントームストーン集めてると、さすがに飽きると思う。
And again, this is not something that you'd expect me, the director, saying, but I get it. It's been 13 years. That's a lot of elegant tomestones. And while again, it's comforting to be doing the same thing again and again, but
まあ、なので、申請から、黄金まで我々一貫したゲームデザインで変わらない安心感と面白さというのをお届けしてきました。
So from A Realm Reborn through to Dawn Trail, we on the development team have remained consistent with our game design in order to bring players a comfortable and enjoyable gaming experience.
Yeah.
で、ここまでは本当に光の選手の皆さんのおかげで
But now people are getting kind of tired of it.
8.0はちょっと方向を変えます。
And because of that, we've been able to grow to where we are today. But we're going to go in a different direction for 8.0.
絶対的な飽きから逃れるために、より皆さんの生活に寄り添い、さらに面白くなるという変化と進化を作ってこの秋に対抗していきたいと思います。
Again, the thing is, with consistency can come that fatigue that we talked about. And so, to escape the inevitable, FF14 must change and evolve, not only bringing more excitement to the game, but also adapting so that it can better meet our changing lives.
まあそれを体現していこうというのが、このエヴァーゴールド 8.0 で、それから 8.X シリーズでいろんなものを変え、皆さんにさらなる面白さを提供していきたいと考えています。
And that evolution starts with 8.0 and Evercold. And from here and throughout the 8.x series, it is our aim to take Final Fantasy XIV to the next level and beyond.
まあ我々自身がですね、さらにモチベーションを高く開発していくためにも、我々自身が今一度皆さんと一緒にそれをね、探していく探求者になって、歩み続けていきたいと思ってます。
And again, that journey begins with us, the developers on Final Fantasy XIV, to ensure that we can maintain a high level of motivation, allowing us to bring you the best gaming experience possible. We too must become the explorers that were mentioned in the game's Japanese subtitle, exploring new ways to take Final Fantasy to the next level together.
Yeah.
さあでは、
Okay.
実際に見ていきましょう。
Ever-evolving
では
game
こ
design.
こから具体的にどのようなゲームデザインの進化とか変更とか各種アップデートがあるのか、ご紹介していきます。
What sort of updates, what sort of evolution are we planning when it comes to game design?
非常に多くの内容と仕様を含みますので、今日の本当ファンフェスティバル、それから欧州、日本と3回の基調講演に分けて、それぞれその詳細をお伝えしていこうと思います。
And again, there is a lot to cover. So much that we're going to need all three of our fan fests here in Anaheim, in Berlin, and in Tokyo to cover it all. But today we lay the foundation.
ただし、今日、概要は全部一回お話しします。
And that foundation we're going to explain today. Yoshi P?
All right.
What's
this?
what's
Explain.
まあ、いきなり登場したこの画面、まずキャラクターウィジェットではありません。
So, what do we have here? I can tell you what it's not, and it's not certainly the old character widget.
こちらのユーザーインターフェース、画面の名前はアドベンチャラーアクティビティという全く新機能の UI となります。
So no, this is our completely new adventure activity UI.
まあちょっとね、いろいろざわざわしているんで、順を追って説明していきますね。
Okay, we know you have a lot of questions. We're going to explain.
It is overwhelming. What is this?
まずは、デイリーからウィークリーへという変更を全体に対して行います。
All right, so first off, we're going to talk about this switch that we're going to make from a daily-based system to a more weekly-based system.
Okay.
まあこれまでアラガントームストーンを中心に各種コンテンツファインダーのルーレットにはデイリーボーナスっていうのがやっぱり多く存在してました。
So the current duty roulette comes with a wide array of daily bonuses attached to these tombstones.
まあそのため効率的に週450個のトームストーンを貯めるには結局デイリーボーナスを活用することがまあ必要になってきて、結果的に一番効率のいいアラガントームストーンの集め方をしようと思うと、まあエキスパントルーレットをひたすら繰り返すという状態が続いてきました。
So efficiently obtaining 450 tombstones a week means making full use of those daily bonuses. In other words, you hop on the duty roulette extreme, kind of go through the least time-consuming dungeons as possible, rinse and repeat.
まあやっぱりこれがね、十数年にもわたって続けば飽きのね、大きな要因となると思います。
And this is mostly how it's been for 10 plus years, so it's hard not to see how some players kind of have begun to grow weary of this.
まあですのでこのエバーコールドからは皆さんの生活サイクルとかそれから可処分時間に寄り添っていくために
I only do my weeklies. I don't even do dailies anymore, bro. I don't got time for that.
変更していきます。
I don't got time for dailies.
We are looking to change this from a daily to a weekly system to better fit the many different play styles and lifestyles of our users, to help you better allocate your limited free time.
Okay. And I'm guessing this is like gear progress. These are totems. Equestrian. I'm guessing as you go, it gives you totems for certain things so that you don't have to constantly also have to grind the savages or the extremes, or at least as much. And then this is like your gear for savages, getting your gear to do the savage. It's keeping track of like getting that for you.
まあこのアドベンチャラーアクティビティの UI なんですが、これをベースにキャラクターの成長とか、それからギアの管理、コンテンツの攻略、ウィークリーの進捗などを一元管理するのがこの新しい UI だと思ってください。
So this new adventure activity interface that you see here is to help facilitate that change from daily to weekly. The idea is that from this screen here, Warriors of Light will be able to manage their character growth, their gear upgrades, their duty progression, their weekly progress, and more, all from this screen.
ただこちらのデザイン、まだまだすいません、参考となる初期イメージなので、実際に皆さんのお手元に届くときにはかなり細かい仕様変更がたくさん入る予定なので、その点だけはご承知おきください。
Okay, but please note again that this is all still very much in development. This is an early mock-up and is extremely likely to change before release.
では具体的にウィークリーってどういうことかというのをちょっとお見せしたいと思います。
All right, so I want to go into a little bit more detail on what we mean by a weekly system.
まあ、アドベンチャラーアクティビティにああいうミッションというものがあって、まあ、皆さんお好きなコンテンツ、お好きなプレイを週いろんなことをやって、アクティビティポイントを貯め、アクティビティレベルを上げ、一定に到達すると装備やギアが、報酬がね、手に入るというのが主な流れになります。
So for example, from the screen, players can take stock of all the different duties or missions that are available to play and see how many activity points can be earned by completing each mission. Attaining points will then raise your activity level, and unlocking, when your activity level goes up, you unlock all sorts of gear and other exciting rewards.
まあこれもサンプルなので、あまり細かく解析するよりも、まあ仕様バランスこれから取っていきますんで。
Again, what we have here, this is not fixed in any way. It's probably going to change, but hopefully this will give you an idea of what some of those missions will look like.
まあメインクエストのコンプリートなんかは一回達成するとそれっきりですけど、他の項目なんかは
Will you get the automatic points for having done the main quest? Like if you're already done?
お好きなものをチョイスして、いろいろなプレイスタイル、自然に14をプレイしていくと冒険が進んで報酬が手に入るという考え方にしていきたいと思ってます。
So some missions, like the main scenario quests on top there, can only be completed once for points. But other missions, such as those below, will be repeatable, allowing you to earn points multiple times. Basically, what we want to do is allow all players of all different types, each with their own unique playstyle, to feel that they're being rewarded for playing Final Fantasy XIV as you normally would. For doing what you want to do, you're getting that reward.
Okay.
で、それからこれまで13年間皆さんからたくさんのフィードバックをいただいたんですけど、アラガントームストーン450個貯めたら、ちょっと先週の分もちょっと先週450溜まってなかったから先週もやらせてくれよっていうのがよくありました。
Okay, so one thing that we've had a lot of feedback before in these past years is that, say you didn't get all 450 Elegant Tomestones from last week, and you'd really like to have the chance, you know, to get the ones that you missed the week before.
今回からはですね、その週に必要なというか、貯められるウィークリーポイントの上限までいったら、遡って前の週の分も貯め直せるように、要は2週で管理していこうかなと思ってます。
So now we're currently considering adding a feature that allows you to earn any unearned points from 1 week prior, as long as you've earned all your points from this week. So you can go back 1 week.
Oh!
ですので、週単位でね、プレイを管理して、まあ、毎日ね、少しずつプレイをしてもらってもいいですし、たくさん遊べる日にまとめて、プレイしていただいてもいいというふうに、皆さんの生活サイクルに寄り添うために、こういった仕組みに進化していこうと思います。
So again, by evolving from a daily to a weekly cycle, it will allow you as players more options to choose how you want to play.
Yeah, the fact that you can get some of the stuff you missed out
on
on because the day resets, like you still have time to get that stuff, that's really nice.
You decide your in-game schedule based on your own real-world schedule without any penalties.
Because it's like, well, oh, I missed all of that because I'm a minute late. Like,
次、 アイテムレベルの成長ルートというのも今回大き
New
く変
ways
更
to
があり
raise
ます。
item
All right, and
level.
we have some changes for item level progression as well.
これまでアイテムレベルの成長には大きく分けて2系統存在してました。
All right, so up until now, there has really only existed two consistent means of increasing item level.
まず一つはレイドのサベージをクリアして直接ギアを得ていく方法。
One, collecting gear from savage raids.
で、もう一つが修正源のアラガントームストーンを貯めて交換していくっていう方
Tombstone
法でした。
gear, yeah.
And two, being via tombstone exchange.
しかしこの場合やっぱりこう奇数パッチ、まあ例えば 7.1 とか 7.3 というのがどうしても皆さんキャラクター成長のモチベーションにつながりにくくてプレイするコンテンツっていうのも固定化されてしまったのでこれを大きく、見直していくつもりです。
So the problem with this, however, is that it locks players into certain content while creating a content gap every other patch during those odd patches like point ones and the point threes. And this can end up lowering motivation for some players during that time.
Yeah.
実はあそこによーく見ると
Essentially during the alliance raid
Savage
patches,
gear,
they
right
tend to
there,
be
the
slow.
top, that tab.
さあそれがどういったごめんなさい管理方法になるかは日本ファンフェスでお話します。
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait for details. Sorry.
いやこれ何パッチかかけてのこうどうやってギアが成長していくかっていうダイアグラム作んなきゃいけないんで仕様が固まってから完全にフィックスしてからじゃないとお伝えできないので、
いや
詳細は日本でお話しします。
We're still in the process of, getting everything ready and deciding on all of the different features of this. So we want to make sure that we're finished with it before telling
cop
you.
out.
So that's why it's going to take a little bit more time. So please
You're
wait
probably
until Thursday.
wondering how there's gonna be new ways to raise item level. We're not telling you. Okay, thanks.
続いてはこちら。
Right, next up.
こうしたゲームデザインの変更を受けて自分が今どの時点にいるのかそれから
Seasons
どのゲームでアイテムレベルの大幅キャップ解放があるのかそれらを分かりやすくするためにも、他のゲームでも採用されているシーズン制というのを14にも導入する予定です。
All right, so to coincide with these changes, as well as make it easier to discern increases in item level cap and the exact progression of your character, we'll be implementing something that you see a lot in other games, and that is a season system. Season? Like free to play, season pass, extra fees? No.
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 No. What do you
Y'all know what season means for people.
今講師に言われたけど、それはね、シーズンパスがあってね、皆さんにシーズンパス買ってくださいとか、追加料金あるなと
Oh,
か、
he's like,
これは
no,
何 F2P になる
no.
のかないです。
Okay, so I know some of you.
ないで
追加
す。
料金あるなとか、これは何 F2P になるのかとないです。
Okay, so I
ない
know
で
some
す。
of you might hear
ないです。
seasons and be like, oh my god, does this mean free to play? Does this mean that we have to buy a season pass? Absolutely not.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, we're already paying.
そういうもののためのシーズン制ということじゃないので、ご安心ください、まず。
So yes, please, rest easy. This is not what we mean by season. We're going to explain.
なので、皆さんには実はもうおなじみです。単純にパッチ単位っていうものだったのを、やっぱ分かりにくいので、新しいプレイヤーにとってみると、分かりやすくシーズンっていう呼び方にしようというだけです、これは。
And again, this is just to make it easier to understand what we're talking about. When you say patch, sometimes it can be confusing, especially if you have multiple patches as one kind of unit. So we're basically using the word season to make this a lot easier to understand.
まあ、そもそもこれまでも偶数パッチでアイテムレベルの上限が大幅に解放されて、偶数パッチと奇数パッチで1シーズンみたいな、イメージだったと思います。
All right, so Final Fantasy XIV currently already runs on a two-patch cycle, where you have the even patches, like the point zeros, the point twos, and the point fours, and then you have that patch after it, the subsequent odd patch. And these two patches usually coincide with what we're going to call a season.
だからこれまでもこれからもパッチっていうのは変わんないです。ちゃんと
So every two patches is a season.
ただまあ2パッチに1回を大きな1個のシーズンと呼びますよというものだと思ってください。
Two patches, even and odd is one season. Identical to current level increase cycle. Yeah, because usually the item level increase would be every patch. And because of that, if you missed a patch, you were already pretty far behind. It wasn't hard to catch up, mind you. You just were like, okay, well, I did the rate, I did the item level max here, but I missed this one. Now we're here. I missed the alliance raid stuff. So now I gotta go get alliance raid stuff, which now isn't limited, but now I gotta get this stuff so that then I can do this stuff. Now it's gonna be all together. So if you weren't around for 7.1, but you did this, you would still be in the general same area and be able to go straight to this. If I'm understanding that correctly, that's going to be pretty good. Because sometimes having to play catch up because you missed a patch or weren't as active during a patch, it can be kind of brutal at times. Cause like you gotta either start making money and buying things from the marketplace, which everybody has an issue with money, most people do. Or you gotta be doing a bunch of content to get the stuff to catch up. So yeah, there have been times where I've had to go to the market board, or I've had to go to a crafter friend and be like, hey, I need gear so that I can do the next stuff because I'm behind on item level. So having it now be every season, every 2 patches is the cap of item level raises. That will be pretty neat.
Getting
I
rid of
think if
patches,
I'm
we're
understanding.
still going to have patches like we normally do, but these blocks of 2 patches, the even patches and the odd patches, we're going to call these set of 2 patches a season.
なのでまあエバーコールドがリリースされたら8.0、8.1合わせて1シーズンみたいなイメージですね。
So again, when Evercold launches, 8.0 and 8.1, the patch that comes after, is going to be our first season in Evercold.
まあちょっとこのパッチとパッチのねスケジュールも若干長くなってるんで、もう短くする努力はできるだけします。もうちょっと具体的に詰まったらまたお話しますけど。
And also, right now, you know, the gap between patches has started to get a little bit bigger in these past few years. Hopefully, we're going to try to get those a little bit closer together in the coming.
Okay.
We'll have more on that in a future Fan Festival.
さあ続いてゲームデザインの変更こちらです。
All right, another way we're looking to evolve game design in Final Fantasy XIV is?
これまで長くファイナルファンタジー14皆さんと一緒にね、運営させていただいてきて感じたのは、まあ当たり前なんですけど、プレイヤーの皆さんが自分のキャラクターをどれだけ愛しているかということを改めて、強く感じています。
So if there is one thing that has been absolutely clear during my time with Final Fantasy XIV, it is how much all of you love your in-game avatars.
まあ皆さんの分身である光の戦士がどのような格好をしているか、まあどれほど強いのか、またそれがね他の人にどう魅力的に映っているのか、それが本当に重要なんだというふうに思ってます。
Again, how strong they are, how attractive they are, how appealing they are to both you and others. These are all very important to every warrior of light.
ですので、エバーコールドとそれ以降のパッチでは、プレイヤーキャラクターの進化、それから皆さんのキャラクターの個性作りなどをゲームデザインのより中心に持っていこうと考えてます。
So with Evercold and the subsequent patches, we want to make sure that your player character can be as unique as you are, and have made this a focal point of our game design choices moving forward.
では、キャラクターに関する進化変更についてお伝えしていきます。
All right, so let's talk about what we have in store.
まあ
Character focused design.
アドベンチャーアクティビティね、他のキャラクターだとあんな感じで自分のね中心のキャラクターこういろいろポーズ変えたりとか、まあ背景はねその場所開いた UI の場所が表示されるんで、まあこんな感じになりますよというサンプルです。
Okay, and again, that changes start with even this new UI. See how we have the character there? We'll be able to make that character fully posable, so you can customize it based on how you're feeling at the time. Those backgrounds, that's where you're going, where you open it. That's going to be the background that you see. But the character will be fully customizable in this as well.
さあではキャラクターの進化について順番にお伝えしていきますが、1個目はまずアーマリーシステムの進化です。
Oh, people are gonna love sharing their the poses and stuff.
Is an armory system update.
長らく手を入れてこなかったこのアーマリーシステムですが、
It's fucking Lala.
大きな進化をさせていただきます。
Again, the armory system is something that's gone pretty much untouched for the past 13 years.
ファイナルファンタジー14のアーマリーシステム、一人のキャラクターで全てのジョブがプレイ可能であるというのは非常に大きなメリットなので、まあ、当然それはそのまま残ります。
So again, as you know, the armor system sets us apart from other MMOs in that it allows players to experience multiple classes and jobs with just a single character. That's not going to change.
ただ、これまでは装備とかアイテムレベルはやっぱり共通ではなくて、基本的にまあジョブごとにちゃんと成長させてくださいというのが今のアーマリーシステムです。
But again, that also means that gear and item level are also specific for each job, and this forces players who want to specialize in multiple jobs to gather gear and increase item level for each job separately.
新たなアーマリーシステムの進化として、ジョブのレベルそのものは今まで通り、それぞれのジョブレベルをちゃんと上げてくださいというのは変わらないです。
So in 8.0, jobs will still exist, and you'll still have to level them separately, but
ただし、アイテムレベルについては最も高い、アイテムレベルのジョブの値を他のジョブにコピーできるようにします。
But now players will be able to reflect their highest item level to other jobs.
Oh. though. How is that gonna work?
まあ、ただしですよ。
How is that going to work? Because if you're okay, so I hope they're gonna explain right now. So now your highest item level gear class reflects to all your other ones. But here's the problem. Is it still going to be based on level, or is it going to be based strict like for example, like they used the example like their tank is 790, their healer is 752, their item and their black mage is level 66. So we're gonna say this is I just beat Dawn Trail. This is like I just beat Dawn Trail and I just did my you know, I did I just beat Dawn Trail. This is I have been doing everything. I am a Savage Raider. I am the 790. I am a Savage Raider. I do my dailies and my weeklies. You know, that's this one. That's this one. And then you can't see it here, but this Black Mage here is 766. This is I'm passively improving this because I really like this class. Unless it's just a way so you can go into content even if you're undergeared, which could be problematic. Yeah, no, what I'm worried about, what I'm curious about is this is somebody who this is their main class. This is their main class. They, you know, they do the MSQ with it. It's the first class to get, you know, all the up-to-date gear and item level. Whereas Black Mage, this one says 766. This is their second main, and then this is their healer so that they have a healer. This one is rocking full 790 gear. This one's rocking full 790 gear across the board. This one probably has one 790, probably has a couple 700s, has a 730 here and there, a 750. Like this one's rocking like mid, like this one's still rocking the class set and then maybe one or two raid gear items to lift it up. Maybe you got an Alliance raid gear too. And then this one is the one that's not quite there yet, but you know, maybe you still have the hat and the shoes of the class set, but you're getting up there on the set. You got a couple 790s in there because you've already built this, so now you're building this one. How could I still let this guy go into a 790 area? How could this guy still go in? And how well are they still going to perform? Are you going to scale? Are you going to scale the items as if they were this one's? Like, is it just going to be the item level, or are the stats also gonna scale? Because again, different, like, if offending class is going to be what helps scale the healer, those are different stats. Like, these are not, they don't work on the same stats entirely. So how is that going to work?
But ただし、アイテムレベルについては最も高い、アイテムレベルのジョブの値を他のジョブにコピーできるようにします。But now players will be able to reflect their highest item level to other jobs.
There's some people in the audience that are like, what? Huh? How is that gonna work?
まあ、ただしですよ。ただし。
Because the item level just means that now you can get into the dungeons and all that stuff. If you were below, you couldn't. But again, how does that affect your
まだ
stats?
使用検討中ですけど、マテリアとかサブパラメーターとかそれぞれのジョブを究極に強くしたいって考えたら、それぞれのギアをち
Explain.
ゃんと揃えてください。Again, それはモチベーションをね、ちゃんと両方作りたいっていうことなので。
Okay, we're still hammering out the details. So, again, this won't include like stat boosts awarded by material. We still want players that really want to maximize things to have something that, gives them motivation for that.
Yeah.
ただ、やっぱりこれまでレイドのね、サベージをヘルプしたいみたいな時になかなかね、アイテムレベル、ギア揃わなくてヘルプできないよみたいなことあったと思うんですけど、これまで以上に複数のジョブでプレイしやすくなると思います。
What else
But
is
for the
thinking?
majority of players, this new feature means that you now have more freedom to choose how and what you want to play. For example, maybe you wanted to help out, with a Savage Raid, but you didn't have the right gear. Or you wanted to go as one job, but it hadn't been leveled up and you wouldn't be able to go. Now,
詳細な仕様は今後さらにねお伝えしていきますが、このアーマリーシステム進化させてこれまで以上にたくさんのプレイスタイルを許容していきたいと思います。
again, we still have a lot of details to tell you in the future, but again, this is opening up the game for more players to play a lot of different ways rather than being kind of forced into one job. So
What? Okay. Will it still be limited by level? Because there is a difference between a level 100 player that just is down a couple bits of gear, but their healer is still level 100, and a level 100 bringing in a level 50. What does that mean? Like, I know they're going to give us more details, but what does that mean? If this is still, you have to be level 100, then okay. Then I can see how this will work. If you still have to be at least level 100, level 90, level 80, then if the level requirements are still there, then okay. Which I feel is going to be the case. The level requirement still has to be there. It's just you're kind of bypassing the item limit as long as you're at the level. But that's not what they're saying. And that's where I'm kind of a little worried about this. Because it makes it seem like now your main class is going to carry the rest and you don't have to worry about their gear anymore. Which, okay, maybe in between patches, but I don't know how that's going to be good main story. I'm going to assume it still has to be, it's still tied to level. It's still going to be limited by level. Otherwise, this is going to be a disaster. This is a disaster waiting to happen. You're going to have a bunch of like level 50 players getting into fucking 90 and 100 where they don't know what to do or they don't have the fucking things unlocked. And it's like, it could be crazy. But if it's limited by level still, where it's like this white mage is still level 100, just a little bit behind on item level, then it's fine. You still have all the skills and all of that stuff. So you should still be fine. Your item level just isn't there yet.
Please look forward to the information that we have in the coming months.
Because item level is just the culmination of your gear level. Like you still had to be level 100 to wear, like 750 gear. You still had to be 100 for that. A level 90 can't put on 750 gear. I don't think they'd allow 50 to access. Yeah, that's what I think. I feel like it's still going to be tied by level. I think it's still going to be tied by level. But this makes it so that now, as long as you have a character in that item level, your other ones, as long as they are also at level, are treated as if they are that item level. So as long as, if your main is level 100, 790, your 750 level 100 white mage, now they are considered 790. And in that case, I understand. My only concern then is, how are you going to... There's still going to be a difference in stats. Like they just said, that doesn't mean stats, materia, and skill are going to be thrown away from that. Those still matter. And because of that, these players, even though now the item level counts, item level isn't a stat. Like, how do I explain item, like how to explain how item level matters, but it doesn't. Item level is like, this is your required height to get on the ride. That's what your item level is. Must be this tall to ride. Must have this item level to ride. Now it's, as long as you have an adult who is this item level, you can ride.
We still got a lot more.
続いては、キャラクターアクションスキンという
Must be the sweaty, yeah.
システムを導入します。
Character action
Next up, we're
skins.
looking to introduce character action skins.
What's that
こち
mean?
らはですね、皆さんの光の戦士、キャラクターをもうちょっとね、個性豊かにカスタマイズできるように、新たな報酬としてアニメーションを用意して、それによってですね、キャラクターをちょっと個性的にね、カスタムするみたいな
What
遊
does
び
this
を
mean?
想定してま
Hi,
す。
dragon.
So, via these new rewards, players can now customize their characters with additional animations designed for specific player character actions. With this, you can further set apart your avatar from everyone else.
ただし、ごめんこれ、報酬で。
Come on. Sorry, have to wait until Berlin. It's July though.
We'll see. We'll
まあ
see.
ちょっとね、サンプルが間に合わないんで、
We were gonna show it here, but we couldn't get the sample ready in time. Sorry,
さあさんまだあります。
but we have more.
次はですね、
次はです
非
ね、
常に細かいポイントになりますけど、キャラクターメイキングに関するお知らせです。
All right, and thirdly, we are planning on broadening character creation options.
Oh! Oh!
え
Butt slider!
7.0 にて
Butt slider!
本当に多大なご協力をいただいたグラフィックスアップデートを行わせていただいたことで、
Do not limit my dumpy! Buy just the near outfit! Custom animations for spells. Ooh! That'll be funny.
システムの
I kind of really like the white mage ones, so that's fine.
というのができるようになりました。
All right, so thanks to the massive graphical update we introduced back in 7.0, our character creation system is now capable of handling an even bigger load, so we will be offering much more in the way of
slider.
customizing your in-game avatar.
Butt slider, muscle
そ
slider.
のおかげでですね、様々な部分でキャラクターに
Can you finally separate the face from the aura horns? Can we mix and match face and horns? Not that I'm gonna change my face at this point because it's grown on me, but I had to, when I first chose the face for Polo, I like the face, but I didn't like it with the big face patch because it looked like the eyebrows weren't there, which is also why I got a special customized enhancement by my daddy at Nintendo to get rid of that face patch so that my warrior, so that Polo can emote. We've already seen the trailer, so we've seen the Evercold trailer, we've seen the Evangelion trailer, and we saw the Kefka one. Now we're just watching some bits of the keynote because I want to know what happens here. That's why it's mostly like a comfy Lizarr react day. But yeah, the aura are want to say, yeah. So like the fact that the face it like, and it's not just the aura. It's I think it's the Vieira's no. The Vieira, the ears aren't tied to the face. Never mind. But the fact that the eyes and nose and the mouth are all like, the fact that there is face and not eyes, nose, mouth, ears, like the fact that it's the whole face, I hope they can separate those now. Again, not that I think I'm going to change Polo's face, but like I really liked the aura face one, but I really wanted the aura face for horns. So I had to make a compromise. Do I want the horns that are more accurate to Polo, or do I want the face that I felt was still soft and sweet and a little pouty like Polo? I had to make that compromise, and I chose the horns because the face is still nice. But like I think there's phase 3 with the really bulby aura horns that is a much more mature looking face, but not everyone likes those big bulby horns. Or people really like the fish fin, like the fin looking horn for the female aura, but they don't really like the face. Like face 1 aura is considered the most popular one, but it has those little dainty horns, and people wish they could change the horns. So the fact that back then the horn and the faces weren't separate was insane to me. If they could even just do that. I wanted the fin horns, but the face made me not. Exactly. So like if they even just at least separate the aura horn and the face, that's already going to be huge. Again, I'm probably not going to change Polo's face. I'd have to really look at it. But it's that thing of I'm already kind of like a yo, you know? Already huge possibilities. But if they can even at least do that, and then yeah, give me a butt slider, give me a fucking muscle slider for those who want like muscles or tone definition.
So here are a handful of some of the features that we're looking to add.
Okay, color picker for eye, hair, and skin tone. Improved customization of eyes and lips. Okay. Addition of eyeshadow feature. Okay. Did we not have eyeshadow? Face paint layering. Okay. And more. So there's going to be more. Also, the ability to toggle on-off select parts of individual gear pieces. So a little bit of additional gear customization. So like, for example, on Polo's outfit here, like, for example, she has this little herb pouch. That's a part of the outfit. If I had had the choice at the time, I would have probably done away with the little herb pouch. But it grew on me. Or, not this one. But like this one, I would have probably done away with the bullet belt. I would have probably done away with it. But I also, it kind of grew on me. I liked it. You know, being able to toggle certain parts would actually be really, really interesting to see. If how they do that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right. So this will lead to some abominations. I mean, let them if that's how they want to look.
I'll say, so a lot of these are very, very small things.
We'll definitely need a benchmark for a benchmark to see.
Yet. Oh, we don't have any butt sliders. Oh, we don't have any butt sliders. Sorry.
No! Butt slider じゃない。butt slider お願いよしぴーさん。バットスライダーお願いします。バットスライダーお願いします。
いやー、バットスライダーお願いします。
No! Butt slider! People have been asking for one since 2.0. Butt slider ごめん。
So here are a handful of some of the features that we're looking to add. I'll say, so a lot of these are very, very small things.
いや、クラブもいや。
Oh, we don't have any butt sliders. Sorry, no butt sliders. Yet.
Yet?
Oh, we don't have any butt things. I'll say, so a lot of these are very, very small things. Oh, we don't have any butt sliders. Sorry, no butt sliders. Yet.
Sorry, no butt. The audience. Ah!
Oh, we don't have any butt sliders. Sorry, no butt sliders. Yet. Oh, wow.
The fucking crowd. Whoa! Boo!
こんな感じの今回ですね、今まで決められたカラーパレ
Color
ットからし
picker.
か
Honestly, it's about time that we got the color picker, because the swatches, to be fair, I understand. So Blue is coming back. They have his hair. Yeah, I guess. So here's the thing. They've always had this hair, but I think they're trying to say, like, these colors are not in the swatches. These colors are not in the swatches. And now we can, because you'll be able to just pick the color. You could probably put in the color code, probably. Which diversifies the hair color so much more. You can get these more vibrant colors, because some of these colors, again, were not in the swatches. And it's about time. It's about time. Polo's hair has always been more of a milk tea color, like a milk tea, like sweet brown. And I've always been wanting to get closer to that. Obviously with certain enhancements by my father and Nintendo, it might not be affected. That's fine. But if I'm able to get even just a little bit close to it, that'd be crazy.
例えば髪とか肌とか目の色っていうのは変えられなかったんですけど、
Eye,
カラーピ
hair,
ッカー
and
を
skin
今回
tone.
用意しますので、ものすごい数の色を
Being
皆
able
さ
to
ん
be
自身で
closer
作
to
って
certain skin
ください。
tones definitely
So,
helps.
up until now, hair color, skin tone, and eyes have all been, you had to choose from set presets. Now we're
Yeah.
going to introduce a color picker for these three things, allowing you far, far more options to customize
Look
your
how
character.
vibrant.
なので今まで
I'd
で
be
きな
happy
か
to
った
get my character's
色
eyes
表現っていうの
brighter.
が
Yeah.
相当増えることになります。
Again, so colors that you couldn't have used before, now most of them are going to be open for use.
Yep.
まあちょっとねスクリーンショットだと分かりにくいですけど目の色もかなりね今回細かく、変えてます。
And again, it's hard to tell in the screenshot, but not just the skin tones and the hair color, but also the eyes
Yeah, this is already pretty close to Kijo's skin tone right here.
as well.
こんな感じ。
And but will they let us alter our scales? Probably not. I don't think so. I'm not seeing any aura. I'm not seeing any aura here, unfortunately. No aura examples. Again, aura, no rep here. No aura rep. The thing that's crazy to me is you're going to let people customize their skin tones. Like, we're going to have fully pink cat girls. We're going to have green Hyurs. We're going to have blue freaking dusk elf looking Hyurs. But are Aura going to be able to change their horns? Like, so you know how a while back they had said that the limbo rings on Aura's eyes were actually cosmetic and not something that the race was born with, even though it's a race specific thing. And the fandom said, I deny that. That's bullshit. Because no. My brain. So we remember the whole limbo ring debacle that happened. How they were like, well, it's cosmetic. It's a cosmetic thing. It's not a thing that only the Aura have, but only the Aura can have it in the race thing. It's going to be weird. So that other races, because like, oh, there's already like the Rogadins who can be green and red, and blue. Same thing with some of the Elezen, same thing with some of the Mikos. Like, we've already seen it. but like the Hears and the Ellison, before they in my low battery mode, 1 second. They could only be a certain range. The Hears cannot be green, I'm pretty sure. But now, at least by this example, they can be. So the Hears can be green, but the Aura can't change their horn and tail color. Huh. Meanwhile, we have Yugiri, who has little traces of pink in her horns and her tail. And then we have Varshan, I think. That was his name, right? The Virtra's like little humany puppet, aura puppet. He's got colored horns. So I hope they've done it before with certain aura where they have colors on their horn. Even just being able to put tinges of color, or just being able to choose between, yeah, he has green. Even just being able to choose an undertone, and it's racist, yeah. Even being able to choose an undertone to the horns, like Polo's, her horns and tail are more of a lighter ivory, more white ivory than like bone ivory. Which is why I go for the paler textures. Even just being able to color pick within those tones, I think would be nice. But they're not, I don't know, they're not showing auras here at all. There's no aura here. They have there's another example here. But no aura. Just no aura. They have the bubble, you can, and again, now you can have more of a bubblegum. You can have a more bubblegum palette. You can, now, I mean, some cat boys could have been like reddish. Now your Hears can be like this, like dusk right, kind of like this dusk elf, like dark elf kind of look now. You can get fucking Shrek green. You can be pink. But we are getting more cat ears. Are we getting more cat ears? Like, and again, more vibrant hair colors, more vibrant eyes. Like, these are also very, like, baby blue eyes. So, like, it's good that now that when 8.0 comes out, there's going to be a color picker instead of a swatch palette. But where the aura?
Again, this is all about individuality and what you want to do and creating styles that were impossible before.
Yeah, more vibrant hair, more vibrant eyes, more vibrant skin tones. That's great. Absolutely great. Aura. Where are the aura? Hi, Ada.
All right, next up, let's get a better look at improved iris and lip customization, as well as the new eyeshadow feature. So this is now.
Yeah, this is... Okay. So, improved lip and eye customization. So, the lip kind of gradients out a little bit. It's got a little bit more of a shine. The iris... There's eyeshadow. There's eyeshadow now. And you could customize, the eyebrows can be colored, but hair texture. I mean, and this is after the graphical improvement. That's just, if they make it crazier, then it's not going to be, the hair texture's fine.
And again, it's very detailed. It's kind of hard to tell, but if you look closely.
Like, it was blurrier before the graphical update. This is post graphical update. It used to be worse. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. So if they go too much, it's going to be too detailed. It's Final Fantasy, so they want it to be kind of like a stylized-ish realism, which is why it looks like this. But again, you can't to 3D model every individual strand of hair would be way too heavy on the systems. So this is how you can get good looking hair while still being friendly to people's PCs. And then layering, you can
ハイライト強く入れるとか、もうハイライト入らないようにするとか、かなり細かい調整できるようになり
So
ます。
like iris size, the highlights around the eyes, whether you want it off or on or stronger or lighter.
で目
Okay.
周り全体にアプローチ
Yeah, the
ちょっと入れ
eyes
た
look
スクリーンショットを用意
sparklier.
してます。
And we have a screenshot
That would
that
be
shows
insane on
close-up
modders
of
too.
faces as well.
Yeah.
こんな感じもできますね。
You can do it like this as well. You can see around the eyes.
Oh hey, some hour rep. Thank you. So yeah, now you can put eyeshadow to give more of a droopy eye look. I mean the face paint, like okay, sure. Now you can have like again more vibrant highlights, blacker blacks, brighter brights. I think the iris, not the iris, but the pupil. The pupils are more dilated on this one, giving it a much more doll-like look. And on this one, they're not as dilated. The eyeshadow is going to be pretty big in terms of giving the face more dimension and more life. It definitely already does give more to the faces. Giving the lips, because right here they've softened the, it might be a little hard to see through like stuff, but they've softened the edges of the lips. The edges of the lips here look softer. They look softer and they're a little shinier and a little glossier. So if you put lipstick on your wall, it looks like they're wearing makeup, not just paint over their lips. So again, and they've softened it. Like this one, you can see the direct line where again, it looks more matte. This is a matte lip. This is a matte lip. While this is a more glossy, dewy lip that's supposed to look a little bit more natural while still being makeup.
だからもう
Tint and lip
最近
gloss,
流行りのメイク
exactly.
まあ例えばリップを鮮やかに表現したり、アイシャドウとかチークとかペイントの重ね合わせみたいなことが
Cheeks. Yeah, cheeks. So you can put blush. Cheeka toka. So yeah, so the Miko right here, it's hard to see because of her like Miko markings, but she does have blush. She does have blush. And then on the aura, it's a little bit it's a cooler color. It's more like purplish, but she's got a bit of a purplish, more goth. This is more goth makeup. She's got a purplish purple blush while this one doesn't.
さらにねキャラクターの個性、引き出せるカスタマイズっていうのが可能になります。
So
And
blush,
so, again, things
makeup,
like lip
essentially, more
glossiness
makeup.
or eyeshadow or being able to layer the face painting. All these different things we are planning on adding to be able.
And that's the thing too, face paint, the blush I think is a face paint. But wanting to have like the little heart or the little stars, being able to put one on top of the other where before you could either only have one or the other.
Have you be able to customize your character even more?
そして一部装備品、特定パーツのオンオフっていう機能も実装されます。
All right, and finally, I mentioned toggling on and off certain parts on pieces of gear. Let's take a look at that.
これが今の状態です
Okay, so this is what we have now.
まあスイッチをオフにすると
You switch
まあ、パーツ
off.
Oh. Select parts of individual. So kind of like with the hat, like how some hats would come with glasses that you can turn on and off. Now, for example, if you don't want this belt, turn it off. If you don't want these like thigh guards, take them off. The arm pieces, you don't want these pauldrons, take them off. That's cool. That's huge.
まあ斜め掛けの革ベルト、片当て、草釣りなんかをまあヘルメットの開閉オンオフと同じようなものだと思ってください。
So you can see that for this piece of gear, we are able to turn off as a set the leather belt, the shoulder pauldrons, and the tassets at the waist. So you can think of this along the lines of what you can already do with your helmet and the visors. It's that kind of thing. You can on, off. So all on or all off like this.
まあ鎧以外もちょっとスクリーンショット持ってきました。
We have something that's also just not armor as well, like all the other gear will have this.
まあこんな感じです。
Yeah. All the other gear will have this. So, for example, this gear comes with a backpack. take it off. This gear comes with a scarf, take it off. This gear, it has a flower at the center, and these little detached sleeves, take them off. Again, this hair is really, really cute. I wish it was longer, but it's so freaking cute. This tuxedo, you don't want that corset, take it off. That's huge.
Ooh.
It's probably going to first be for a lot of new gear and then more popular glams, and then they're just gonna go down the line. Because there are some gear that are just recolors of previous gear. So it's going to be a lot easier to take the base model and then just transport that stuff-wise. I can see programming-wise why this shouldn't be too hard. They're already in pieces anyway, 3D model-wise, so just making it like a toggle. But they're gonna have to go down the line, and it's gonna be a thing of kind of like every patch we get, these hat now work for Vieira. It's gonna be these gear sets now have the toggleable individual pieces.
まあ季節とかシチュエーションとか気分とかに合わせて一層、個性豊かなね表現というのができるように
You know what this also means though? It means that online store gear is gonna be more expensive. I wouldn't be surprised if they raised some of the prices of the online glam gear.
じゃないかなと思います。
And so now you have the freedom to better coordinate your look based on the seasons, your mood, or whatever.
まあでこれなんですけど 8.0 でこれらね機能を入れますけどこの
They're gonna talk about all the other features in a later fan fest. But we're not getting a butt. Hi, come on. You still have time to change your mind. We want a butt slider. Butt slider. Butt slider.
Okay, so the options that I just showed here, these are all planned for an 8.0 release. But updates to character customization is something that we plan on continuing throughout the 8.x series. So in 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, we'll have even more things. Yoshida-san? Yoshida-san? Butt slider? 8.2? No?
I'll try.
Okay.
I'll try. Okay, I'll take try. I'll try.
これまで以上に
Butt slider for 8.2? Yeah, because that'll be the next season. Yeah? Yeah, butt slider? I'll try. Please try. Please.
上げるようにですね
Please.
光の戦士自身を
お願いします。
ゲームデザインというのを加速させていきたいと思ってます。
Butt
Ultimately, these changes
slider.
are about making sure that you, the Warrior of Light, are the centerpiece of your adventures in Final Fantasy XIV, and we are committed to taking strides to see that happen.
We know, we get it. You didn't like Wuklamat. We get it. You really didn't like being sidelined in the main story in Dawn Trail. We get it. We're sorry.
さあめちゃくちゃ長くなってますけど次行きましょう。
Again, I know we've gone over a lot, but we're not even close to being done.
Ooh.
続いてはもちろんシステムだけじゃなくてコンテンツ自体も
Ever
進化させ
evolving
ていきます。
content.
Again, the evolution of Final Fantasy XIV doesn't stop with game design. We're also looking to improve upon our in-game content.
まずこちら。
Starting with this.
Oh, we still have to do
パブリ
Hildebrand
ック
today
フィール
too.
ド、パブリックフィールドこれまで以上にパブリックフィールドの体験遊びというのを
Improving
向
public
上させていこうと思ってま
So
す。
again, we want to improve player experience in the public field areas.
よりダイナミックなイベントとかエリアそのものを全体攻略するみたいな、遊び概念を導入していく予定になってます。
And that means adding more dynamic events and more content for players to try out in each area in order to truly master those areas.
でま
Oh.
あこれまでどうしてもねこうマッチングベースだったがゆえにパブリックフィールドの活用が我々、僕自身やっぱりおろそかになっていたのでそこに手を入れていくつもりです。
And again, with the majority of daily player activity being relegated to the duty finder, public fields can feel kind of lonely and underused, and that's our fault.
でたくさんの人数で戦った時の、例えばバフやデバフの表示上限の問題などにも今積極的に手を入れていこうとしてますので、ぜひご期待ください。
And again, we want to fix that, creating more exciting dynamic content. And of course, we'll be working on making sure that those areas remain stable. We don't want any problems with too many debuffs crashing the servers, right?
さあさらに続いてなんですがクエストの体験も向上させていこうと思ってます。
And again, we're also looking to improve how quests are played.
ファイナルファンタジー14、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズのナンバリングタイトルとしてメインクエストとかサブクエスト、ストーリーに、重きを置いてます。
So Final Fantasy XIV and the Final Fantasy series is one that takes its stories seriously. and puts a big emphasis on stories.
ただ、システム的なサポートはあえて極端にはしないようにしてきました。
And that means we've avoided a lot of system-side guidance seen in many other modern games when it comes to progressing through main and side quests.
より快適にですね、ストーリーを進めていただくためにも、今回はシステム面にも手を入れる予定なんですが、スケジュールが大変今苦しい状態になってます。
So moving forward, we plan on introducing some quality of life features that will help ease the burden of questing.
All
That
right.
said, we have a lot on our shoulders right now, so
なので、ごめんなさい、これも欧州で話させてください。
we'll have more
Okay.
come Berlin.
まあもちろん、バトルコンテンツも進化させていきます。
And of course, we'll be evolving our battle content as well.
But we won't tell you till
ま
Tokyo.
あこれら既存のバトルコンテンツも進化させていくんですが、
Adding a third difficulty for 8-person raids.
サベージっていう
Adjusting progression routes for 24-person raids. So we're going to learn more about this in Berlin, more about this in Japan. Adding all new types of battle
2つのね
content.
難易度でやってきた、8人レイドなんですけど、
There's going to be something above Savage.
中間に当たる3つ目の難易度、追加させていただきます。
Okay, so up until now, 8-man raids have been limited to 2 difficulty levels, normal and savage. With Evercold, we're going to be adding a 3rd difficulty level, not above, but in between the two.
Oh, in between.
やっぱり
Oh.
ノーマルは 85% ぐらいの人がクリアしてくれるんですよ。でも
Savage will still be considered the hardest, but one's a little bit harder.
この
Oh.
差をやっぱり埋めたい。もっとたくさんの人に上にチャレンジしていただくためにも中間を作りたい。それがまず一つ目の理由です。
So again, if you look at the clear rates of our normal raids, it's about 85% for normal. But when you get up to Savage, it's only about 20% max. So
Yeah.
what we want is a way to shore up this difficulty gap between the two, offering new ways for more players to experience these raids and improve their gear.
ただもちろん、
Mhm.
報酬どうなるのか気になると思うんですけど、
It could also be a good way to do progress. Like, hey, I can do the normal stuff pretty well. Maybe I can do the next year, but still not good enough for Savage. That's good.
サベージの間のコンテンツ難易度をプレイして
I don't do enough
ギアを
Savage, if
成長
ever.
させるみたいなルートをちゃんと
I
作る
wish I
こと
could
で
do Savages. I
どう
just don't have the
どう
time to
ギアをね
like get all that stuff. So
成
maybe
長
with the
させてい
weekly
け
stuff
られるみ
too.
たいなのを目指して、この2つ目の難易度を作ろうと思ってますので、
目指して
より多くの方に楽しんでいただけるように、頑張っていきます。
And again, what you're probably all thinking is about what are the rewards going to be for like for this. And again, it's all about creating that third route that allows more players to have that opportunity to improve their gear and their item levels. And this is going to be one of those routes.
まあ
Yeah.
当然霊式の上に当たる絶アルティメットもこれまで同様にちゃんと開発していきます。
But don't worry, hardcore gamers, we still have Ultimate for you. And we're going to continue updating Ultimate as well.
What?
開発し続けるんですよ。
ごめんごめん聞こえない。
Ultimate, 絶。
絶作るよ。
We won't forget about the hardcore gamers.
What?
It's okay, I got you.
What? He's so tiny compared to him.
より詳細な、ね、
What?
難易度の設計とかっていうのはすみません書かれている通り欧州ファンフェスで発表させてください。
And like it says there, we'll have more about these new 8-person raids in this 3rd difficulty level in Berlin.
それから
I enjoy can do Savages, but yeah, time is a problem. Yeah.
まあ非常にね多くの方にプレイしてもらってるんですけど長いと時間が
So as for Alliance raids, we understand that
I will
these-
say, Alala, it's so funny to me how you only recently, only like in the last year or two, had been playing 14 and already you're doing freaking Savages. And like, you went freaking sicko mode on 14. It's crazy. That's so cool.
can prove to be quite the time sink for a lot of players.
なのでこれ
You just need something to latch
よ
onto.
り楽しんでもらえるようにしますけど進行方法を大胆に変えます。
But we have no plans to shorten the length of the raids, but we're exploring ways that we can change up raid progression so as to alleviate the time burden on you.
でここアライアンスレードを使って
Yeah,
というか
Alliance
アライアンスレード
raids,
で作った
Alliance
ボスとかを
raid
使って
takes usually about 30 to 40
新しい敵を
minutes.
成長させる要素とかも今考え
If
ている
you've
の
got a
で
good
それら
team.
含めて日本ファンフェスでお伝えさせてください。
Again, we have a lot of.
I'm
new
fine with them
content,
taking half
attached
an
to
hour.
this,
It's
ways
fine.
to raise your item level via these types
I mean,
of
raiders are
raid
asking for
bosses.
harder
But
content
again,
since
we can't
pre-Dawn
talk too much
Trail.
about it
They're
yet,
always asking
and
for
we're gonna
harder.
talk more about that
It's
in
more
Tokyo.
wild to think I didn't like 14 because I got called Mikote before knowing what they were. Yeah, I feel bad that some people kept like saying that to you without you even having played the game. Because then, yeah, it gives you this aversion to the game because there's this thing you're constantly compared to and no one will tell you what it is.
まあもちろんこれまでにないタイプのコンテンツというのもお届けしていきますので、ぜひこれからまた 8.0 で始まっていく新しい
So I'm really
コンテンツ
happy you
ぜひ
decided
ご
to
期待
give
ください。
14 a
Again,
try. It's
we have
it's a
lot of new
wonderful game.
content planned as well.
I
We'll be
love this
talking
game.
about that soon, so please look forward to it.
さて、今日ここでお知らせするゲームデザインの進化に関して、今日お知らせできる分の最後、これからご紹介します。
Okay,
It's
and
been
last but
a
not least,
perfect brain
for
rot
our game
receptacle.
design updates, today we have the following announcement.
それがこちらです。
There we go.
Ever evolving systems. What's this?
新生ファイナルファンタジー14から13年、本当に大変長くお待たせしました。
After 13 long years, we're finally
I said rather
introducing
keep fighting, I'll just make myself a mikote.
い
A
よいよですね
mikote. A
リージョン内
mikote.
プレイヤー数が実現します
Legion player matching.
Oh.
いよいよですね、
After
Wait.
13 long years, we're finally introducing
いよいよですね、リージョン内フリーマッチングが
Same region player matching.
これによりですね、同一リージョンの全ワールドから、自由に
Don't worry. I used to like alala. I used to call them mikote. I used to call them mikote because I didn't know how mikote was said. And because it wasn't the word was never said in the game, I just didn't say it. But if you had to ask me what race you were, I was like, "Oh, I'm like a cat person." And until I heard it was called mikote, I was like, "Oh, thank God." I knew I was saying it wrong, but I couldn't think of any other way to say it other than mikote. I would say mikote. I thought it was mikote. Just like people are like, "Oh, well, what did you think other things were?" Yes, I thought it was mess quit barbecue, okay? My only experience with Q has been quick, Nesquik, and the qui, not the CK sound for Q. I've always been the qua sound. So I see Q and I go qua, mi quote, mi Nesquik, quickly now. Quota. Like Mystique. There's no Q in Mystique. Is there? Mystique? That's again okay, yeah, there is a Q, but it's near the end, so it doesn't count. It doesn't count. Mystique. I don't use Q. I don't use Q.
This means player matching will now include all worlds across an entire region.
What does that mean?
全ワールドから、自由にマッチング可能になります。
This means player matching will now include all worlds across an entire region.
Player matching from all worlds in a region.
ひとまず、
Don't we already? It means Aether Primal Crystal. Faster Duty Finder. Okay. Because see, okay, that's what it means by all worlds, like data centers included. So from all data centers, essentially. So now you can play with people in other data centers and like certain duties and stuff. Yeah, because before... Nope, we only go off data center currently. Yeah, because right now we go off data center. And then the worlds are the Sargatanas, Cactuar, Lamia. This is multiple data center. But they're using all worlds in a region, all worlds within the data centers instead of one data center. It's a little confusing, but yeah, it's player matching from all data centers in a region. Cactuar.
北米と欧州と日本のね、データセンターを例にちょっとご説明します。それが何
So
なのか。
now if you're someone that is like, oh, well, I had to join, you know, the Crystal data center. I'm in Crystal, but you're in Aether. It's like, well, now they can play together. So, okay.
Alright, so I want to show you what I mean with an example
One step closer to global, one server, which is what Yoshi P wants. Yeah.
from the US, the EU, and Japan.
まあ、今、
Yeah. So there's Chaos and Light in the Europe. Elemental, Gaia, Mana, Meteor in Asia. Materia in Australia. Aether, Crystal, Dynamis, and Primal in NA and NA. We don't really have a South America, Caribbean, but they can kind of get in here. Okay. Yeah, no, that'll make Q pops a lot quicker.
こんな感じでいくつかのリージョンには
Cause yeah, there's a lot of people on this one. And then there's people on Crystal and Primal. I heard Dynamis is like fucking empty.
複数のデータセンターが
I heard ain't nobody in
存在していて
Dynamis.
その中に
Queuing up for anything is horrible in
So
Dynamis.
each of our regions, we have several data centers.
That does mean
Each contains several different worlds.
まあそして
Sargatanas represent. Anyhow. I used to be Balmung. I used to be in the Famfrit and I used to be in the Primal data center. Gilgamesh, Genova, Sargatanas, Siren, Midgar Somner, Fairy, Goblin, Marlborough, Mateus, Zalira, Brynhilder, Quirrell, Cuchulainn, Golem, Holocarnasus, Kraken, Maduin, Marilith, Seraph, Mateus here. Poor Australians only have one, so it doesn't change much for them. No, it doesn't, unfortunately. That's why I, as an Aussie, I'm in the American server. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I heard Dynamis doesn't have a lot of players, but with this happening, now all the Savage Raiders and all the crazy, because this as far as I know is the crazy heavy raider data center. This is the RP data center. Crystal, especially Balmung. This is the RP battle data center. This is the heavy, the hard tier raider data center. This one has nobody. And Primal is kind of a mix of both. Primal is not really one or the other. It's a bit of both. But because of the single player matching thing, now that they can all play together in Q-Pops, what that means now is that there's a possibility of migration. There's a possibility now of migration. Now there'll probably be people that are like, well, I was in here because this is where all the RPers are. Now, you know, because of overcrowding, some of these people, some of these RP places might want to move to Dynamis because it's not as crowded. It's a little faster. Some of the Savage Raiders here, they might want to move. They might not because of guilds and all that stuff. But some of the Savage Raiders here, they might want to move to Dynamis. Because if you want to create a character here, you can't. You can't create a character here anymore. And then in the like putting in a request or a thing to move data centers, you have to pay for that, by the way. That takes time to then be able to like wait for availability so that you can pay to move. But now it opens the door for migrations from the other data centers into Dynamis. Because everyone who wants to raid wants to be on Aether. Yeah, exactly. But now, you don't have to do that anymore. Now, because you'll be able to match from everywhere, now all the raiders don't have to be in Aether. They can go to Crystal. They can go to Dynamis. They can go to Primal. All the RPers don't have to do it here. They might still stay here because RPing is a whole different thing. But raiders won't. A lot of streamers are on Aether as well. Yeah, it's gonna be that thing of you no longer have to be in Aether to be a raider. You're no longer bound to this because Aether has been notorious for being almost impossible to get into. We have tried to like get people to move to Aether, and it's been painful. When I made the move to Aether, I had to pay because I was in Primal. I think I was in Famfrit. Yeah, no, I'm sure a lot of people will stay in Aether because that's where they are. But now there's not if you want to play, hopefully you can do like friend requests, but hopefully now because now we have like cross data center travel. Now I can go to Primal, now I can go to Dynamis if for that brief bit. Now you can do that and raid with people. I had to move from Materia to Aether. Yeah. So like now it makes it so that these sorts of things don't have to be tied to their data center. People might not migrate, but it opens the doors for people who might want to. Now, making a character here isn't the end all be all. It never was because of the moving, but the moving and the in-game travel. But now it's like, you know, if you want to be a raider on Dynamis, you can stay in Dynamis. You can just queue up with people in Aether and not really worry about that. If I'm understanding correctly.
So up until now, player matching has been limited to worlds that exist in only the same data center, like this. This is now.
今回の進化により、この複数データセンターが存在する場合のこのデータセンターの間にある壁、これがなくなります。
But soon we will have succeeded in removing that barrier between data centers in the same region. Like this.
Yeah.
まあ当然マッチングができるようになるので、パーティー募集もできます。
Party Finder included. Yep.
This includes Party Finder as well.
Exactly.
まあこれまで本当例えばまあレイドのね攻略が盛んなデータセンターへプレイヤーのねワールドトラベルが集中するなど本当に長らくご迷惑をおかけしました。
In the past, we've seen a lot of players forced into using the data center travel systems to specifically play on raid-focused servers. Sorry about that, but
ただし今回の進化によって複数のデータセンターが存在するリージョンではデータセンターの壁を越えて同一リージョン内すべてのワールドからマッチングそしてパーティー募集ワールド間テレポも全部自在にできるようになります。
So now with same region matching, all worlds in the region are open up for player matching, party finder, and world visits, meaning more options for players without having to switch data centers.
Yep. No, that's big. That's big.
多分気になるのは when
You want to know when, right?
Yoshi when
Oh, damn. Very soon.
このリージョン内のフリーマッチングシステムですが、エヴァーコードのリリースを待たずにパッチ 7.5X、パッチ 7.5 の途中で、テストを開始します。
The best thing is you won't have to wait long for this. Development is currently wrapping up, and we hope to have our first stress test happen sometime in 7.5X.
まず申し訳ないです。どうしても我々開発チームが日本にあるので、日本で念入りにテストをさせていただきます。
Again, we apologize. Our dev team is in Japan, so our first test is going to happen in Japan, so we can make sure everything is.
で、細かいバグなどがフィックスできたタイミングで、すぐにですね、北米、欧州、それから中国で順次公開していきます。エヴァーコールドまではお待たせさせませんので、いずれにしても、ぜひ楽しみにお待ちください。
And then once we have determined that there are no bugs and everything is safe, after Japan is done, next up is America, then EU, then China.
Okay.
And we hope to have everything done before Evercold even begins.
Okay. They're going to slowly branch it out.
お知らせと
Very soon.
別途、皆さんにアナウンス詳細出させていただきますので、もう少しそのスケジュールの詳細お待ちいただければ幸いです。
All right, and so we'll update you all as soon as we have a detailed schedule on when that Japanese test begins and when we're going to begin expanding. We'll have details very soon.
There's still so much.
さて、まあ怒涛の勢いでいろいろお話ししてきたんですが、さあこれで終わり？じゃあもちろんありません。
Okay, we're finally finished. Or are we? No.
さあ、再びエバーコールドの具体的な内容に戻りましょう。
It turns out I still have a lot more to tell you about Evercold.
Oh!
I'm like, yeah, expansion means new jobs.
まあ、エクスパンション拡張パッケージといえば、
Well, I actually appreciate it. It means they'll focus on the bugs so it's not scuff. Exactly. They're gonna focus on Japan so that Japan can have the shit experience and then they can fix it for everybody. Yeah, no, it's good that they're doing smaller stress tests. You want them to do that. You don't want them to just release it and then it's a fucking mess. So the fact that they're gonna throw it out for Japan, let Japan know, hey guys, you are the testing phase. You are the beta testing phase of this. Depending on how this goes, depends on how we fix it and then let everybody else have it. This is a good thing. Like, as much as people might want it now when Japan gets it, it's better overall for the health of the game to have a small subset try it out and pick up on the little, on the smaller, easier to squash bugs, and then maybe find the bigger ones. It's just a smart
新ジョブ
idea.
皆さん楽しみにしていると思いますが、今回も2つ、新しいジョブを2つ追加します。
Okay, and of course, a new expansion means new jobs, and just like 7.0, we're planning to introduce 2 new jobs with 8.0.
じゃあ、ロールは
Okay, what's the roles then?
1つはタンクです。
Oh, tank.
もう1個は DPS です。
Oh, another's a DPS? What kind of DPS?
DPS は、
Huh? What kind? DPS? Just
い
DPS?
やまあ、
8.0
DPS は、物理レンジ DPS です。
Oh, physical range DPS.
Physical range. So it's an aiming.
It's hot. What? Are you taking up? Hey,
Wait, 8.0. Yeah, no, Evercold is 8.0. If you've done Dawn Trail, you're in the 7.7 stuff. Yeah. Yeah. 8.0. I missed that bit. Yeah. Well, again, here's the thing. Again, if you're talking about the cross the same player region thing, that's coming in 7.5. That's coming in 7. Yes, new expansion. Yeah, you missed the earlier part, Alala. Did you miss the trailer, honey? Did you miss the trailer? Oh, honey. Did you miss the trailer? No, we gotta fix this. We're gonna fix that. Have you seen the trailer? Honestly, have you seen the 8.0 trailer? I didn't know. Yeah, no, Evercold is the new expansion. It's the new expansion. Shadowbringers is gonna be, there's like a special site for this. Yeah. It's when the expansions happen that we get the new jobs, and they just set a physical ranged. So this is going to be an aiming. This is going to be of aiming. So there was machinist, there was bard, there was dancer, and now there's going to be this new one. I thought it was striking. So I had heard somewhere it was striking. It's aiming.
guess who's back?
Guess who's back? Yeah, his shirt. His shirt is always a hint.
わかんない。わかんない。
Screen capture right now.
この2つのジョブ、どちらも
It's gonna be a fucking shielder. Because he fought with 2 shields. It's going to definitely be very Viking based. It's gonna be very Nordic.
Okay, so I can tell you that
ど
both
んな
of these
ジョブになるのか、ぜひ想像をいろいろ
Ranged could be crossbow. We already have a machinist with a gun, dancer with the throwing with the chakrams, and then bard has the bow.
しながらお待ちください。
both of these new jobs are FF14 originals as opposed to legacy FF jobs.
Oh.
And
ただ一つ目のジョブは欧州です。
but
God
sorry,
damn
those jobs are
it!
gonna be announced in
We
Berlin.
get
So you know the
nothing.
rules.
ね
In Berlin.
開発中すぎてまだね動画ができてないのよ。
Yeah, we're still so early in development. We don't even have any videos of the jobs in play yet.
That's
so.
fair.
でまあいつもだとジョブの話はここで大体ね基調講演終わりなんですけど、ジョブに関しても実はめちゃくちゃ大きな
It can't be called shield breaker. We already have a noun breaker. Oh, what's it gonna be called? Ooh. It's an original. What happened to Beastmaster? Beastmaster is coming in 7.5. It's coming in 7.5, and it's going to be a limited job. So it's going to be like Blue Mage. It's going to be like Blue Mage. A Bulwark? Could be. Or Juggernaut? No, Beastmaster? Beastmaster is coming out in a couple days. Like, 7.5 is coming out in a couple days. That's when we're going to finally have Beastmaster. And that's going to be a limited job class. So they're not going to really super focus and go too ham on that one in terms of, like, anything crazy. Because it's going to be a limited job. So it's going to be like Blue Mage. Beastmaster in 7.56 in September. Okay. So but it's still coming very soon. It's coming up though.
But speaking of jobs, we have another major evolution in store for you in this department.
Okay.
New system?
They went Axe and Shield. Huh?
Oh.
Hold on. New system. Job action system. Reborn and evolved. What is that?
Everybody's like, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
新たなジョブシステムとしてリボーンモード、それからエボルブモードっていう全く新しい概念が、今回8.0で実装になります。
Okay, we're looking to change up how you play Final Fantasy XIV with the introduction of an all-new job action system, which consists of two modes, Reborn mode and Evolved mode.
じゃあこのリボーンとエボルブ、一体何のことなのか。
Okay, I'm ready for actual player mode and dumb baby mode.
皆さん落ち着いて聞いてくださいね。
Okay, calm down. Let us get to the end.
Relax.
We've got a lot to tell you.
まず今のファイナルファンタジー14 7.0 までに実装されたバイパーとピクトマンサーを含め通常のバトルジョブとしては21ジョブ、それにエクストラの青魔同士を入れて合計22ジョブ存在しています。
Okay, so currently in Final Fantasy XIV, we have the 21 Disciples of War and Magic, these combat jobs. We have 21 jobs, and that's including Viper and Pictomancer from 7.0, plus one limited job, Blue Mage, for a total of 22 battle jobs.
今回のリボーンとエボルブは青魔同士、それから間もなく実装となる魔獣使いのエクストラの2ジョブには対応してません。
Okay, so the two battle modes that we just talked about, Reborn and Evolved, will only be available for the 21 jobs and not the limited jobs of Blue Mage and the upcoming Beastmaster.
Yeah. Not enough glamour plates. Yep. Bye. Bye, bitch. Sorry.
エクストラなんで。
I mean, it's limited, so it's limited.
ここからは通常21ジョブをベースに説明します。
Okay, so today we're talking about these modes for these 21 jobs.
Yeah.
じゃあまずリボーンは何かというと、これまでのファイナルファンタジー14 21ジョブのアクション、それから今皆さんがね使っている基本ローテーションなどをそのままのモードとしたのがリボーンモードというものになってます。
Okay, so what exactly are these modes? So we're going to start off with the Reborn mode. And basically Reborn mode is what we have now. The actions and battle action rotations that you've been used to since A Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
これはレルムリボーンというほら申請からこのジョブシステム始まっているので名前をリボーンにしますよということです。
And again, that's where the name comes from. We're calling it the Reborn mode, not because it's reborn, but because it's been around since A Realm Reborn.
で、これはリミテッドジョブを除くすべての今ある21ジョブにリボンモード存在します。
And so all 21 jobs will be getting adjustments and upgrades for 8.0, but for all intents and purposes, this mode exists for all those 21 jobs.
この21
Yeah, so bam, 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 bam. Yeah.
ジョブのリボンモードは当然 8.0 の調整とかアップグレードを行って皆さんが今プレイしている基本ローテーションなどはこれまでのものをなるべく維持して継続実装されるモードだと思ってください。
Yeah.
And again, we're going to be doing updates like every expansion for these 21 jobs for this mode. Basically like what we always do. Reborn mode is what you know, what we've had before, with very little changes to it.
Yeah.
これにこのリボンモードに加えて今回 8.0 からは既存21ジョブすべてにエボルブモードを実装します。
But the real change here is apparent with Evolved mode, which is also available for all 21 existing jobs.
Emphasizing individuality. Different rotations.
まずリボンモードとエボルブモード。エボルブは今までの、リボンとは異なる ジョブアクションのローテ
Explain.
ーションになってます。なので基本別物です。
So what is different? First off, that biggest difference is we're going to have all new action rotations, different from the existing ones in the Reborn mode.
そしてですね、今より少ないキーとかボタン使用数になる
Fewer
ように
inputs.
重視してます。
The next big change is that it will have fewer keystrokes or button presses, fewer inputs.
でね、これを言うと、
Mhm.
なんだよ、イージーモードかよみたいな勘違いされる方いるかもしれません。
But I know, again, looking at this, what some of you might think right off the bat is, oh, so it's just an easy mode. No.
エボルブモードっていうのは、リボンモードを簡略化したりとか、簡単操作でプレイできるっていうものではないです。
In no way is Evolved mode a simplified, watered-down version of Reborn mode.
まあ、現代のね、ゲームプレイのプレイフィールにより合わせるために、できる限りキーの数を少なくしたりとか、パッドでより快適に遊べるっていう工夫は、
People already suspect that by 9.0 they'll phase out Reborn mode. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Mm-mm. I don't think they're gonna phase out Reborn mode. It's gonna alienate too many old players. Because I feel like, depending on how they implement this and how he's about to explain it, some people might not change.
やってるんですけど、
And if they get rid of this way to play in another expansion, you're going to lose a lot of players because they're going to have to then learn how to play this new mode and they're not going to want to. They've been doing it this way for 10 years. I don't think they'll phase out Reborn mode.
リボン
The last thing they want to do is alienate their current player base.
とエボルブは別の
I worry this will create metas and conflict. It could. I feel like the more hardcore players, if there's a way to streamline their rotations, they will probably go with evolved mode because it'll be easier to pop their moves. But let's see what he says.
ものです。
Again, to give games a more modern feel, a lot of games have recently taken to introducing modes that kind of feature streamlined controls.
で、まあ、どうしてもね、こう他社さんで失礼なんですけど、こうストリートファイター6のほら、クラシックとモダンってね、想像されると思うんですけど、そうではないです。
And
Yeah,
so
classic
take,
mode.
again, Street Fighter 6, for example, it has its classic mode and modern control schemes. And you may be thinking that our Reborn and Evolved modes are similar to this, but that is not the case.
まあ、なので、リボンモードの竜騎士と、エボルブの竜騎士が、まあ、なので、ジョブが倍になると思ってもらった方が早いです。
So, for example, Reborn mode Dragoon and Evolved mode Dragoon will have some similarities, but they all also have their own unique actions and own unique rotations. So you can now think of it like there are two kinds of Dragoons in the game.
まあもちろん、そう、リボンモードとの竜騎士とエボルブモードの竜騎士、それぞれ共通のアクションというのもあります。
And again, they will still have things that are actions that overlap.
ただし、それぞれ固有のアクションを持っていて、まあ、やっぱりローテーションが全然変わるので、違ったタイプの竜騎士が生まれるというふうに思ってください。
Again, but like I said, they also have their own unique actions and their own unique action rotations, making them feel completely different.
なので、まとめるとこういうことですね。リボンモードは、基本的には従来の今まで皆さんが遊んでるもの変わりませんよと、基本通りのローテーションを使って楽しめる。
So Reborn mode preserves and maintains the actions of old, offering up an experience that feels familiar, no different from what you're doing today.
で、エボルブモードに関しては、新しいジョブのスタイルで、より個性的にローテーションもリボンとは違いますよという新しいスタイルだと思ってください。
And Evolve mode, on the other hand, introduces a completely new way to play, a completely new style with redesigned rotations that better bring out each job's unique characteristics.
ちょっとまとめてみますね。
Alright.
まず、リボンとエボルブは非戦闘中であれば、
I'd give it a
いつでも
try.
切り替えていただけます。
All right, to get into the details first,
If it's supposed to kind of make the jobs feel, because that has been a complaint where some people feel like with how they've been streamlining abilities, the buffs and the debuffs, that all the jobs are starting to feel the same. You've got your 1, you've got your 2, you've got your 3. And the only real difference is the animation and the particle effects. Some people have been saying that the jobs are starting to kind of gel into the same monotony. And that's a fair critique. For the people who don't really agree with that, who think that No, they're still pretty unique in their own way still. Those people can still keep playing Reborn mode. But for those that want to feel like a Dragoon, who want to feel more like a Pictomancer, who want to feel like these classes are different, who are complaining about the current form, Evolved mode might be the version, the battle style that they might want to give a try. They will play a little bit differently. There will be overlap, but they will be still different styles.
Players will be able to toggle between the two modes at any time outside of battle.
Yeah, that's good.
そして当然なんですけど、レベルは共通なので、
Job
育て
level
直してい
shared.
ただく必要も
No
あ
need
り
to
ません。
relearn actions.
And
Gear
job
shared.
level is shared, so there's no need to relearn actions for either mode.
It's just a
装備
toggle.
も共
Yeah.
通なので、そのまま使っていただいて大丈夫です。
Gear is also shared, so again, no need to gather new mode-specific gear.
Yeah, so they're trying to show this is not like a new class or an alternate version of a class. It is a toggle. It is a toggle.
そしてこのエボルブ
I'll try to see if it's better for my hands. Definitely give it a go, but I don't see myself changing. I'd give it a go. Evolve mode available when unlocking a job. All content clearable in both modes. Yeah, again, it's just a
モー
toggle.
ドが使える
It's
よ
a
うになるの
toggle.
はジョブ解放された瞬間に、もうエボルブ選択できるよ
It's
うにな
not
る
a
ので
different it's not a different version of the job. It's not, you know, a whole new job altogether. It's just a switch. It's a switch. Like I get why they have to like be specific about this, but it's just a toggle. It's a mode. It's a game mode essentially.
好みの方で遊んでください。
And
It's a
evolved mode
switch.
unlocks
You either
when a
playing
job is
evolved
unlocked,
mode or you're
so
not.
right off the bat, you will be able to choose which mode you want from that point.
もちろんリボーンとエボルブどっちでもちゃんとコンテンツがクリアできるように調整は行って
Yeah,
いき
it's
ます
like legacy
And of course,
camera.
all
Exactly.
content can be cleared with both modes.
ただしですね、リボーンモードが存在するのはここまでの21ジョブです。
All new
But,
jobs.
Reborn mode is only
Oh.
available for the existing 21 jobs.
Oh.
エバーコールドから追加される、新ジョブ2体、またそれ以降に追加されるジョブも基本的にはリボンボードを持ってなくて、エボルブだけでやっていきます。
All new jobs introduced from 8.0 on will only have an evolved mode.
もちろん今ね、皆さんがめっちゃザーザーしてる、ちょっとどっちが強いのみたいな。
Oh, and so I bet the question on everybody's mind now is like, which one's stronger, right?
Well, now I see why people think they're gonna phase it out later on. Now I see why people think they're gonna phase it out. Well, here's the thing. I still don't think they will. I still don't think they will phase it out because, again, those 21 jobs have been around for so long. Obviously, with the exceptions of Pictomancer and Viper, you know, Sage, and like obviously the more recent-ish jobs, again, I don't think they're going to phase away Reborn mode. Because again, there have been people who have been playing White Mage and Paladin since the beginning of time. And to tell them that they now have to play a new mode to keep playing a class that they've been playing since 1.0 is a change. Healers need more DPS tools. Oh yeah. Like healers do need a little bit more in terms of DPS. Like playing a healer in terms of you're just a glare mage. It's going to probably be advised to at least know how to play in evolved mode. But I'm not surprised that the new jobs will only be evolved mode. Because again, the point of evolved mode is a way to make the jobs feel individual, to make them feel different and unique again. And not have all these buttons. There's a reason I play with controller. There's a reason I don't play with keyboard. I've seen people's keyboards where they have 4 bars, and I don't know how y'all do this shit. Like, I play with controller for a reason. I've kind of streamlined my controller thing, and I've got the trigger buttons. Y'all have seen my hotbar. It's a controller. Huh.
これはちゃんとお伝えしておきますが、エボルブモードの方がほんのちょっと強くなる予定です。
And so due to how the new mode has been
He specifically cited galaxies for keeping reborn mode, which was nice.
designed, I can say that in a general sense, Evolved is probably just a little bit stronger.
まあ、いずれのモードでもコンテンツ
It's going to be stronger because you're going to be able to do things faster. Since Jedi Patch killed that game. Ah.
ちゃんとクリアできるように調整していきますので、お好きなモードでプレイしていただくというのが基本です。
However, like I said earlier, battle content has all been designed to be compatible with both modes and completable with both modes. So ultimately, it comes down to you. Try both and choose the style that feels best for you.
ボスコンテンツ、ボスとのね、バトルしてるときに相性っていうのは出るかもしれませんが、まあそれももちろん埋められるように努力はしていきます。
I'll give it a
But
try.
At first, depending on the boss and their mechanics, there may be some battles that feel better suited to one mode than the other, but and the develop team will do our best to make sure that that difference is as negligible as possible.
さあ、この基調講演で、このリボーンとエボルブの話をするのはここまでなんですが、おいおい、ちょっと吉田待てよ、もっと詳しく、なんか映像とか見せろよっていう声あると思います。
So this is all we have for Reborn and Evolve modes today, but I imagine some of you are like, what the hell, Yoshida? I don't know what's going on. Come on.
今日この後、
The dev panel later.
今日のこの会場でやる開発パネルで、実際にエボルブモードの4ジョブ
I prefer higher APM, so we'll see. Yeah.
動かして説明します。
So if you want to know more about this new evolved mode, we have an entire development panel planned later today to talk specifically about this, where we're actually going to have a PC on stage and showing the evolved mode in action.
Okay. We're gonna have to skip to that.
Paladin, Dragoon,
詩人、
Bard,
ホワイトメイジ。
White Mage. We'll be showing all of those.
Okay.
ものすごい開発初期段階で、ユーザー UI とか、すげえデバッグ表示みたいなやつ。
No, it's so much easier with controller, bro. It's so much easier.
この後、開発バトルシステムデザイナーの玉木君と一緒にやる、ここで実機を使って、プレゼンテーションしますので、そちらをご注目ください。
In this presentation, like we said, we're going to be showing some very early in development type of stuff. So you're going to actually, there's going to be debug messages on the screen. So it's actually a good way to kind of see how we develop the game and some of the tools that we use. We have today, together with us here in Anaheim, the battle system designer that helped create.
That's why I
this
multi-click
system. He's
mouse.
here
My
today.
controller wouldn't
Tamaki-san,
connect,
and so-
sadly. What controller have you been trying to use, Alala? Cause because I have my Xbox controller is Bluetooth and mine connects. PS5? Huh. I wonder if PS5 is PS5 8. I'm trying to remember, does Pam play with a PS5 or with a PS4? PS5 has UBC and PS5 is Bluetooth. I never had Xbox. Well, I don't. Well, we have an Xbox 360, but I use a 360 controller because I find it's just more natural. I've never actually held a PS5 controller. You don't need an Xbox to use an Xbox controller though. Like I was gifted an Xbox. I've never played on an Xbox, but the controller just feels best. And most game controllers kind of go by the Xbox style. I wonder if the PS5 can't connect to it. Maybe you have to have it wired. I'm assuming you've tried.
So if you're interested in this, you need to be here to watch.
I can
because
ping
it's
you
going
with
to
a
be pretty
vid for a
exciting.
PS5 Bluetooth connectivity stuff. Alala has permissions, I'm pretty sure, with the antisocial and the stream chat and the gaming chat on the SN. So we could put it there. We can put it in one of those, or yeah, you can probably ping them. Because I think they have permissions in one of them. I want to get that Steam controller when it's out. I had to update my Xbox One controller on an Xbox to use it on my Steam Deck. Oh, that's weird. Trying to see who has permissions to be in what places. We tried when I started playing and we were talking shaders so I could see the game better. Yeah. I'm sure you have permissions, probably just not online on Discord or something. You saw it's only gonna be like $100, Bard? Huh?
Sa.
Okay, let's see what else.
さて、ここからはまだまだちょっとアップデートの話しますよ。
We still have more to go. We're not done.
各種アップデートと、コンテンツの話を簡単にざっとしていきます。
All right, so we do have some additional updates. We're going to go through these kind of quickly.
まずレベルキャップは100から110になります。
First off, level
Obviously.
cap increase from 100 to 110.
まあこれ100に到達したからもうちょっとなんか変えるっていう話はしたんですけど、まあ、今回は素直にレベル10上げることにしました。
After hitting 100, there was internal talks about maybe possibility of trying something different, but in the end, it's like, I'll just raise it to 110.
サクサクいきましょう。
Treasure hunts, fates, and the hunt.
もちろんね、これらのコンテンツも通常通り、減らさずに実装していきます。
And of course,
I
we're
can play
gonna be
Steam
making
games
content
on
all
it,
this,
just
especially
not
making updates.
14. Have you been able to tell 14? Like, because I think you can. I think you have to go into the game and specify what controller you're using. I think I had to do that.
In the upcoming expansion.
ただ、あらゆる方面でやっぱり進化は必要だと
I'm assuming you've tried.
例えばフェイト
I'm
は
assuming you've
少し
tried all
減
your
らしてでも
options.
より大
Maybe 14. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it wasn't appearing. It probably can't. It probably doesn't have compatibility with a PS5 then. Or at least not the controller. Because I'm pretty sure I had to select that I was using an Xbox controller.
ダイナミックなものを作っていきたいと思ってますし、モブハントにしてもフィールド強化施策として 8.X シリーズでさらに強化した遊びへと、進化させようと今計画をしています。
So, but we
I
also
played
recognize
16
that
with
a lot of
controller.
aspects of
Yeah, I
these things
played
need their
16
own
with
evolution.
controller.
For example, maybe we have the fates, maybe we reduce the number of fates introduced, but
Hold on, now I'm curious. Can I play Final Fantasy 14 with a PS5 controller on PC? I use Steam, so I can't answer a non-Steam related question, but for me it works as flawlessly as a PS4. It's just a better design, so it fits better in the hand. Do any of you guys use a PS5 controller for 14 on PC? If so, does it work natively with the non-Steam version of the game? Because that's the thing too. Mine isn't connected to Steam. I use the launcher. I don't use Steam. And lastly, how does it compare to using DualShock? I use Steam, so I can't answer, but for me it works as flawlessly. I'm non-Steam. Is this a better design and fits better? Read a post somewhere here about setting up haptic feedback to access different hotbars. Let me check since I have it open. Do you find that pressing? From the patch notes, features of the PlayStation 5 DualSense wireless controller and PS4 DualShock 4 can now be used on the Windows version, DirectX only. To make use of these features with DualSense wireless, the PS5 is the DualSense, requires a USB connection, and the DualShock 4 requires either a USB or a wireless adapter for the PS4. So for the PS4 controller, you need a USB connection or a DualShock 4 USB wireless adapter. So you need either a dongle for the PS4 or you need a USB connection, which means it has to be connected to the system. And if you are using the DualSense, which is the PS5 controller, you need to use the wire. You need to use the wire. So the same cable you use to charge your PS5 controller, if you can connect that to the computer, then you should be able to use your PS5 controller. But it has to be connected. So DualSense 5 DualSense wireless controller features requires a USB connection, haptic feedback, adaptive triggers, sound effects via built-in speaker. My wire is too short to play while connected. You might have to get a longer one then. So PlayStation 5 USB wire. So then what you're gonna need, Hunbun, you're gonna need a USB-C to USB-A. So what you're gonna need, no, this is USB-C to C. This is C to C. This is what you use to charge it. But you need you need this. You need this. You need USB-C to USB-A. Yeah, it doesn't do the, yeah. C to C will work fine. Well, depends on what the computer has, right? How many computers have, I mean, mine has a C port. Mine has a C port. Let me try not to accidentally turn off my computer. Yeah, mine has 2 C ports. So if you've got a C port, you can just get a longer charging cable, or even if you have a phone cable, if you have a phone cable that is C to C, that is longer, you can use that. Or you can buy a USB-C, a USB-C to USB-A. And that way you can also charge your controller, but also connect it to your computer. There are different types of USB-C. Okay. It's because as far as I know, the little narrow doohickey is called C, while the normal one is called A, you know? Like, what is the normal standard head called? Is that also called C, or is that called A? It's A. Yeah. So you can get a C to A, you can get a C to C where it's just a normal thing. I usually tend to prefer C to A and connect A to my computer, but C to C is faster. It just kind of depends on what you're driving with. So like, coño, no me enseña mi fucking. I have to remember not to go on fucking Walmart. Yeah, I have 1 C port. USB B is hardly ever on computers for data ports and devices like printers. Yeah, so like, for example, this would be a C to A. This would be a C to A. Yeah, see, USB-C to USB-A. And that way you can connect it to your computer. But again, if you have a C port, then you can get a C to C. So if you want to use your PS5 controller on 14 Alala, you need a cable. My short ass needing a 5 meter. Yeah, you're gonna need a cable. You can't do it wirelessly like with an Xbox controller. All right.
We make those fates introduced larger and more dynamic. As with the hunt as well, it's due ready for an evolution of its own to kind of correspond with those updates that we have planned for the public field.
The good news is USB-C cable PS5. The good news is that these cables are cheap. I'm gonna check over Bluetooth real quick and I can ping you on if it works. The good news, Alala, is that these cables are cheap. These cables are cheaper than buying a new controller. These cables will only run you about $15 to $20 if you get if you get a good one. These will be so much cheaper for you. And also, there's going to be one day where your current charging cable does not work. Having a backup cable that is longer is also not a bad thing, because there will also be times where you want to play your PS5, but the controller's dead and the cord is too long. So having a longer cord in general, a longer backup cord, is never a bad idea when it comes to these sorts of things. As long as I don't need to buy more hardware. No, you don't. That's why I'm saying go C to A, because you're going to have more USB-A ports than USB-C ports on your computer. I don't have a PS5 build does. Okay. Either way, whichever the controller you're using, my personal opinion, because most PCs have more USB-A ports than C ports, I would go C to A. That will also allow you, albeit slowly, will allow you to also use your computer as a way to charge your cable, your computer to charge your controller. Also, if you have the plugins, the USB, like the charge blocks, if you have these sorts of things, or even just these standard, these little cacas right here, if you've got a bunch of these where they have USB, these phone charger blocks can now be these sorts of like phone charger blocks, these can now be just a charger for not only your phone but your controllers. So if you have even also these blocks, which are also pretty cheap, if you want to copy stuff from a flash drive to a Steam Deck, yeah, that stuff too. Also, it's good for information transfer. Having cables isn't a bad thing. It's much better than getting hardware. If anyone wants to get a Steam Deck, use a USB A to C for flash drives. Yeah.
And of course, we're planning some new features for treasure hunts as well.
それからですね、忘れてはならないダンジョンももちろんたくさんあります。
And of course, we cannot forget our instance dungeons. We'll be introducing several with Evercold.
これらのインスタンスダンジョンもですね、これまでの拡張同様に、数を減らしたりせず、いつも通りの数、ちゃんとたくさん実装していきます。
And again, we're planning on releasing the same amount as we always do with every expansion, so we're not cutting anything.
まあ今ここにね表示されているのは現在開発。
You need to be conscious of MF connections too. Yeah, again, most blocks are female, while most cables are male. You don't have to worry too much about male and female when it comes to USB.
Again, the 4 that you see here, these are currently under development for Evercold.
しかしさ、氷の力に侵食ってどこからよってね。
Again, you're still looking at where's the ice? It's supposed to be Evercold. It's not cold.
まあどんな仕上がりになってね、どんな冒険とか強敵がいるのか、ぜひちょっとお楽しみに。
Again, what adventures await? You have to wait to find out.
それからもちろん拡張といえばですね、多数の新しい装備とか、新しいクラフトなんかも実装となります。
Again, with new dungeons, we'll also be introducing a lot of new gear and crafting recipes.
まあちょっとね、アート紹介しましょう。
I brought some artwork to show you. Yes.
まあどのアートがね、どのジョブなのか、皆さんなんとなくわかりますよね。
I'm guessing you can kind of already tell which gear goes with which job.
Yeah, so this one has a horn, so this looks like a summoner. This looks like a paladin. And this to me looks like a machinist. Dragoon, samurai. That's a dancer. That's a dancer. Hold on, let me. That's a dancer. That's a beautiful glam on the guy. That's a beautiful glam.
侍すごいね。
That's pretty cool.
まあもちろんね、ギャザラーとかクラフターも
That looks like a red mage. Gallon eating good. I know, right? We're gonna make him look so fucking slutty. This looks like machinist. Unless it's a crafter. What is... This could probably be astrologian. I'd be surprised if that was white mage. Ain't no way that's white mage.
That's pretty cool.
Oh. What could this one be then? It could just be a dungeon gear. This could just be a dungeon gear, but I'm trying to think of the... Maybe monk, but... My first thought was machinist.
Which gear goes with which job?
We all know Dragoon. Dragoon is so easy to identify. Dancer, again, looks great.
That's pretty cool.
Trying to guess, yeah, because the eye mask. It could, I don't think it would be Bard. It could be, again, this one also looks like it could be machinist. But I feel like it could also be a crafter class. It looks like a crafter class. This one obviously just looks like red mage. And then this one, I want to say looks like astrologian because of the very drapey.
And we haven't forgotten our crafters and gatherers as well.
Yeah. Yeah. One of these is crafter. I don't think this one's a gatherer, but it could be. But this one's absolutely a crafter.
まあもちろん新しいエクスパンションとなればね、 当然新しい敵とかも
Some,
出てきます。
I think that first one.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a
まあまあ
dungeon
どの
gear.
アートがね、どの
I
ジョン
think
ルな
this
の
is
か、皆さん
dungeon
なんとな
gear.
くわかりますよね。
Again, the classes usually have a very set theme.
As well.
That one's red mage.
まあもちろん、
And of course, you know, with new expansion comes new enemies.
まあまあ、今
Oh.
回はさらっとちょっとだけですけど、まあボスもですね、めちゃくちゃこれまで以上に多彩に
Yo, it's got
ご用意してま
fucking
す。
it's
Again, we
just
can only
holding
show you
on to
a little
all
bit,
the
but we can
swords.
tell you that the designs and the gimmicks and the mechanics that we have for our upcoming bosses are going to be pretty amazing.
まあシナリオにね、
What
関
is
わるので、
that?
今日はね、本当ごく一部しかお見せできないんですけど、ごめんなさい。
Again, a lot of these are
Very
linked
Nordic.
directly to the main scenario, so showing too much would be spoilers. So again, you're going to have to kind of, this is going to have to be enough for you. Sorry.
そしてもちろんこれまで通り今日ね3段階になりますよって発表しましたけど、8人レイドというのも、順調に開発
What's
進ん
behind
でます
me?
だけど、そして
Oh,
もちろん
one sec.
これまで
You're going to have to kind of,
Here, one sec. I'll there you go. That's what's behind me. It's like it has like a swirly head. And it's got like a staff behind it, and it's definitely windy looking. Windy.
this is going to have to be enough for you. Sorry.
そしてもちろんこれまで通り今日ね3段階になりますよって発表しましたけど、8人レイドというのも、順調に開発進んでます。
And again, we cannot forget our 8-player raid series. Again, we talked about how there's going to be a new difficulty level.
じゃあおいおい吉田、8人レイド何がテーマなんだよ。
Yeah, what's the theme? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
まあ欧州ファンフェスでこれは理由があるんで、欧州ファンフェスでドドンと発表予
They
定
gotta
です、ね。
make you want to go to the other
Yeah,
one.
this is going to tell you more in Berlin. There's a reason for this. Again, we can't tell you now, but you'll know once we tell you in Berlin.
そしてもちろんねバトルコンテンツ好き Z シリーズ、こちらも継続してやっていきます。
And of course, there will be new ultimate raids as well. What about this ultimate raid? 7.5. 7.5 ultimate raid. What?
What? 今日この後話す
After? Later? You promise? Promise? Okay, promise.
まあボスもねもちろん楽しみだと思いますが、さっきねお知らせしたエボルブモードで挑む際にはこれまでのねバトルの感覚とまた全然違うと思うので、そのあたりも含めてですね今後もまた Z シリーズ、期待していてください。
Again, with this new content, we can't wait to see how players approach this content with the newly introduced evolve modes.
そしてもちろん PVP のコンテンツ引き続き力も入れていろいろな計画
PVP
が進行中なので
updates, yep.
こちらまとまり次第またお知らせしていこうと思います。
And of course, we have not forgotten PvP. We have several different interesting plans for PvP as well, all of them currently in development.
そして続いてはこちらコンテンツサポーター。
Duty
これ
support.
8.0 ではこのコンテンツサポーターシステムにも、進化をちょっと予定してます。
Okay, we also have some plans for our duty support system coming in. Oh, no.
これまで皆さんから2人で ID に突入したいみたいな多くのリクエストっていうのをいただいてます。
So a lot of players have been clamoring for an option to enter dungeons in pairs.
それをカバーできるような、アップデートをちょっと今予定してます。
And we're hard at work seeing if we can implement some of those moving forward.
Oh.
You really
これね、これを今作ってるんです。
Support
We're in the middle of
specifically
making
in
it, we can't tell you
pairs.
yet. Okay, but we'll have details in July. Berlin.
ごめんなさい。まあでも近々ね、それが対応されるというふうに思っておいてください。
So yes, changes are coming very soon.
さあ、では続いて、
Oh.
エバーコールドにももちろん
Alliance
アライアンスレ
raids.
イドが、まあ、シリーズとして実装されることになります。
And of course, with 8.0, we're going to have a new alliance raid, of course.
さっきね、アライアンスレイド、その仕組み自体にも大きな進化があるというふうに
I'm trying to remember because we got. Yeah, so this was the Realm Reborn. Which one was? Yeah, Dalmasca was. Was Dalmat? No, because this is Mock. This is Mock. Wasn't this one the Heaven's Ward one? And Dalmasca the Stormblood one? Are these switched? Because this is Shadowbringers. This is Endwalker. And then and then this one's Dawn Trail. Berlin's gonna go be fucking crazy. Berlin's gonna be nuts. Are these switched? Cause this is Dalmasca. And Dalmasca was the tactics raid. Right? And then Mach right here was Mach was Storm. Wait. Maths was Stormblood? Now, to be fair, yeah, okay, well, I was right, cause I was pretty sure the fucking Air Pirates and Diabolos and Mach, not Mach, Evilise. There we go, the Evilise stuff. Evilise was Stormblood, and this, I don't know why I keep saying it was Mach. But the whole like Void Scent and all this shit right here, this was Heavensward. They switched them. They mixed them up. Yeah, because Evilise was this. Why am I thinking Dalmasca? The Sky Pirates. Yeah. Why am I thinking Dalmasca? Why am I thinking Dalmasca? What's Dalmasca from? Is Evilise. Okay, good. Okay, I had a feeling I was mixing them up. Okay, so I'm right. Yeah, these two were mixed.
And so I mentioned earlier in the keynote that we're looking to evolve Alliance raids.
それだけじゃなくてですね、じゃあどんなテーマのアライアンスレイドになるのかというのについても驚いていただけると思ってます。
But I reckon the big question on everyone's mind is, what is the theme of the next raid series?
では、目も耳もぜひ注目してご覧いただきたいです。
So without further ado, open your eyes and ears for this.
But what relevance do the Heavensward raids have? Well, no, I was just trying to remember the order because it's Crystal Tower, is ARRs, the Sky Pirates and the Void Scent and like Mach is Heavensward, Evilise is Stormblood, Nier is Shadowbringers, the 12 is Endwalker, and Vanadil is Dawntrail. The Lancers don't get a Lance of Longinus, they're gonna fucking riot. I can't wait to bring upon the 4th impact. Oh yeah, Fox is gonna lose their mind.
というわけで、新たな
This will be wondering how this will work considering how busy Kata is.
8から始まる
Kata
ア
is.
ライアンスレイドは、世界中誰もが知っている日本が誇るアニメーション作品群エヴァンゲリオンとの最大火力でのクロスオーバーとなります。
I am excited to announce our explosive new crossover with the world-renowned Japanese animated series, Evangelion.
Again, just it's not
このアライアンスレイドシリーズ、タイトル
it's not the collab people thought was gonna happen.
ゴースト・オブ・デザイアというタイトルになってます。
The tentative title we have that we're currently using for the upcoming series of raids is Ghosts of Desire.
もちろんね、1回の単体レイドではなくて、複数回にわたるシリー
There's
ズ
already
で
so many
お届け
Ava
いたし
memes.
ます。
And you heard me correctly, I said series of raids, so this isn't a one-off. This collaboration will span all multiple tiers.
Yeah, it's the Alliance raid.
今回は
Doi.
ですね、株式会社カラーさんが完全監修、我々スクエアエニックスがコンテンツを制作という超強力タッグでお届けしてまいります。
So for this exclusive content, Square Enix will be developing the content while the producer of Evangelion, Kara, will be fully supervising that development.
Yeah. He's gonna supervise it.
僕自身がすみません、相当に濃いエヴァンゲリオンオタクなので、プレッシャーが相当高いんですけど、驚きと面白さ、 最大に詰まったコンテンツとしてお届けしていくつもりです。
So many of you know already that I am a massive Evangelion otaku. So I reckon your expectations are going to be through the roof, but I'm more than confident that we can bring you something that will both surprise and entertain. Nervous?
Pressure.
Pressure. Yeah, pressure. He feels the pressure though.
新たなデザイン。
Everyone knows he's a huge fan, so the pressure is on it.
いろ
Yeah.
いろ進行中ですので、今後のファンフェスでも続報を順次お届けしていこうと思います。
So we're currently right in the middle of creating new designs, artwork, working on modeling, and much, much more. And I hope to have even more to reveal to you at the EU and Tokyo Fan Fests.
Okay, we're gonna see more at EU and Tokyo, of course.
描かれるエヴァンゲリオンとの物語、30周年を迎えたエヴァンゲリオンシリーズとのクロスオーバー、ぜひご期待ください。
We are honored and excited to bring Evangelion, now nearing its 30th anniversary, into the world of Final Fantasy XIV, and cannot wait
Berlin gonna be
for you
lit,
all
bro.
to experience this crossover and the unforgettable story we have planned.
Berlin gonna be crazy.
ああ、よかった。さあさあ、まあ、たくさんね、お届け。
We're getting cucked by Berlin,
こ
bro.
こまでのね、エヴァーコールドのご紹介、いかがだったでしょ
But
うか。
Berlin's gonna get cucked by
There's been a lot to take
Japan.
in. Is everybody pumped for Evercold now?
さあ、ここからもうちょっと続きます。
But before we wrap up the keynote, we have more.
System requirement updates. What?
まあまあちょっとだけ動作環境のお知らせさせてください。
Just give us a little, just a little one, small one.
まず8.0エヴァコールド動作環境に変更はありません。
So the good news is we won't be making any big changes to the system requirements.
Yay! The system requirements.
However,
一つだけお願いがあります。
we have
Don't
one
stack
request.
it.
長らくですね、我々を支えて、世界中のたくさんのゲーマーに対して、
イエーイ
たくさんのゲームをね、本当プレイさせてくれた、プレイステーション4についてだけ、
イエーイ
ちょっとお知らせさせてください。
And that goes out to our PlayStation 4 users all around the globe.
今言った通り、8.0 では大丈夫です。プレイステーション4も大丈夫です。
So we've worked hard over the past few years to make sure 14 runs smoothly, and we can assure you that it will still run smoothly, 8.0 will run smoothly on the PlayStation 4 as well.
ただし、
However,
システム的な容量、
ただし
データサイズの限界が近づいてきてます。
the problem is as Final Fantasy 14 continues to grow, we're quickly approaching the data limit of PlayStation 4's system capacity.
これまではですね、
This is where Yoshi P says, "Get to a PC, get to PC, get to して、get して、get ぜ、PC get."
ソニーインタラクティブエンターテインメント様のご協力で、実はファイナルファンタジー14だけ、むちゃくちゃ容量の限界を突破して、なんとかサポートをしていただいたんですが、もう無理だと。物理的にごめんなさい。制御できるハードディスクの容量サイズを14が超えよ
Or
う
a
としてしまってます。
PS5. Is gaming
And
PC
while
still rare in
cooperation
Japan?
with Sony's wonderful engineers has allowed us to limit break a few more times than we thought even possible, it will soon be impossible to physically contain all of Final Fantasy 14 on the PlayStation 4 hard drive.
なので、
Oof.
おそらくパッチ 8.3 ぐらいまでは大丈夫です。今計算したところ。
So we currently believe that we're going to be probably going to be okay up until about 8.3.
なので、まあ、あと2年ぐらいかけて、プレイステーション5へ少しずつお金を貯めて移行してもらえると、準備をぜひね、そろそろしてもらえると。
And they're
あ
gonna
りがた
try
い
to
です。
get this onto a fucking Switch too? Bitch, where? How y'all gonna get this to a Switch too? I
So,
heard the
if you're
news.
still playing on the PlayStation 4, you've got 2 years to save up for a PlayStation 5.
で、まあ、繰り返しなんですけど、
Until RAM
8.0 では
prices
大丈夫
drop,
な
who
ので
can afford a PC? RAM prices are already dropping. Switch 2 is the mobile version. Yeah. But yeah, no, RAM prices are already dropping. And then new texture compression tech. Yeah, no, they have been. So recently, this was a little while back, but it was still pretty recently. So recently, Google was able to figure out, Grant might have to, you might have to specify a bit more, but recently, because we also know the reason that RAM has gone up is because AI data centers have been buying up all the RAM, and RAM manufacturers have been selling it to AI. So recently, Google, not wanting to continue buying more RAM, have found a way to to take their AI and essentially make it more efficient with the current amount of RAM it has. I can't remember the actual term, but they were able to make things more efficient. And because of that, Google's AI requires less RAM than other AI. And other AI are slowly starting to follow suit with this. And because of that, RAM prices are starting to slow, because now what these companies want to do, instead of constantly buying RAM, they want to make the most out of what they already have, which is a fuck ton. So recently, they've learned to be more efficient with the current RAM they have. Yeah, so this was about a month ago. Google's new free algorithm cuts AI memory by 6 times. Yeah, so they've found a memory compression. The short version, Google figured out a better compression method for token memory, which affects overall memory for conversations, etc. Yeah. So, which is fantastic. Yeah. So the short version, they built a compression algorithm that reduces KV cache memory by 6 times on average with 0 accuracy loss, and delivers up to 8 times faster attention computation on H100 GPUs. No retraining needed, no fine tuning, works on existing models like Gemma and Mistral out of the box, and they released it for free, open research, anyone can use it. The market already reacted. Micron, SanDisk, Western Digital all dropped, because if you can do 6 times more on the same RAM, the entire "we need more HBM" narrative starts to crack. But here's where it gets controversial. It's a software breakthrough. If a software breakthrough can nuke 6 times of your hardware demand overnight, what does that say about the billions being poured into chip fabs? Right now, were we always overbuilding, or does Jevons paradox kick in and we just run way bigger models instead? The people who built $10 billion data centers on the assumption that memory demand only goes up are now quietly sweating. There's also the Pied Piper angle. Yes, the internet is wildly making Silicon Valley references, and honestly, it's not wrong. A lossless compression algorithm that changes the economics of computing, released by a giant tech company that could have kept it proprietary. HBO wrote this episode already. Actual concern, Google releasing this for free isn't charity. They run more interference than anyone on the planet. This saves them hundreds of millions per year. The quote-unquote open research framing is just good PR for something that helps Google more than anyone else. Yeah, so the chip stocks are bleeding because of a paper and not because factories are grinding to a halt. So yeah, so due to this, RAM prices are starting to go down. By how much, I don't know, but they've already been starting to go down, because they've found a way to compress things and not sacrifice quality. Is it still pretty expensive? Kind of, but this is a step in the right direction. But yeah.
今すぐというわけではありません。And like I said, we're already going to be okay for 8.0, so you don't have to get it now.
というわけで以上お知らせでした。
But yeah, that's all we have for system updates.
Yeah, so this is pretty much, they're just pretty much saying, hey, if you've got a PS4, you're running out of time. You're running out of time. Unfortunately, the internal memory on a PS4 is not enough to handle how big this game has become. You are going to have to at some point either upgrade to a PC or upgrade to a PS5. And that is the unfortunate. The PS4 is quite old now, only had so much data because games used to be on the disc. 11 has the same issues when Seekers of Alduin came out. Yeah.
さあ、あれ、ようやく終わりかなと思いきや、すいません、まだ続きます。
Yeah, you thought we were done, huh? No.
God.
ここからはですね、エバーコールドへと続いていく、パッチ 7.5X シリーズがあるので、ちょっとざっとね、それも紹介させてください。
Again, while we're finished talking about Evercold, before Evercold, we have the 7.5X series.
まず新たなリミテッドジョブ、魔術使いがやってきます。
The biggest update being
Shield
the
and
launch of our
axe.
second limited job, Beastmaster.
こちらはですね、パッチ 7.56 で
It was able to run on for a while on consoles without getting the expansion, but over a decade, consoles were defunct. Yeah.
リリース予定です。
And this will be coming patch 7.56.
先日のね、PLL でもお伝えしましたが、
That gear is really cute.
So like I talked about in the latest producer or letter from the producer live, Beastmaster is all about taming creatures.
それらのね、魔獣たちとコンビネーションで自身のアクションローテーションが変わるね、新しいバトルとか。
And then you fight with them in battle, employing unique battle action rotations that changes based on your pet.
さらにはやり込み要素満載の専用コンテンツなど用意してますので、ぜひこちら楽しみにしててください。
And we've got a lot of job-specific content ready for you to sink your teeth into, so please look forward to it.
そしてまだまだあります。
Yes.
長らくすいません、引っ張ってお待たせしました。次なる絶シリーズいよいよ登場です。
Okay, and sorry for the wait. Like I promised, it's time to reveal the next ultimate raid. Check it out.
We've already seen the Kefka.
世界で一番の力を私は取り込んだ。それ以外のものなどカスだ、カス以下だ、カス以下のゲソだ。全部破壊して死の世界を作るのだ。
This is meant to be our ultimate encounter.
Dave Wittenberg having to be like, I'm excited to return as Kafka for like 3 lines.
さあ、今回の絶シリーズ、その名もコンテンツ名、日本語タイトルは絶妖精乱舞です。
That's right. Our next ultimate raid is Dancing Mad.
次元の狭間オメガというレイドシリーズでですね、オメガによって生み出された14の世界に生み出された存在である。
You mad.
Yes, it looks like Omega's latest creation from the interdimensional rift is none other than Kefka.
そのケフカをテーマにですね、ケフカをテーマに壮大なバトルコンテンツ仕上げました。
And again, we have prepared an
I
epic
thought it was
battle that's
Damn You.
based all around Kefka.
Because it's like, because think about it, damn you. So like DMU, because Dancing Mad Ultimate. So damn you.
ほら、今の動画ね。
But yeah, you
いや
mad.
別にサベージとあんま変わんないんじゃないって。
And so some of you may have been watching this and thinking, that doesn't look that much different from Savage.
この悪そうな顔を見てよ。
Look at his face. Does that look like a face that would make it easier than Savage?
まあ相当すごいです。正直、ネタバレしたくないので抑えたんで、むちゃくちゃ面白く仕上がりましたんで。
So yes, it's going to be a crazy battle. We didn't want to release too much here because it would spoil the whole battle, but
Yeah.
believe me, it's going to be epic.
で、今回ですね、スペシャルゲストとして、そもそも FF6 でケフカ生み出した野村哲也さんにもアーティストとして参加していただいてます。
And we even got the original designer of the FF6 Kefka, Nomura Tetsuya, to help with the design of this in-game character.
それからですね、今回のケフカ、めちゃめちゃボイスがあります。めちゃめちゃ喋ります。
And as you could hear in the video, Kefka is pretty chatty during this battle.
哲さんにはですね、そのボイス収録もめちゃめちゃフォローしていただきましたんで、この場を借りてお礼申し上げます。哲さんありがとうございました。
And again, Tetsuya Nomura-san also helped a lot supervise this voice recording as well. So he was very involved in the creation this time, and we thank him.
Nomura-san, yeah.
はい。
I still remember that one thing with freaking Yoshi P looked at some of the designs and he's like, yeah, this looks like something Tetsuya Nomura would make. But he meant it in a nice way and people like took it as a diss.
こちらのですね、
They're good friends. I'm pretty sure they're
パッ
friends.
チ 7.51 でいよいよリリースとなります。
And the release of this ultimate Dancing Mad will be coming in patch 7.5.1.
いや。まあ、やってやるぜっていう方どれぐらいいますか？
Who's ready to battle Kefka? Yeah?
Oh.
Yeah?
いるいる。
Okay.
まあ、もちろん攻略する方の中で、配信とかされながらね、プレイする方もいると思うんですけど、コンテンツにチャレンジしない方、ぜひですね、配信も見てください。多分ね、めちゃめちゃ盛り上がると思うんで。
And again, I know a lot of you will be playing, but a lot of you maybe won't be playing. But we recommend to those people who are not going to be playing the content to watch it on streams because it is very, very interesting.
はい。では、パッチ 7.51 楽しみにお待ちください。
All right, so please look forward to patch 7.51.
そして 7.5X で、今までですね、スケジュールがやっぱり数ヶ月遅れていた、中国版、
Korean
中
version.
国版はいよいよグローバル同期をパッチ 7.4 でできたんですけど、それに続いてですね、韓国版もグローバル版と同じスケジュールになります。本当は韓国、非課線の皆さん、大変お待たせしました。
Again, our next announcement is specifically for our fans in Korea. Soon we'll be completing our patch release schedule synchronization for our global and Korean versions very soon. We already finished the synchronization with the Chinese and global versions back in 7.4, and now it's time for our Korean version.
レイドレース相当盛り上がったというふうに聞いてます。
Again, with that synchronization that we had with the Chinese version and the global versions back in 7.4, we saw a especially heated race to world first.
韓国版プレイヤーの皆さんにも本当ね大変お待たせしたんですけど、ぜひぜひ楽しんでください。
Again, we're excited to see what our Korean fans can bring with this new update.
そして次のお知らせはこちら。
All right, and our next announcement.
フリートライアルの範囲拡大のお知らせです。
Have you
Yeah.
heard that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has its own free trial? The critically acclaimed.
フリートライアルの範囲拡大のお知らせです。
Have you heard that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has its own free trial?
No excuse.
来週リリースされるパッチ 7.5 からフリートライアルの範囲が拡大されて、漆黒のヴィランズを
Oh
含め
man.
パッチ 5.5 までプレイ可能となります。
Shadowbringers.
The release of patch 7.5 next week, we're going to be updating the free trial to go all the way through patch 5.5 in Shadowbringers content.
ぜひですね、
Guys, each expansion is like 30 hours. You're getting 120 hours plus of content for free. For free. But the free trial I don't think is on Steam. I don't think the free trial is on Steam. Also, I'm very concerned here. Now you can get bunny girls. Yeah. I think I still have my command. No, it doesn't work. Hold on, I gotta fix it. Cloudbot's probably off. Streamlabs, your Cloudbot needs to not turn off when it wants to. Let me see. Cloudbot. Yeah, like this should be turning off. Like turn on. Los dos. Thank you. Because I have, yeah. So now I have to change this. Now I have to change this. So I have to change this to now say Shadowbringers. Let me do that right now too. That's crazy.
これを機会にお友達とかご家族とかお誘いいただけますと幸いです。
If you have a friend or loved one looking to get into Final Fantasy XIV, now couldn't be a better time.
Please. さあ、じゃあちょっと、まだまだですね、パッチ 7.5X にはすいません、未発表のコンテンツも実はあるんですけど、それはちょっとまた別の機会。
Just imagine. Yeah, no. That's the thing too. Like, then that means that maybe by 9.0, Endwalker's gonna be free. And then you'll have the whole Hydaelyn saga, the whole Hydaelyn and Zodiark saga. You'll have that whole saga for fucking free. Like, that's insane. Not to mention, because except for female Hrothgar, that means that all the races will eventually be free. Because now, once Shadowbringers becomes free, which will only be a couple days, that means that now you can play a Viera or a Hrothgar for free. You just got two free new races. When Endwalker eventually happens, you'll have the male Viera. And then when eventually Dawntrail becomes free, then you'll have the female Hrothgar. Like, eventually all the races are going to be free. That's insane.
移るとしてスケジュールと代表的な実装内容を確認しておきましょう。
All right, and there is even more content coming in the 7.5X series that we haven't even talked about yet, but there'll be time to talk about that in the next few weeks. So for now, I want to show you the patch release schedule for some major content release milestones.
まず今、北米のファンフェスありますね。
Okay, so we start off with Anaheim right there at the beginning.
まずは週明け、パッチ 7.5 が来週火曜日に実装となります。
And then next Tuesday, we have the release of patch 7.5.
Tomorrow.
実装されるコンテンツはこんな感じですね。
And here's what's coming with 7.5.
Oh.
で、これ以降も、
Part
続
one.
々とマイナーパッチでコンテンツが実装されていきます。
And continuing on from here, we're going to continue on with minor
New
updates.
trial.
次、6月2日です。
So 7.5.
And then in June
2nd.
2nd.
こちらでは、 コスモエクスプローラーとか、
Cosmo-
お得意様とか、アルティメットが実装
Cosmic
となります。
Exploration
And during this time,
Star.
Cosmic Exploration,
I haven't
new
even
custom deliveries,
fucked
and
with
of
any of
course,
this.
Dancing
What?
Cat will be coming in patch 751.
レイ
Custom
ドに
delivers
行く皆さん
to、Soulja.
6月2日
Is this Bakul Jaja's mom? Can we dress her up like we did Emiliance now?
開始なので、
We're gonna
スケ
dress
ジュー
up
ルと
all the
会場の
moms.
準備をぜひよろしくお願いします。
So for those of you that are going to be tackling Kefka on this day, you need to start training and preparing right now,
Now.
hydrating.
そしてその後ですね、欧州のファンフェスがあります。
And then we have our fan festival in Berlin.
ファン
これは
フェス
ですね、7月25、26、ドイツ、ベルリンで
Oh, it's
開
only
催と
over
な
2
りま
days.
す。
That's
Who
Saturday
wants
the
to be a
25th
gillionaire?
of July and Sunday the 26th of July.
さあ、その後、パッチ 7.55 がやってきます。
And then right after that, we have patch 7.55.
こちらで欧州ファンフェス直後ですね、ヒルディブランド、クレセントアイル、
Inconceivably further Hildebrand
Weapon
adventures.
and
Occult
And then with
Crescent,
755, we have
Northern
Hildebrand,
Horn.
Occult Crescent, and Phantom Weapons.
そして 7.56、
And then 7.56 comes,
メインクエストパート2と魔術会がやってまいりま
and
す
the。main scenario quest.
Oh! Oh, they're gonna leave the main quest at such a cliffhanger? Have they done that before? I don't feel like they have. Oh no! Oh!
Parts 2, as well as the launch of Beastmaster.
その後、日本のファンフェスがございま
Fan
And then we have the
Fest
Tokyo
が
Fan Fest.
す。こちらが10月31日、11
あー
月1日ですね。
And then October 31st
The
and November
Watcher.
1st of 2026.
というわけでですね、ファンフェスの新情報のみならず、
They usually end. Oh, they usually end it with a huge cliffhanger. Okay, so they've done the final MSQ patch. They usually split
メイン
it.
シナリオのアッ
Okay.
プデートとか、さまざまなコンテンツ、どんどん順次つながっていくようにリリー
It
スさ
might
れます
only
ので、
be like
ぜひ
it might still be like 3 or 4
じっくり
hours.
いろんなコンテンツを楽しんでお待ちいただければと思います。
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
we've got
It
a
might
lot in
still be
store for
like
you
3,
this
4
year, and
hours
we'll
each. So
provide
that's 8
updates
hours
as
a
we
con.
get closer to
Oh,
8.0's launch through FanFests and PLLs,
Oh.
so hop on and enjoy the ride to Evercold.
というわけで、ファイナルファンタジー 14.8.0 エヴァーコールド白銀のワンダラーは2027年1月発売予定です。どうぞお楽しみに。
And that is it, really. Evercold 8.0 coming January 2027.
we have to do the Hildebrand
めちゃくちゃ
stuff.
に濃くなった
We don't have a lot of time.
皆様いかがだったでしょうか。
I haven't done
Lots of
any of it.
Lots of exciting stuff, right?
We were gonna do it today, but this has been a big reaction day, and I've been having a lot of fun just watching this stuff.
半分ぐらい終わりました。
Oh,
So with this, half of my work is done at the fan festival.
let me see trailer, please. Trailer for Evercold, Alula? You want to watch the trailer? Do you want to watch the trailer? Yes. Okay. We can put it on. We can put it on. Here, let me turn off the chat. Make this big. I'll keep the captions off and I'll raise this quite a bit. So it is a little bit hard to hear the old lady. Can we progress Hildebrand on DC travel? I don't see why not.
One more time? It's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! ready. Tell me about the promised land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end. From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught. But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold, cold and still. Men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the skies.
Then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as far wanderer.
It's coming in January. Coming in January. It's coming. And apparently I like it shows Alphino and Heckin. Ain't no way Y'shtola is gonna not come to another freaking reflection. We know she wants to. I just wanted to freaking cause Google. Like, yeah, no, it's gonna be it's gonna be crazy.
いや、では、基調講演、もう山場に来たので、この人にちょっとご登壇いただいて、皆様にご挨拶いただこうかなと思います。
So now that my work is done, I can hand off all the work to some more important people.
株式会社
You know,
スクエア
it's
エニックス
crazy.
CEO
Like, I was watching the trailer and I wanted to cry. Like, I could feel myself want to cry. I feel like the full trailer might make me cry. Like, the patch trailer for 7.5 made me want to cry. Evercold's teaser made me want to cry. I feel like once we see the actual trailer, like, I'm gonna cry.
はい、ありがとうございます。さあ、それでは、桐生さん、全世界の光の戦士と、会場で集まってくれてる北米の
All
光の
right,
戦士の
this
皆さん
guy's
に
gonna
感
talk
想をお願いします。
about Switch 2.
え
Approximately
ー
1
その
month
後で
plus
すね
free.
先行プレイ発音でよりも前、先行プレイ期間というのを設けさせていただきます。
But to make sure that our servers are stable, we'll be starting with a short early access period of about a month.
先行プレイは約1ヶ月間を予定しています。
Like I said, this period is scheduled to last approximately 1 month.
で、この先行プレイ期間中は無料で遊んでいただけます。
During this period, no Switch 2's version subscription fees will be collected.
はい。その後ですね、先行プレイが終わったら正式サービス開始という流れになります。
Then, once early access is over, official service begins.
ただしですね、すみません。どうしてもお知らせしておかないことがあってですね、プレイ料金についてです。
Now, by no means do I wish to throw cold water on this amazing announcement, but I do need to talk about subscriptions.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, Xbox and PlayStation 4, I think you have to pay online subscriptions to even play online on top of your internet bill. and then you have to pay the monthly subscription to 14. That's also why I cannot fathom how people still play this game on a console, because not only do you have to pay your internet bill, like, not only do you have to pay for your internet bill, but then you have to pay another subscription fee to use PlayStation Online or Xbox Live. And then you have to pay the subscription for the game. Why would you do this to yourself? Why would you do this to yourself? I don't understand. And I think on top of that, the free trials aren't on console. Like, the free trials aren't on the console. Because other games on console, I guess, again, maybe it's because I'm not a console player, and that's why I don't understand. But why pay more? And nowadays, people wonder why we don't have money. Exactly. It's just not fiscally responsible.
これまでのファイナルファンタジー14では、それぞれのプラットフォームにてパッケージのね権利を購入していただければ、どのプラットフォームでもサブスクリプション共通ですよという仕組みで。
I do notice he has a little ancient keychain. It's very reflective, but it's an ancient.
As you know, in the past, Final Fantasy XIV has only required players to purchase one subscription to be able to play on any platform. Again, as long as you have purchased the game for that platform, of course.
Yeah.
ただしですね、スイッチ2の場合に関しては、パッケージとスイッチ2というプラットフォームでプレイする料金が、必要になるというふうに、なっております。
However, after discussions with Nintendo, it was decided that the Switch 2 version of Final Fantasy XIV would require a separate subscription.
こちらについてはすごく任天堂の様と協議を
Yeah.
ずっと
So
重ねて
now imagine being a PlayStation player on 14. But then also wanting to play it on your Switch. You have to get a whole new subscription. Because again, as long as you had it on the platform, you only needed one account. You only had to pay for one account. If I had my account and I wanted to play it on a PS4, I just had to get the PS4 or the PS5 or the Xbox version. And unless I'm not understanding correctly, I could play my same Polo on Xbox and PlayStation 4. And I guess Steam. I don't know. I don't use Steam for 14. All these subs are essentially having an off server and user purchase data, and that's it. Yeah. Whereas Switch 2, you have to buy specifically the Switch version. And that was a polite speak for it. We tried, but Nintendo was adamant about rat fucking you all. Yeah, after conversations with Nintendo, this is what they've left us with. Yeah, so
というプラットフォームでプレイする料金が、必
consoles
要
were
にな
built
る
on
と
having the
いうふうに
majority casual audience for games, so they got greedy. In fact, blame
なって
Xbox.
おり
Yeah.
ます。
However, after discussions with Nintendo, it was decided that the Switch 2 version of Final Fantasy XIV would require a separate subscription.
こちらについてはすごく任天堂の様と協議をねずっと重ねてきた結果で、ちょっとこれまでとね異なるサービスになって
So you essentially have to pay for 2 subscriptions to play on a Switch as
しま
well.
うんですが、どうぞご容赦いただ
On
けると
top of
幸い
having
で
to
す。
buy the
Again,
Switch
this is,
version.
decided after many months of discussions with Nintendo, and I understand that this is different to how we've done things before, but
ただし、まず任天堂スイッチオンラインのメンバーシップはなしで大丈
Thank
夫です。
fuck.
the following concessions have been made. One, you will be able to play Final Fantasy XIV on the Switch 2 without a Nintendo Switch Online membership.
そ
Thank
してですね、
fuck.
今14を他の
Active subscription paying users on other platforms. You get 50%
プラット
off.
フォームでプレイしている方は、スイッチでのプレイ料金が半額になります。
And two, active subscription playing 14 users playing the game on another platform will get 50% off the Switch 2 version subscription.
はい。もちろんこれから新たにね、スイッチ
So if you already have, I missed when you got the discount for playing 11 and 14. Yeah, so from what it sounds like here, again, if you just want to play Final Fantasy 14 on a Switch 2, you do not need Nintendo Switch Online. That's good. because it would be absolute fucking bullshit if Nintendo was like, nope, they have to buy the Switch version, they have to have a Nintendo Switch online membership, and they have to pay a subscription. That, I would have been like, sorry then, no deal. I would have, if they were like, well, they really tried to bring Nintendo around. These concessions show just how much Nintendo refused to share subscription. Yup. Nintendo is so fucking staunch and so fucking stubborn. As I've gone older, I've kind of low-key grown to hate Nintendo. I've low-key grown to hate Nintendo because Nintendo does not want to adapt, does not want to bend to anybody because they are Nintendo. And one day, it's going to bite Nintendo in the ass. It's going to bite Nintendo in the ass one day. The fact that they do not want to bend for anything and for anybody. It already has. Like, it's already been showing. Like, even though, honestly, Nintendo would probably have come out making more out of this if you shared your Final Fantasy subscription but required Nintendo Online, which, yeah, like, if you were already subscribed, like, because again, here's that thing. They could have just made it where you have to get the Switch version and you have to have Nintendo Switch Online. But other than that, are you already paying for 14? Good. Have fun playing. Just get the version you want. It could have easily been like everybody else. But Nintendo doesn't want to. Nintendo doesn't want to be like everybody else. They want to be special. They think they're special. And because of that, they're like, no. They need to not only buy our version, but they need to pay a whole new subscription. It's got to be its own thing. And but for what? For what? For what? So your fucking Switch can blow up?
2で14をプレイするよという方は、パッケージと
Just because they are first doesn't make them best. And Sony and Microsoft probably think their rivals are PC and not each other.
プレイ料金だけで、それ以外に費用はかからないので、皆さんぜひご理解とご協力の方よろしくお願いします。
Of course, for Warriors of Light, both new and old, looking only to play on the Nintendo Switch 2, you only need that one Switch 2 version subscription, the game and nothing else. So, thank you for your understanding in this matter.
Yeah, if people just want to play on the Switch 2, then don't worry about it. But if you're a PC player that for whatever reason wants to play on fucking Switch, too bad. If you, this is essentially, do you want to take Final Fantasy 14 with you? Too bad. Too bad. Do you love this game and now want to take it with you? Too bad. Pay up. Not to mention mobile market is absolutely killing Nintendo. Oh, absolutely. It would have been a much smarter business decision too. Tempt people to get online, and once they have it, you can make them think, I wonder what else I can get since I have it anyway. Exactly. But they didn't. I don't understand how Nintendo, like, keeps failing upward. They crashed hard with not allowing Genshin Another free to play on Switch. Let's face it, people who want Mobile 14 already have a Steam Deck. That's true. But that's the thing too. The Steam Deck is an active competitor to the Switch, and they're not thinking about it. They don't want to think about it.
Online membership.
Nintendo Switch を来た結果で、ちょっとこれまでとね、異なるサービスになってしまうんですが、どうぞご容赦いただけると幸いです。
And again, this is, decided after many months of discussions with
like,
platforms only required players to purchase.
やってまいりました。
As you know, in the past, Final Fantasy XIV has only required players to purchase one subscription to be able to play on any platform. Again, as long as you have purchased the game for that platform.
Yeah.
Of course.
ただしですね、スイッチ2の場合に関しては、パッケージとスイッチ2というプラットフォームでプレイする料金が、必要になるというふうに、なっております。
However, after discussions with Nintendo, it was decided that the Switch 2 version of Final Fantasy XIV would require a separate subscription.
こちらについてはすごく
That's crazy. Imagine paying $30 to pay what you've already... Imagine paying double to... Oh, God. I hate it. Japanese companies don't usually consider global markets. No, they don't. They have a bit of a hard. Not all companies, but they have a hard. Some of them have a hard time. They just for some reason can't see past their
Again,
nose.
this is, decided after many months of discussions with Nintendo.
Is this a
and I
Nintendo
understand
rep?
That this is different to how we've
Shame.
done things before.
No.
But
まず、任天堂スイッチオンラインのメンバーシップはなしで大丈夫です。
the following concessions have been made. One, you will be able to play Final Fantasy XIV on the Switch 2 without a Nintendo Switch Online membership.
Yeah, and again, good.
そしてですね、今、14を他のプラットフォームでプレイしている方は、スイッチでのプレイ料金が半額になります。
And two, active subscription playing 14 users playing the game on another platform
Yeah.
will get 50% off the Switch 2 version subscription.
はい。まあもちろんこ
You
れから
still have to pay for it though. Like, okay, you get 50% off. I'm just not gonna play it on the Switch. I'm just not. Maybe it's because I'm already a PC player, but I'm already not gonna play it on the Switch. Like, why? Why would I pay for not only the Switch version, but then a whole other subscription? No, I'm not doing
新
that.
たにね、スイッチ2で14をプレイするよという方は、パッケージと、プレイ料金だけで、それ以外に費用はかからないので、皆さん
They
ぜひ
tried.
ご理解と
They did their
ご協力
best.
の
I
方
have to
よろしくお願い
salute
し
that
ます
they did their best
For Warriors alike, both
to
new and old,
work with
looking only to play on
Nintendo,
Nintendo
but
Switch 2, you only need
God.
that one Switch 2 version subscription, the game and nothing else. So, Nintendo.
よろしくお願いします。はかからないので、皆さんぜひご理解とご協力の方よろしくお願いします。
Of course, for Warriors alike, both new and old, looking only to play on the Nintendo Switch 2, you only need that one Switch 2 version subscription, the game and nothing else.
Yeah,
So,
you,
thank
if you
for
if
your
you just
understanding
want to play it on
this
the Switch, then this is nothing new.
arigatou
This is
gozaimasu.
nothing new. This is if you were already not playing the game
え
because you wanted it to be on
え
Switch 2, this is
せっかく
perfect for you. So there's
ー
that.
ようやく任天堂プラットフォームで
It's
発
for
表でき
it's
た
to
ので、
get it's mostly to get new players. It's not for old players. It's for new players. Is what it is at the end of the day. So it is what it is.
スイッチ2持ってきました。
And now, before we finish up, you'd like to see the Switch 2 version up and running, right?
ちょっと
Fucking
最初これ
cable.
だけ皆さんの携帯 Wi-Fi あると無線は怖いんでちょっとユーセージしてますが、
Yeah, we're scared that someone might steal our Wi-Fi, so we have it connected up with a LAN cable. But
Yeah, no, and that's again, it's like playing with a controller.
サーバーから
You're just playing controller.
I was playing. This is on the development server. It's playing right now.
やっぱり任天堂スイッチ2といえばね、やっぱりこの携帯モードで
He's also in the
いつでも
Beastmaster.
どこでも遊べるっていうところが売りなので、また
Focus.
皆さんのプレイスタイル、いろんなプレイスタイルで14楽しめるということの一つかなと思ってます。
Of course, the best part about the Switch 2 version is playing on the go, and this version works great. With this version, we hope to give players even more freedom to play that the way you want to.
めっちゃプレイしづらいの。まあ普通にね、遊べますよ。
Yeah.
これ携帯モード中なので、気軽にね、いろんなところで楽しんでもらえれば、誰か、そうアップにして。はい、ありがとうございます。
Get a
はい
close-up of this? Yeah.
No, if it works, it works.
かなり開発進んでま
I
して
don't doubt that it
8月に
works.
ちゃんとリリースできそうな見込みです。
All right, and development is proceeding as planned, and like we said, we plan to have it ready for that test by August.
Yep, that's fine.
ここで、この壇上でですね、リアルタイムにスイッチ2でデモをしたいと言ったところですね、任天堂の本当たくさんの方々にめちゃくちゃ多くのご協力をいただきました。本当にこの場を借りてお礼申し上げます。ありがとうございました。
A week ago, I had this great idea to play the Switch 2 on stage here, and Nintendo kind of freaked out a little. They're like, what? But they cooperated and helped us so much to make this happen. So thank you, Nintendo, very much to help us make this happen on the stage today.
さあ、では、ここで桐生さんから改めて、皆さんに向けて、スピーチをお願いしたいと思います。桐生さんよろしくお願いします。
Before we end today, Kiryu-san has a special message for all of you, so we'd like to hand the floor over to Kiryu-san.
Okay, thank you so much for the my introduction, Yoshi and Coach-san. And from now on, I will deliver my message in English. Thank you.
All right. And then the development panel is like
we
another
announced
later.
so many things today, including the latest expansion, Evercold, Evangelion crossover, and the Nintendo Switch 2's launch. So, are you ready, excited for them?
President and CEO Square.
That's
Okay, so
good to hear.
he's a Squeenix CEO.
Anyway,
Hell
when
yeah.
we first started work on Evercold, Yoshi P approached me for a quick consultation, which I soon learned was more of an impression demand. He told me looking ahead to the next 10 years, you have to let our team limit break.
Well, thank you.
So we can accomplish even bigger and better things.
I love how he's trying to speak in English. He's doing his best.
That way, we can make a game that will not only appeal to, but amaze current, returning, and future warriors of light for years to come.
He's doing his best. I salute him.
And then
He's
went
so
on
young
to
looking.
describe
He's being
what
probably being
those
bullied.
bigger and better things were. And then he was finished. I was speechless. And going back to my room, I thought to myself, is it even possible to ever go that big? But to the team's credit, they've definitely gone big so far. And what we've shared with you today is only the beginning.
Yeah, because I think this is a new CEO.
Yoshi P and the team will continue to challenge themselves leading up to Evercold's launch and well after that. Why? So
Because it's our
you
lifeblood.
and they can shatter your expectations.
Because Final Fantasy XIV is our lifeblood until the next 7
On
game.
that note, are you ready to join Yoshi and his team? Are you join us?
Yoshi B has done so fucking much for Squeenix.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I promise, as both the CEO of Square Enix and a fellow warrior of light like you, that I will give them all the support that they need to make epic adventures.
Oh, if he's a player too, then yeah, no, please. He's
Thank
like,
you
I
very
will
much.
give them all the support. Yes, please. We need it. We want it.
Now,
It deserves it.
Please enjoy the rest of Fanfest. Thank you.
ありがとうございました
With how much money Yoshi P has brought to the company with 14, absolutely, he deserves it.
14のめっちゃでかいサポートもらえるって
I'm gonna beat him up afterwards.
Right, yeah, he's promised his support. Let's do this.
He promised support, yeah.
さあではありがとうございました、このままオープニングに移りたいと思いますのでアナハイムに来てる開発運営チームコミュニティチームの皆さんステージへお願いします
All right, now with the
Stage,
keynote complete, let's move on to the
お願いします。
opening ceremony by inviting to the stage our guests from the development and operation team.
Our opening ceremony, 3 hours in, of course, absolutely. All right, where's the development?
Is it egg for Crystal?
It's a roulette show, and then development panel. But yeah, that's the thing too. I'm pretty sure on console, someone please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure you can't play the free trial on anything but PC. Memorable items available in the online store. Oh yeah, there's a little red minion. You guys can't see it behind the chat. And then there's the Harley Daytona. Purchase the concert streams, watch live, and enjoy the archive. Yay, a bucket chair to get my ass stuck in. Don't you interchangeable magnetic roll? God damn it, don't do that to me. Actually, it's not that bad. It's not a butt bucket. I fucking hate gamer chairs, bro. They got that butt bucket going on. Oh, that's cool. It's got a little magnetic thing.
Sounds are coming from all around.
Different.
Thank you. Just skip one. Secret lab is really nice. Get the fat chicken emote. Didn't we get this? Did we get the chicken emote with the KFC collab? The 6-piece bucket bundle. Freaking, there's no Jollibee here. I want to go to a Jollibee. I just heard the food is fire. No chocobos were harmed. Upgrade your gear. Yes, but that was only in Japan. Oh. Emote requires purchase of qualifying meal or merch. $10 off 6-piece bucket bundle. Here, feel, think, Jollibee. We get it.
Placeable life. I would protect them all if I could.
Oh yeah.
But if doing so means ushering in...
I got the meal Saturday. It was fine, but the wait and distance made it not a great experience. Is it all Jollibees? Because there's just not one here. I'm getting the closest Jollibee I know of is in the coast in Vancouver.
Annihilation. Then what can we possibly do?
Participating ones. Okay. Yeah, there's no Jollibee close by, and it's probably only America. It's probably not Canada. So Canada just gets fucking shafted again, like always.
You've no recourse but to cower before my true power.
I know that laugh is, they're making that laugh an emote.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
I still have to do the Hildebrand.
The amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. So many seeds of life have already been lost. Countless perish as nature.
Every single 11 player in that has that in that have that laugh. And that laugh experience, Pete.
But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice. And no one will be left alive. No one.
Every single 11 player have that laugh. Ah, lordy. Okay, it's just ads for a good bit. It's so nice seeing the artwork. Alright, here we go. We probably won't be on the development panel for long.
さあ、戻ってまいりました。お待たせしました。そこまで言う？
はい。
そこまで言います？
あ、もう言いました。
聞こえてないわ、俺全然。
Whoops. Sorry. Little technical difficulties. One moment.
あゆみさん、喋って
Jester bought me a chicken sandwich,
Turning the
so...
knob.
Okay, thanks.
There we go.
ちょっと無理。
Okay,
いや
thanks.
ごめんすいません、合わせてました。
無理無理。
さあ、戻ってまいりました。ここからは、デブパネル、開発パネルとして、今日、先ほどの基調講演でお伝えした、バトルの大きなシステム追加、リボーンと、それからエボルブ、この2つのモード、何が違うのか、主にエボルブの方を中心にお伝えします。一旦お願いします。
はい。So we are back. So we mentioned about new battle system, the reborn and evolved system. And so now that we have our development panel, we'd like to go a little bit in depth, focusing more on the evolved mode.
Explain.
それと同時にですね、他にもいくつか、バトルシステム 8.0 から、変更する要素がありますので、それらも合わせて、この開発パネルでその意図も含めてお伝えしていこうと思います。
And also there will be updates made to like job systems in general, and through with the launch of 8.0. And we want to explain how that is set up, as well as the intent behind how we designed it in this development panel.
改めまして、ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, thank you for having me here, producer and director Naoki Yoshida.
さあ、ではここからは、バトルシステムデザイナーの玉木君にも同席してもらいたいと思います。
And so, yeah, we brought Hikaru Tamaki here. He is the battle system designer, and we would like for him to also speak on the subject.
さあ、ではちょっと一言ね、ご挨拶お願いします。
Before that, if you could say hi to the audience.
はい、改めまして皆さん、はじめまして、バトルシステムプランナーの玉木です。
All right, hello everyone. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Hikaru Tamaki, Battle System Planner on Final Fantasy XIV.
絶対に緊張するんで、事前にコウジさんからは緊張しない方法を伝授してもらったんで、今日は大丈夫だと思います。
So this is my first time doing a panel like this, and I'm very nervous. So before
He is
I
very
decided to do
nervous.
this panel, I asked Koji if there's any advice on how to stay relaxed, and I got some good advice. So hopefully I can make it through the panel today.
待って待って、俺、そのアドバイス聞いたことないんだけど。
Wait, wait, wait. I didn't hear about this advice. What?
ちなみにどんなアドバイスだ
Well, what did he tell you?
非課線の皆さんの一人一人の顔を見ると絶対に緊張するから顔は見るなっていうふうに教わりました。
Basically, I told him that if you look in the eyes of everyone, then you will probably die. So don't look anyone in the eye.
でもね、日本では、こういう時、緊張しないためには、お客様のことを野菜だと思えっていう例えがあるんで、それに比べたらまだマシです。
I mean, in Japan, we say, just think of the audience as a vegetable patch. So, I mean, I guess it's better than that.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
まあじゃあ早速できるだけラフに楽しくやっていきたいと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
Yeah, so this is going to be a casual discussion, but yeah, I hope you enjoy.
じゃあ席行きましょう。
Let us take our seats.
Don't worry, you're behind a block. You should be fine.
私のパワーポイントの PC の
Okay, so we are
電
going
源
to
が
first
入っていません。
bring up. Oh dear.
ダウンしております。
Goodness.
The is down.
Did we get
Tech issues.
Scuff.
Scuff.
Not only is this my first time on an international business trip, this is actually my first time out of Japan ever.
Baby boy.
And
Fresh
you
out
had
the
a
egg.
little trouble at the airport, right?
空港に着いて飛行機を降りた後に他のスタッフの方が降りてくるのを待ってたんですが、10分ぐらい待ってても誰も出てこなくて、このまま待っててもしょうがないから入国審査だけ済ませてしまおうと思ったらとんでもない列ができていました。
So, it's my first time, so I get off the plane, and I'm waiting for everyone else to get off the plane, thinking that they're behind me. And I wait, and I wait, and I wait, and no one comes. And the whole time, the immigration line is just getting longer and longer and longer, and I went, where is everybody?
でこのまま待ってもしょうがないと思ったんで入国審査に行ったんですけど、もう何もかもがわからない状態なんで言葉もわからないし、並んでいる列が正しいかもわからないし、初めての国で一人ぼっちだって完全に終わったと思いました。
So I had to do something. So no one was coming, so I got in line. But I didn't know if it was the right line. I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know where I was. I was lost and alone in a strange country with no one there to help me. I thought it was all over.
まあこれね、ひどいのはね、玉木くんではないんですよ。
So, you know who's really the culprit or like the person who's actually cruel here?
我々海外出張慣れてる組が残り全員でして、イミグレのラインが長くなる前に今だって言ってすごいスピードで出ていくんですよ。結果全員出てからあれ玉木くんが来ない。
So the rest of us are all used to traveling overseas, and so we saw that the line for immigration was pretty light. So we were like, "Oh shoot, this is our chance!" And we rushed through. So we're done. And then we noticed, wait, where's Tamaki?
いや、なので、玉木くんが一番人格者だったっていう、我々をね、全員待っててくれたら、一人取り残され、俺たちはもう我先にと出てしまっていて。
So the poor guy, he was just being nice and waiting for everybody to come.
Everybody
we
already
just
passed.
blew right through immigration, and we left the poor guy waiting for us and got stuck behind. So yikes, yeah.
まあそれぐらいいい人なんで、ぜひ皆さん応援してあげてくだ
He's
さ
a very nice guy, so your encouragement would be appreciated.
All right.
い。当たって、
I would like for Tamaki to introduce himself.
その前に軽く自己紹介をさせてください。
So yes, my main job today is to talk about the new battle system being implemented.
Yes, please.
With the launch of Evercold. But before I begin, I want to talk a little bit about who I am.
まず僕がスクエアエニックスに入社したのが2013年の9月で FF14 が申請した4日後でした。
So I joined Square Enix in September of 2013, 4 days after the launch of A Realm Reborn.
前職はゲーム雑誌の編集者やライターをしていました。
So before joining Square, I was a writer and editor for a game magazine.
それまではゲームをプレイする側の立場だったんですが、仕事でいろんなタイトルや開発者の方と関わらせていただくうちに、少しずつゲームに対しての接し方であったり、感じ方が変わっていって、いつかは作る側になってみたいという興味が強くなっていました。
So I had always been a gamer, but being a writer helped me see game development from a different angle. And before long, I had developed an
を勝った際にちょっとやばいやつだと思われるので、当時よく面倒を見て
you know what I was about to do.
いや、今でも覚えてる、勝ってる。
Okay, come on.
job.
まあ、
I would love to watch your life story another time, not today, hon.
Servers, so I
に感謝しています。
And so thanks to Yoshida-san and my fellow battle team members such as Gondai-san and Yokozawa-san, thanks to them inviting me to those meetups when I first joined Square Enix, I was able to get the chance to communicate with people in the company that otherwise I wouldn't have had.
We're like, oh no, and that's when Tony came to the.
お仕事なんかもちょっと。
For what he. Okay.
Whoa.
Password.
これが自分が担当させていただいた仕事の一覧です。
So this is a list of some of the things I've worked on since joining the team.
基本的には、
So
ジョ
he's
ブな
worked
ど
on
の
Hawk
プレイヤーキャ
Manor,
ラクター周りの
Tamtara
仕事をする
Deepcroft,
ことが多いんですが、
Some
たまにバトルコンテンツを作らせてもらう
Alpha
こともあり
Escape.
ます。
So for the most part,
Oh, he worked on Eden's verse. He worked on the Refulgence on
with things
Shiva.
related to the player character, such as job actions,
The job
but every now and
designs.
then-
好きかもしれないね。
Yeah, I played a lot of the raids, but I think this is one of my favorites.
Aethero, my beloved. Yeah.
to the player character.
Yeah, he worked on Aethero Chemical Research Facility, the Readerana Lighthouse, Construct 7. He worked on Shiva. He worked on Chaos. He worked on the job designs for Ninja for 2.4, Machinist, Astrologian for 3.0, Samurai for 4.0, Dancer for 5.0, Reaper for 6, and Pictomancer for 7.
Such as job actions, but every now and then I get to help implement and create battle content as well.
この中だと特に表面にいます。
Okay, so that's all about me. Let's now move over into the new battle system that we're implementing with Evercold.
Thank you.
基
Please
調講演
explain.
で吉田さんから発表のあった2つのバトルモードのリボーンモードとエボルブモードについて実況を交えながら具体的に解説していきます。
So specifically, I want to go into a little more detail about the two different modes, Reborn mode and Evolved mode.
Yeah.
まず今回のバトルシステムの改修のコンセプトとして今後もより長くより多くの人に FF14 のバトルを楽しんでもらいたいというものがあります。
So first off, I wanted to introduce the development concept that we had when designing this new system, and that is, we wanted to build something that players both new and old would enjoy for years to come.
このコンセプトを形にするために2つのバトルモードに分けることにしました。
And that ultimately led us to the decision to have two modes instead of simply one.
まずリボーンモードですが、こちらはこれまでのジョブメカニクスをベースにしたもので、従来通りのローテーションで遊んでいただけるモードになっています。
So first off, we've got the Reborn mode, which, being based off mainly existing job actions and mechanics, means with it you'll be able to keep playing the way you do now.
細かな調整は行われますが、基本的なメカニクスは今現在のものが踏襲されます。
But that doesn't mean we won't be making small adjustments moving forward, but the foundation and mechanics are all firmly grounded in what already exists.
で、もう一方のエボルブモードには3つの大きな特徴があります。
Yeah.
On the other hand, the three most distinguishing features of the Evolved mode are,
まず、よりジョブの個性が感じられること。
First and foremost, we've redesigned the system to better highlight the characteristics of each individual job.
次に、リボーンモードとは異なるローテーションを持つこと。
Second off, we wanted to feature completely different action rotations than the Reborn.
そして、ホットバーにセットする必要のあるアクション数が少なく、仕組みが理解しやすいことです。
Yeah.
And third, we wanted to make things easier to understand by reducing the amount of actions necessary to set to your hotbar.
俺でいいかい？じゃあここから。どこまで行ったまあ、ここでね、さっき基調講演でも言ったんですけど、少しやっぱり誤解が、さっき SNS をちょっと基調講演の後拝見してたんですけど、とにかくエボルブっていうのは、リボンモード、これまでのモードをとにかく簡単にしようとか、イージーにしようとか、そういう発想で作られたものではないです。
So yeah, kind of touching upon what we discussed during the keynote though, and I was looking at the social channels right after I had finished my keynote. I did see some comments about how people may have misconstrued the concept of evolved versus reborn, and they were thinking reborn mode is making, or I'm sorry, evolved mode is making reborn mode more easy, but that is not the case. Sorry.
さらにちょっと SNS で見かけたんですけど、これスイッチ2のために作ったモードだろうっていうのも見かけて、単なる偶然です。
And also comments about how, oh, this evolved mode was created because we want to accommodate for the Nintendo Switch 2, but that's not the case either. That just so happened that the announcement came simultaneously.
はい。なので、まあ現代の 忙しいプレイヤーの皆さんとか、新しくこれから始めるプレイヤーの方が、他のゲームもね、様々に経験してきてると思うので、そういう人たちがすぐにでも入り込める、慣れられる、みたいなところで、できる限りね、入力数は少なくしようとか、まあそういう工夫が詰まってるというところはありますが、決して簡単なものというわけではありません。
And so again, the concept is trying to make it more comfortable for very busy people and trying to find the time to play video games, and also new players who may not be familiar with the different configurations, or people who have experienced other games and are now jumping into 14, for them to become used to the battle system with fewer inputs. It's not like we're trying to like simplify or make it easier on them. It's meant to be a different concept from that.
まあさっきもお伝えした通り、リボーンと、エボルブの竜騎士、まあもちろん共通のアクションというのもありますけど、それぞれ異なるアクションがあり、ローテーションが全く異なる。なので、モードが全く違うモードなんだというふうに覚えておいてください。
And as mentioned, I gave the Dragoon as the example. Of course, there are some shared elements, but for the most part, you are getting a different experience. The rotations will be different, and it is a separate mode from each other.
はい。じゃあもうちょっとね、基調講演のおさらい続けます。
Continuing on with more recap from the keynote.
こちらまとめて表示したように、まあ、リボーン、エボルブ、このモードの切り替えは非戦闘中はいつでも可能です。
And as listed here, when you switch over between Reborn and Evolved mode, you can do that while you're in non-combat situations.
まあ、例えば、竜騎士のレベリング自体は当然竜騎士に紐づいているので、例えば、リボーンを育てて、エボルブを育てるみたいなことも必要ありません。装備も全く共通です。
And of course, so when you are leveling your, say, Dragoon, you don't have to go a separate like progression route for just Reborn and just Evolved. It grows, and then gear is also, you don't have to like switch it out. It's consistent. It's the same.
Yeah, it's just a toggle.
エボルブモード、これ 8.0 がスタートしたタイミングですけど、解放されるのはジョブを手に入れたその瞬間からエボルブも選択できるようになるので、新規の方はもうジョブチェンジした瞬間からどっちか好きな方を選んでプレイできると。皆さんも当然レベリングとっくに進んでいると思うので、8.0 がリリースされたらすぐに使えることになります。
And when Evolved mode is unlocked at 8.0, you are able to toggle between the two modes as long as you have the job. And so whenever you are jumping in, even if you are a new player, if that job is available for you to use, then you can jump right in. Or I'm sure existing players have already leveled their characters to a certain degree, so you can jump right in as well.
でもちろんいずれのジョブモードでも、コンテンツのクリアは可能なように調整。
And it's only going to be for the Disciple of War and Disciple of Magic. It's not changing for the crafters and gatherers.
させていただきます。
Why would it?
And of course, I do want to reiterate, you are able to clear content no matter which mode you have switched to.
そしてエヴァコールドから実装される新ジョブたちというのは、今回紹介するエボルブモード側しかありません。
And again, the new jobs that are introduced with Evercold will only have the evolved mode.
で、まあ、重要なポイントですけど、エボルブモードの方がちょっと強いというバランス調整をさせていただく予定です。
And again, wanted to reiterate an important point. Of course, we have made the adjustments, but then the evolved mode would be just slightly stronger.
さあ、では、再び玉木君にバトンを渡して説明をしていってもらいましょうか。
It's going to be
Okay, so
advised to
going
know
back
both.
to, Tamaki's presentation.
ざわざわしてる。
Okay, Paladin actions.
Everyone wants to see what's going on.
はい、こちらの画像は、現状のナイトのリボンモードとエボルモードの、ホットバーを比較したものになります。
All right, so let's take a look at these hotbar layouts for both the Reborn and Evolved modes of Paladin.
向こうがリボンモードで、こっちがエボルブモードのナイトです。
So as you can see, reborn mode on the left and evolved mode on the right.
リボンモードとエボルブモードのホットバーを比較すると、エボルブモードの方がセットされているアクション数が圧倒的に少ないことがわかります。
So comparing the two, you can see that the evolved mode layout is a lot more streamlined.
すべてのジョブで共通して、パッドでも遊びやすいように、ジョブアクションとロールアクションを合わせて16ボタン前後に収めることを目標に設計しています。
So we have redesigned it so that all necessary job and role actions fit into approximately 16 buttons.
もうみんなさ、アイコンが気になって話頭に入ってないでしょ。
Everybody's looking at all the icons that are in the hotbar.
Listening to us, are you looking at the icons?
ちなみに、これ開発中だから、まだ変わる可能性があるのはすいません、覚えておいてくださいね。
I do want to let you know that we are still under development on this, so this could change.
はい、どのような方法でボタン数の削減をしたかについてですが、まず基本のコンボアクションを1ボタンに統合しています。
So now you're probably wondering how we got the number of actions down that far. One method was by consolidating basic combos into a single icon.
ナイトを例にすると、リボン
Paladin actions.
モードではファストグレードの
Okay.
ライオット
Yeah,
ソード、
it's
ロイヤルア
just
ソリティのコンボ
streamlined.
が3つのボタンに
So
分か
now instead of 3 different buttons of button 1, button 2, button 3, now it's just button, button, button.
れているんですが、エボルブモードでは1つのボタンがコンボの進捗に応じて置き換わっていき
Because
ます。
I remember, like,
So, for
you would
example-
have the marquees to, like, be like, hey, press this button next. And I know, especially with me, with some of my rotations in my other classes, it's, I'll hit the wrong button. And then I fucked everything up. And then I feel like a dumbass.
In Reborn mode, the Paladin combo of Fast Blade into Riot Sword into Royal Authority took 3 icons. In Evolved mode, the full combo is now executable by clicking the same button 3 times without clicking 3 different buttons.
Yeah, that's
その
streamlined.
他にも、単体と範囲攻撃に分かれていたものや、メカニクスに大きく関わらないアクションの統廃合をしています。
We've consolidated actions in other ways as well, such as merging ones that had similar mechanics, or ones that were simply AoE versions of an existing single target action.
ボタン数が少ないことでアクションの手数が減ってしまったり、コンテンツでの対応力について不安視されるかと思うんですが、その分一つ一つのアクションのリキャストタイムを
I might wanna
短くしたり、
play Evercold in
効果量を
evolved
強くする
mode
など
to
で調
learn
整
it.
しています。
Now, some of you might be worried that a reduction in the number of hotbar slots might limit players by putting them at a disadvantage when attacking certain content. I'm here to assure you that that's not the case, as we've offset this by shortening recast times and increasing effect potency.
例えば、リボーンモードではブルワークという防御アクションがありますが、エボルブモードではこれが廃止される代わりに、全体的に他の防御アクションの効果内容を調整して、アクション数が減っても問題なく能力を発揮できるようにしています。
So, for example, in Reborn mode, Paladins will continue to have the option to use the action Bulwark. But in Evolved mode, Bulwark will no longer exist. But to compensate for its removal, the potency of remaining defensive actions will be adjusted to produce similar results.
Select actions remove, remainder adjusted to compensate. Okay, so yeah, so for Paladin, you're gonna lose this if you go to Evolved. But because of that, these other ones have been slightly adjusted to compensate for that loss. Select actions removed, remainder adjusted to compensate. Which is also why the Evolved mode in some ways might be stronger than Reborn mode, and why Evolved mode in some cases might end up being the meta for certain classes. That's the thing. This might end up creating a new meta where certain classes, it's going to be like, Reborn mode is better for this class, Evolved mode is better for this class. But I think just because of the general streamlining, Evolved mode is probably going to be better for a lot of classes, which is probably, again, why some people think that eventually they're just going to do away with Reborn mode completely and shift totally to Evolved mode, which, again, I don't think is going to happen. If it is, not as early as 9.0. I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna do it as early as 9.0. But because they're doing it for all the jobs already, if they wanted to phase it out, it does open up that possibility. But I also just don't think it will, because I feel like there are going to be people that do not want to do this. Even if it is easier, even if it is a little bit powerful, more a little bit stronger, they are so glued to the old that they might not do it. I don't know. It looks like their plan is to make Evolved a little better, but they don't want to take away the classic version, as that has killed MMOs. Exactly. Like, I feel like it would be a very bad move. They would, if they hadn't learned from other MMOs that did this, they know that they cannot take Reborn mode away. They cannot take that from those original 21 jobs. But like what they're doing now is any future jobs Evercold afterwards, you have to play in Evolved mode. And that will probably make it so more people eventually funnel into Evolved mode, because they've learned the new DPS and the new tank in Evolved mode. Switching might be too hard, whatever. So might as well learn Reborn mode. But there will just be people who won't pick up the new jobs. They're like, I don't pick up the new jobs right away, if ever. So I might not ever, like, them being only Evolved mode doesn't really affect me too much, because I already wasn't playing it. Yeah. It's what killed Star Wars Galaxies. Yeah. Cataclysm was also rough for WoW when it overhauled things and forced it on people. Yeah, and that's the thing. They don't want to force it on people. They've seen and learned from other MMOs that taking something away from them when they've been doing this since day one is the worst thing you can do, to just shove a new system down their throat and tell them you have to play like this now, because they'll just be like, well, I'm just not going to play anymore, and now you've lost your long-time players. Yoshi P did say that Star Wars Galaxy and MMO he got rid of their old combat system, and that's what got it shut down. Yeah, so I'm guessing he's going to say that in a little bit. So if I understand in 8.0, you can change between Reborn and Evolved, and Reborn will play. No. So, Chronotech, 8.0 will introduce Evolved mode, and you will be able to toggle it for the original 21 classes. So no Beastmaster, no Red Mage, no Crafter Gatherers. The 21 Disciple of War and Magic. You will be able to toggle between Reborn mode, which is what we all play now, or Evolved mode, which is essentially a more streamlined version. It's a little bit more buffier, it's a bit quicker, but there's the differences according to them is pretty negligible, but it's just a toggle. That being said, though, future classes that are coming with 8.0 and onwards, like whatever the new classes are going to be, let's just say the new tank and the new DPS, they will only be Evolved mode. You can't play Reborn mode with the 2 new classes that are coming out, which might be what make more people switch to Evolved mode or make people not want to play the new classes. But the current jobs are not going to change. They're going to have an Evolved mode that players can choose to toggle on or off if they want to try that mode, but it is not required. And it doesn't seem like they're going to take it away, because that is a great way to lose a very core player base, and very long time players. That is a great way to exclude, to alienate, and to essentially the best way to lose them, which is probably why they won't do it. So if you don't plan on playing the new classes, you don't have to worry about it. But if you do like playing the new classes, you're going to have to play Evolved mode, but just for those 2 classes. Everything else you can switch to Reborn mode. It's a good plan. Means you'll experience Evolved if you try the new classes. So it's an onboarding method for reticent players. Exactly.
名前のアクションも多数あるんですが、リボーンとエボルブではそれぞれ異なるアクションとして実装するため、アクションの効果内容も異なるものが多くなります。
For me, it's fine because I play in controller and it makes it easier. Exactly.
And another way we were able to consolidate actions was by changing effects on targets. There are a lot of different ways that we have, again, the effects that are used and the names that are used. And in Reborn and Evolved, we have these different actions, and we've been taking these and we've been to split them into completely different things. Things that were the same, we've split. Things that were similar, we've put together.
はい、また特殊な例として、使用する対象や状況に応じて実行されるアクションが変化する仕組みもあります。
So another unique way we were able to consolidate actions was by changing their effects based on the targets.
例えば、ナイトには Divine Justice というアクションがあります。
So in other words, take the action being introduced in Evolved mode, Divine Justice.
このアクションは敵に対して使うと攻撃魔法のホーリースピリットが実行されて、味方に使うと回復魔法のクレメンシーが実行されます。
So depending on whether you're using on an enemy or
Holy Spirit and Clemency are separate actions. New action, Divine Justice. When cast on enemy, the effect is Holy Spirit. When cast on an ally, effect is Clemency. Okay.
Ally, its resulting effect
yeah.
introduced in Evolved mode, Divine Justice.
Yeah, so Holy Spirit and Clemency, Evolved mode is just Divine Justice, and it's going to be based on who you're selecting.
このアクションは敵に対して使うと攻撃
Two in
魔法
one
の
button.
ホーリースピリットが実行されて、味方に使うと回復魔法のクレメンシーが実行されます。
So depending on whether you're using on an enemy or an ally, its resulting effect will change to either Holy Spirit or Clemency.
その他にも、かばうやシールドバッシュなどの限られた状況でのみ有効なアクションも大切なジョブの個性の一つなので、ディバインジャスティスと同じ仕組みで対象や状況に応じて変化するアクションとして使用できるようにしています。
Then we have actions like cover and shield bash, and these are both actions that are limited in their scope of use, but they are very characteristic to the paladin job. So just like divine justice, similar setups for these actions are planned, with the actions dynamically yielding different effects based on the target or other conditions.
さらに、ロールアクションにも調整を行っています。
We'll also be making adjustments to roll actions in evolved mode as well.
コンテンツの攻略に必要不可欠なものは残しつつ、効果を統廃合したり、アクション自体を削除しているものもあります。
Those absolutely required to clear certain battles will remain untouched, but those that we've determined can be consolidated or removed altogether will be.
タンクを例にすると、挑発とシャークがヘイトマネージメントっていうアクションに統合されています。で、ヘイトマネージメントを敵に対して使うと、挑発が発動して、パーティーメンバーに対して使うと、シャークが発動します。
So an example for tanks is that provoke and shirk will be consolidated into a single action known as Scales of Enmity. If you use this Scales of Enmity on an enemy, it will inflict provoke. If you use it on a party member, it will invoke shirk.
Yeah, it's all right here. So this is for the enemy, and this is for the ally, which are one of them being the consolidated buttons. And then the other consolidated
ただ、一つ
button.
のボタンに統合するだけだと、挑発とシャークを近いタイミングで使いたいときに困ってしまうので、
Is this one still
これまでと
missing?
同じような使い方ができるように、ヘイトマネージメントは2チャージまで貯められるアクションとしています。
Now, some of you may be thinking that with this kind of consolidation, that in cases where you would normally use both of these actions in succession, that you won't be able to do that anymore. To alleviate this potential problem and make sure that players will be able to use both of these as they always have, we'll be giving Scales of Enmity 2 charges to use however you wish.
その他、インタージェクトにはローブローのスタン効果が統合される予定になっ
And
てい
then
ます。
here it is. Here's
Another
the other
example of
consolidation.
action being changed is that low blow will be phased out and its stun effect added to the remaining action interject.
このようにホットバーにセットするアクションの数が減ることで、操作がしやすく、
Okay.
ジョブ全体の仕組みも理解しやすくなるようにしました。
That also means I can already see for White Mage then. I can see them doing it with a Flatus, the little like flowers, the healer stuff, where if you don't have anyone selected, it's a group, and if you have someone selected, it's singular. That's just a guess. I'm understanding how they're doing the
So basically,
consolidations.
by cutting the overall amount of keystrokes from a job's action rotations, we're aiming to make things easier to understand, ultimately making that job more accessible to more players.
では、次にジョブごとの個性についてですが、ここからは実機でお見せしたいと思います。今日は4つのジョブを紹介します。
So as I mentioned, another aim of Evolve Mode is to make each job feel unique. And the best way to explain that is to show you the new system in action. So I have the PC here, and we're going to walk you through 4 different jobs.
さあ、ここからちょっと簡単に説明させてもらいますけど、いつも僕、プロデューサーレターライブでたまにね、実機使って紹介してますけど、あれよりもはるかに前の状態の開発です、まだ。
So I just want to put in a disclaimer here really quickly. You may be familiar with the letter from the producer live streams, and we show off gameplay at those. But the build that we'll be showing you is an even more like earlier build.
では、まず、玉木くんの PC の画面出してもらえますか？
So if we could have the gameplay 1 PC shown on the main screen.
ちなみに、今あそこに映ってて拡大されてるバーは、本来はジョブハットに置き換わるんですけど、ごめんなさい、まだグラフィックができてないので、デバッグ表示です。
So you may see a section zoomed out there, those bars. That's where the job UI is going to be. I'm afraid we didn't have the graphics yet, so right now it's a very simple version, so we had to blow it up so that you can see it better.
で、今あそこに切り出して拡大してもらってるだけなので、実際ああいう画面が加わるわけじゃないので。
And so again, we just kind of zoomed in on that particular section. So in the actual gameplay, you won't see like a duplicate. So
で、玉木くんの方はパッドモードで、実演してもらってます。
And another disclaimer, Tamaki will be using his with a game controller.
Yes,
僕の方はマウス
the
キーボード
superior way of playing.
And of course, mine will be mouse and keyboard with left-handed device.
さあ、では、魔法の力で敵を召喚してください。
Okay, so let's do some magic and spawn
All
some
I'm
enemies.
saying is the battle designer plays with controller. So like, just saying.
あ、ごめんなさい、向きが逆でした。
ああ、向き逆だ。
Yeah, that's backwards. Yeah, poor guy.
Oh.
Facing the wrong direction, you die.
はいはいはい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
はい、まずナイトで
What
す
the
が、
hell is that fucking
今
contraption?
現在皆さんが
What
プレイ
is
されて
that?
いるナイトが比較的扱いやすいジョブになっていると思いますので、基本的な
Don't
音質を大き
understand.
く変えずに
Womanly
極端に多
brain
いボタン
doesn't
数を
work.
削減しました。
Woman
So
brain
moving
doesn't
back,
see it.
as Paladin is
Can't
already
make
one of the
food with
easier
it.
jobs to use, for Evolved Mode, we didn't implement too many changes to play mechanics, and instead focus on drastically reducing the number of inputs in a typical rotation.
Where's your number pad on your keyboard? Get a good keyboard, Yoshi P. Get a good keyboard.
So as I mentioned earlier in the
None of that
presentation, one way we achieved that was by
shit.
consolidating combos into a single button icon.
Where's
Fast Blade, changes to Riot Blade, changes to Divine.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was looking at that horrible keyboard. What is that? Like, it has the arrows and stuff, but where is the numpad? You need the numpad. It needs to be there. Where is it? No. And what is this? ¿Qué es eso? It has buttons and some other shit. What is that? What is that? Somewhat, like, legitimately, what is that? I can't make a sandwich with it, so my womanly brain doesn't understand. What is that?
Inputs in a typical rotation.
はい、先ほど説明させていただいた通り、基本コンボは一つのボタンが自動で置き換わります。
So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, one way we achieved that was by consolidating combos into a single button icon. Fast Blade, changes to Riot Blade, changes to Divine Authority, and back to Fast Blade.
でまた、ディバインジャスティスは魔法に関連したアクションになっていて、敵に使うとホーリースピリットが実行されて、自分やパーティーメンバーに使うとクレメンシーが実行されます。
Or like we mentioned before, by changing an action's effect based on who the target is. So when Divine Justice, which is now a magic button, is cast on an enemy, it becomes Holy Spirit. When it's cast on a party member, it becomes Clemency. Now the same button.
もちろんおなじみのインペラトルからのブレードコンボもあります。
Of course, the blade combo following Imperator has also been consolidated into one of those updating icon buttons.
Mm-hmm. Blade of Truth? Oh.
そしてナイトのエボルブモードの
Imperator has also been consolidated into one of those updating icon buttons.
Yeah, so then Blade of Faith, Blade of Truth, and you can then use Holy Spirit, Imperator.
そしてナイトのエボルブモードの新しい個性として敵の攻撃をうまく受け止めることに成功した時に使えるカウンターアクションを追加しています。
And one new thing that we are trying with Evolved Mode and Paladin is the addition of counter actions that become available when blocking certain attacks just right.
敵の攻撃をホーリーシェルトロンで受け止めるとカウンターアクションのアンサラーを実行できます。
So for example, upon successfully stopping an attack with Holy Sheltron, Paladins can then execute a counterattack called Answering Strike.
Alright. Oh, there's counterattacks now.
さらにこのカウンターアクションはホーリーシェルトロンの実行直後の効果の高い状態で受け止めることで強化版のリタリエーターを実行できます。
And if Paladins execute Holy Sheltron right before an attack lands, then that counter is transformed into an even more potent version of itself called Satisfaction.
Perfect parry.
Wait.
はい、それでは一通りナイトのアクションを使ってみます。いくつか新しいアクションも追加されています。
Alright, so now let's take another look at all these actions together in battle, and keep your eyes open, you might see some other new actions as well.
Mm-hmm.
繰り返しになるんですけど、ナイトはとにかくボタン数が多いジョブだったので、どのように削減するかをこだわりました。
So Paladin has always been a job with a lot of button presses, so we put a lot of focus on how to intuitively reduce that number.
これは他のジョブにも言えることなんですが、単純にアクションの種類を減らすだけだと、遊びが減ってしまうので、なるべくそうならないように残せるものは残せるようにしています。
We didn't just want to simply remove actions though, and as an extension remove the things that you could do in battle. We wanted to keep things interesting and fun. So
Again, already just consolidating is already a big thing.
例えば、クレメンシーやカバウは使用頻度は高くないアクションなんですが、うまく使えた時の楽しさを感じられるアクションなので、他のアクションボタンと、統合する形で残しています。
So for example, clemency and cover are not actions that are used that much in battle, but when used properly, they can be a lot of fun. So we use the aforementioned consolidation techniques to make sure that they remain.
Hold on, what?
A lot of fun. So we use the aforementioned consolidation techniques to make sure that they remain.
Covered. Oh.
で、あとはディープダンジョンなどで便利なシールドバッシュも健在です。
Likewise, shield bash can be really useful in deep dungeon, so we made sure that that made the cut as well. Shield.
What is he?
で、あとはディープダンジョンなどで便利なシールドバッシュも健在です。
To make sure that they
The
remain.
crowd wouldn't lost their shit, bro. Mmm.
で、あとはディープダンジョンなどで便利なシールドバッシュも健在です。
Likewise, shield bash can be really useful in deep dungeon, so we made sure that that made the cut as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shield bash moving far away. Shield love.
I'm hanging on to the bar.
はい、以上ナイトのエボルブモードのご紹介でした。一度、パワポに戻してください。
ちょっと待ってね。
Oh, hold on one moment, sorry.
せっかくだからさ、挑発とシャークやってないよね。
Have you done provoke and shirk?
僕の PC ちょっと映してもらっていいですか？
Can we switch to gameplay 2, please?
そしてトニー申し訳ないんだけど、ここに来てパワーポイントがまたマウスカーソルどっか行ったって暴れてるから調整してくんないだろうか。
And we are summoning Tony again.
PowerPoint problems. But while he's doing that, we're going to show you some gameplay. Okay, here we have screen 2. So you can see the hotbar at the bottom is the PC hotbar.
まあ普通にでは挑発しますね。
Provoke.
でシャーク。これも変わります。
Shock.
Okay, so we did provoke and then shirk, and as you can tell, it's not altered, but then it recognizes what you're trying to do. Shifts dynamically.
じゃあ攻撃させてくれるかなボスに。
Alright.
Let me attack the boss.
We're going to kill it.
はい。という感じで、まあこれまでとまたちょっと違ったねナイトとして遊べるのがエボルブモードになっております。
So yeah, you can experience a new kind of like gameplay feel by switching to the evolved mode.
Right.
で、トニーごめんもう一回来て。
Tony!
We want Tony!
What, Tony? We need Tony!
We don't know where the cursor went.
No.
The mouse disappeared.
Yes.
Oh, did it show up?
Tony, save the day.
Yes.
We can find the mouse. あ、いた。いた。え、次どれ押せばいい？トニー、英語モードすぎてわからない。パワーポイントプレゼンテーションに戻したい。Yes。ありがとう。ありがとう。
ありがとう。
これなんでこんなに不安定なんだろう。
Why?
Okay. So let's get back to the. We almost there?
Okay. PowerPoint, please.
All right. So we can go back to the PowerPoint.
はい、お待たせしました。
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you for waiting.
Okay.
では次に、メレー DPS の竜騎士の紹介をします。
So next up we have the melee DPS Dragoon.
それごめんやっぱり出すところからやった方が盛り上がるよ。
No, we want
Okay. So yeah, you have to pop them while everybody's watching. So
では玉木くんの画面お願いしま
Let
す。
us go back to gameplay PC 1.
okay. Dragoon.
Work your magic.
Striking dummy.
Oh.
はい、ここ、かかしをポップさせました。
Okay.
Dummy.
Got a striking dummy up.
Okay, what are we doing here?
はい、
This
従
is
来の竜騎士と
Lancer.
比べるとかなり変更点が大きくて、メカニクスも全くの別物になっています。
So
Not as many
compared
here.
to Reborn mode, Evolve mode for the Dragoon changes are very significant, with job action mechanics being almost completely different than the Reborn mode.
まず、ジョブハットですが、ドラグーンシンボルというものがあります。
So if you look at the HUD, you'll see stacks of Dragon's Bane gauge.
こ これは戦闘中の時間経過で自動で溜まるスタック要素になっています。
So this gauge will gradually fill over time when engaged in battle.
このスタックを消費して方向指定のある強力なウェポンスキルを実行できます。まずシニスタードライブは敵の左側面から実行すると威力が上がります。
So these stacks are then spent to execute powerful direction-based weapon skills. So executing the sinister drive from the enemy's left will increase potency.
次にデクスタードライブは敵の右側面から実行すると威力が上がります。
And then executing Dexter drive from the right will also increase potency.
そしてシニスタードライブとデクスタードライブの後に使用できるようになる桜花絢爛は敵の背面から実行すると威力が上がります。
And then after using both Sinister and Dexter drives, this will ready what is known as Winged Chaos, which, if executed from behind, will earn you a significant damage bonus.
これまでの方向指定アクションよりも条件が細かくなっているので難しくなっている部分もあるんですが、実行するタイミングをある程度自由に調整できることと、ベンチフルジャンプというアクションを使うと次に実行するウェポンスキルの方向指定を無視できる効果が付与されるので、これも利用しながら戦います。
So, to offset this increase of difficulty created by implementing this additional layer of attack directions.
Oh, it makes Dragoon harder. Oh man, you gotta pay attention to your positionals now. You really gotta pay attention. This might be what Lin wanted. If it makes certain things a little more like pay attention.
By implementing this additional layer of attack direction specificity, we've added a little bit more leeway to attack execution timing. We've also added a new jump, which is called Vengeful Jump, which ignores the directional requirements of the next weapon skill used.
Oh.
竜騎士だけの話ではないんですが、エバーコールドから方向指定に成功した際の手応えを感じてもらえるように、新しい表現の追加なども検討しています。
I don't play Dragoon, so any Dragoons in the chat who definitely let me know how you feel about this. Huh.
もう一つ流血という要素があります。これは先ほどのベンチフルジャンプを実行するたびに付与されていくスタック要素になっていて、
The directionals will now be more specific, but there's
another big change to Dragoon with the evolve mode is the addition of Blood of the Dragon. Blood of the Dragon accumulates each time a Dragoon executes the aforementioned Vengeful Jump. And then when it reaches its max of 3, it readies an attack called Star Diver.
このスターダイバーを実行すると、赤の流血状態に移行して専用の強力なコンボを実行できます。
Executing Star Driver then grants Life of the Dragon, which in turn allows the execution
if you
of
do
a
it
powerful
wrong,
combo.
so it's too complicated for me. If you do it wrong, so it's like Ninja Bunny. Squeaky has good thinking, understanding sounds. Yeah. Well, again, they just said if Sinister and Dexter and the other one, like the left, the back, the left, the right, and the behind is it, like these will be more specific, but because of that, to give the players still more leeway, you have this new jump feature that after you do it, you can do all your directionals and it doesn't matter what the next, like if you were to do this and then your left hard hitting move, but you're at the right, it doesn't matter. It'll ignore the direction. You'll still do the damage. So if anything, it makes it so that you have to rely more on your jumps so that you can still utilize the most damage output regardless of the direction. But you still, in the time you're waiting for this to come back, you still have to remember your positionals. This is replacing True North, essentially, yeah.
さらにとっておきとして、
You have 3 True Norths.
スターダイバーの後に一度だけスカイハイというアクションを使います。スカイハイを実行すると空高く飛び上がって一定時間後に地上に落ちてきて大ダメージを与えます。
In addition, executing the aforementioned Star Diver will also ready the one-time action Sky High. With Sky High, players will fly high up into the air, landing several moments later to deal massive damage.
And he just lost his shit.
スカイハイは歴代シリーズの竜騎士のジャンプをイメージしたアクションなので、飛び上がっている間は、敵の攻撃を完全に無効化したいところなんですが、残念ながら無効化はできません。
So Sky High was designed to feel like a legacy Final Fantasy jump ability. So while airborne, we originally wanted players to be temporarily immune to all enemy attacks. But we soon realized that we couldn't go quite that far.
無効化できてしまうと、コンテンツのギミックなどが成立しなくなってしまうので、代わりに受けるダメージを大幅に軽減できるようになっています。
If we made players completely immune to all attacks, that would kind of mess with a lot of the boss battle mechanics. So damage reduction won't be a full 100%, but we are looking to have it reduced significantly.
今は 90% 軽減っていうとんでもない数値になっていて、ちょっとやりすぎな気もしてるんですが、でも多少やりすぎなぐらいの方が楽しいと思うので、ギリギリを狙っていこうと思ってます。
So I said it won't be 100%, but currently our internal number that we have is 90% reduction of damage. Now, that may still change depending on how tests go. But that said, going a little overboard in this case is a lot more fun, isn't it? Yeah?
はい、それでは一通りアクションを使ってみます。
All right, so let's take one more look at everything in action.
Okay. Heaven's Thrust, Wormwind, Vengeful, Stardiver. Heaven's Fall.
俺もやっていい？
Can I do it too?
じゃあ僕の画面お願いします。
If we could switch to gameplay too, please.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's only not even 12 buttons. It's mostly paying attention to the bar right here. This is all they have to worry about. The evolve mode, you only have to juggle about maybe between 12 to 15 buttons instead of like 20 something with the old version. Because of the consolidation and the removal and the buffs and the...
So this time we were showing an example, so we had a set rotation that we did, but it's so exhilarating, and I think you will experience that this is a very different feel as a Dragoon, so I would love for everybody to try it out when it comes out.
Okay.
少しだけ補足させてください。履歴士だけの話ではないんですが、
I would need... I wish what they did here is they had a comparison between, like, hey, this is a regular Dragoon. Now here's the evolved Dragoon. I wish it looks clearer in your hotbar. Yeah. I wish they had an evolved versus the rebirth, like the reborn, so I think you could see it better. How many button presses versus less. Like, let's go back to before he fucked with anything.
It's a lot more fun, isn't
So
it?
now,
Yeah?
so now,
All right, so let's take one more.
so again, right here, he's got 8 buttons, and then he's got another 6 buttons here. So there's 14 buttons here. But again, like, these are like every DPS tank, blah, blah, blah. Every DPS has these. These are the class skills. And there's only 10 buttons.
Look at everything in action.
And look how they change. So not over left, side is basic button, who everyone left yeah, like again, tank and melee, they have these 4 buttons right here. But these right here, these onward are the Dragoon ones.
Switch
Let's-
to gameplay 2, please.
And then keyboard. Keyboard and mouse. He's got another button here that he's not using. Oh, he's used it already, never mind. Definitely a lot quicker, a lot snappier. Very, very flashy.
今日は玉木くんがゆっくりローテを回してるけど実際にプレイするとむちゃくちゃ爽快に楽しめるんで、まあこれまでとは違った竜騎士としてぜひエボルブモード実装されたら楽しんでみてもらいたいです。
So this time we're showing an example. So we had a set rotation that we did, but it's so exhilarating, and I think you will experience that this is a very different feel as a dragoon. So I would love for everybody to try it out when it comes out.
少しだけ補足させてください。竜騎士だけの話ではないんですが、基本的にローテーションを回していて楽しいと感じられることを目標に、そのジョブらしさを感じられるようにしました。
So now this again isn't specific to Dragoon, but all of the jobs we've tried hard to make these new rotations something that are not only fun to play, but also really represent the feel of each job.
竜騎士といえばジャンプだと思うので、ジャンプ系のアクションにより個性を持たせつつ、さらに爽快感が増すように流血関連の遊びを強化しています。
So for Dragoon, that was about making those signature jump attacks and combining them with the improved Blood of the Dragon mechanics to create something that feels really slick and tight.
他にもアビリティの数の多さとか、それに伴う硬直時間なども整理しているので、かなり楽しめるのではないかなと思っています。
And like Paladin, with Dragoon there was also originally a glut of these actions, so we worked on paring down that number as we went.
But they not fix it damage number. I mean, so they're not nerfed. Yeah, no, it's not a. Doesn't seem to be any sort of nerfing or buff. Too much buffing or nerfing.
Okay,
it's not
so
meant to
that's all
be
for
considered a
Evolve
buff
for
or a
Dragoon. Let's
nerf
return
to
the
one
PowerPoint so
versus
I can
the
get ready to
other.
next job.
All right, next job.
では次のジョブ。
白魔導士です。
All right, next up we have White Mage.
Oh, thank you. This might be relevant to me. I might be able to understand.
さあでは玉木くんの方の実況をお願いします。
All right, I think
Nice
he's ready.
one.
Gameplay 1, please.
And then we might have to leave soon.
また出てきた。
また出てきました。
Another one of those.
はい、次は白魔導士です。
Okay, so what I'm seeing here, this is new. Either I'm stupid or I haven't seen this button. This is new. Okay, we still have. Oh god.
白魔導士はヒーラーの中でも扱いやすいジョブですし、プレイされている方も非常に多いジョブなので違和感なく移行できるようにしました。その中でもいくつか変更点があります。
All right, so out of all of our healing jobs, White Mage is already fairly easy to use, and that's why that there's a lot of people who play it. And that's why we wanted to make the transition from Reborn mode to Evolve mode as smooth and as accessible as possible. That said, there's still some major differences.
まずジョブハットにサンクチュアリシンボルというものがあります。これは回復魔法で味方を回復した時に付与されます。
Okay, so first up here you can see the Sanctity gauge, and this fills every time you cast a healing spell on an ally.
Yeah, the Lily.
では敵にアクションを使わせます。
So I'm going to use this. Okay, back.
High
自分しか回
cure.
復しないのね。
Oh no, you're only healing yourself, huh?
High cure.
はい、このスタックが溜まった状態で、ホーリーサンクチュアリーという魔法を実行すると、スタック数に応じたダメージが上乗せされます。
So this is directly connected with a new action called Holy Sanctuary that when cast, depletes the gauge and deals damage in proportion to the stack.
Oh. Oh.
このシステムの目的なんですが、GCD の回復魔法を実行した際に DPS のロスをしづらくすることです。
It's like the
So
lilies.
basically, the thinking behind the implementation of this is to prevent the inevitable DPS loss that occurs when using global cooldown healing spells.
特に高難度コンテンツにおいては、厳しい DPS チェックに対して、GCD は回復魔法ではなく、なるべく攻撃魔法に回すことを求められるケースがありました。
So this becomes especially relevant in some of the more high-level content, where a lot of times white mages are asked to ignore global cooldown healing magics to make sure that parties don't fail their DPS checks.
ヒーラーはあくまでも味方を守ることがメインの役割であってほしいので、
Global cooldown
このシステムを追加することで GCD ヒールの重要性を上げています。
So we want healing to be a healer's main priority, so this new feature is meant to do just that.
まあなのでちゃんと栄称があるけど GCD ヒールをすることでこのスタックが溜まってそれによって、
When they mean the globals, they mean like this, like the tetra, right?
強力な攻撃が打てる。なので回復魔法を唱えることで
Almost never use
自
my
身の
global
DPS も上げられるっていう、まあ
cooldown.
要はヒールをしながら DPS も出すっていうところに、今回このエボルブモードのホワイトメイジにはそういった仕組みを実装しています。
So to supplement to that, of course, there will be cast time involved, but by casting a global cooldown heal, you will still be able to attack. And so it's kind of like a heal plus have DPS, and that's how we will have it for the evolved mode.
No, again, I'm just trying to remember what a global cooldown heal is. Because I main white mage, but I don't know what that means. What is a white mage's global cooldown? I'm guessing the global cooldown is the ones that have the numbers on them, but I don't know because at this point I just know how to play white mage. I couldn't explain to you how to play it.
この変更に伴って、基本攻撃魔法が無栄称になっています。先ほど説明させていただいた通り、栄称付きの回復魔法を重要視したので、その分攻撃を行いやすくしました。
So in conjunction with this, we've removed casting times for most white mage attack spells. We want the main focus to be on healing spells with their cast times and not on the attacks.
Oh.
Boom.
Oh, Medica 1 is GDC. Oh. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look at my current hotbar. What? Okay, well I can't get into the world right now.
無栄称になることで各種アビリティも使いやすくなりますし、コンテンツのギミックにも対応しやすくなると思っています。
By making non-healing basic attack spells instant, it makes them easier to implement in rotations without disrupting healing and easier to incorporate into duty content strategies.
また、今実機でお見せしたので気づいた方もいらっしゃるかと思うんですが、
The healer rolls no longer have casting times to their attacks.
単調さを軽減するために1ダメと2ダメで異なる魔法が発動するようにもなっています。
Finally, we recognize that a lot of white mages were using the same basic attack spells over and over again. So, to alleviate that monotony, we're tweaking certain spells to have different effects the first and then second times you cast them in a row.
Eye glare, yeah.
はい、それでは一通りアクションを使ってみます。
Alright, so let's see everything in action once more.
Glare. Eye glare. Benediction. Eye cure. Holy Sanctuary.
白魔同士は他にも細かいところを調整していて、これまで以上に扱いやすいジョブになるようにしました。
So we've tweaked a lot of different things and tried our best to make White Mage even easier to use than before.
例えば、同じような使い道のアクションだったディバインベニゾンとアクアベールを統合してボタン数を削減しつつチャージアクション
Hold on, I gotta look at my... How is Medica and Medica 2 a GCD? Oh, it's because everything has to cool down. Everything cools down when you use it, so you can't use it. That's more of a casting thing. Like Medica doesn't really have a cooldown. Like, huh.
For example, consolidating Divine Benison and Aquaveil into a single action and then adding charges to this.
Yeah, holy moly.
テンパランスの効果中は、移動速度が上がるようにしてより便利なアクションになるように調
I
整しま
almost
した。
never used
With Temperance,
Aquaveil
to make
or
it easier to use,
Benison.
we've added an extra effect to increase movement speed after casting Temperance.
Ooh. Divine Caress.
先ほど説明した GCD ヒーロー
Now that's on
先ほど
cooldown.
説明した GCD ヒーローをしても DPS をロスしづらくなるシステムや、基本攻撃魔法の無縁召喚もあって、これまでヒーラーロールをあまりプレイしてこなかった方でも遊びやすくなっていると思うので、ぜひ挑戦してみてください。
はい。So the removal of cast times for basic attack magic and the changes to the global cooldown for healing magic to ensure DPS doesn't drop should help make it easier for first changes to the global cooldown for healing magic to ensure DPS doesn't drop should help make it easier for first-time healers to get a better grasp of the job. So if you've never played a healer before, now is a great time to start.
はい、以上白魔導士の、ご紹介でした。
Okay.
Now
for white
when
mage?
ホワイト
8.0
メージ
comes
は
out.
やっぱり多くの人が使って
Because
く
this
れ
isn't
てい
coming
る
out
情
till
報なので、
8.0.
できるだけシンプルに、でも皆さんのフィードバックにあったヒール施設もやっぱりより攻撃をシンプルにしたいっていうところに今回答えてるのが白魔導士のエボルブモードになってます。
For sure. And with White Mage, I know a lot of players use the White Mage, and so we wanted to make it simple, but we have listened to the feedback that we had received so that we have a job that heals but also can attack.
Yeah.
ではパワーポイント戻してください。
Okay, let us switch back to the PowerPoint.
最後はレンジ DPS の金融指針です。
One second.
One more job.
いたします。
Okay, so we'll have another demonstration.
Oh,
one more
Bard.
job.
はい、最後はレンジ DPS の金融指針です。
お願いします。来ましたね。
Okay,
Okay,
show me
here we
Bard. This is my other main.
はい、銀融指針に関しても竜騎士と同じようにメカニクスに大きな変更を
What
行
are
っ
we
ています。
doing here?
So just like with Dragoon, the evolve mode for Bard, we'll see some major changes to the mechanics.
コンセプトとしては、銀融指針らしく支援
We'll see some major changes to the mechanics.
コンセプトとしては、銀融指針らしく支援ジョブとしての強みを際立たせるためにいつどこでどの歌を歌うかをこだわれる遊びを追加しました。
So the main concept we're aiming for with this is maintaining that Bard's strength as a supporting role to other party members, while putting more emphasis on songs, specifically when and where you execute which songs.
まずジョブハットのミンストレルシンボルというものがあります。これを消費して、賢人のバラード、軍神のパイオン、旅神のメネットのいずれかの歌アクションを実行します。
So here we have the performance gauge. This bar is consumed to cast Mage's Ballad, Army's Paeon, and the Wanderer's Minuet.
それぞれの歌にはパーティーへのバフ効果があって、賢人のバラードはリジェネ、軍神のパイオンは移動速度アップ、旅神のメネットはバリア効果になっています。歌う順番は自由なので、ギミックに合わせて歌い分けることができます。
So each of these songs grants parties a buff. Regen for the ballad, increased movement speed for the Paeon, and barrier for the Minuet. And songs can be sung in any order in order to best match what is currently going on in battle.
またこれらの歌アクションを実行した直後
No
は、
offense
銀
buff,
融指針
it's
自身
all
も
a
強力なウ
defense
ェポン
buff.
スキルを実行できるようになります。それぞれの
I think healing skills will turn to GCD in the moment there are two healing spells as instant cast.
歌ごとに
Yeah.
違うプレイ感になっていて、
Okay, now I
賢人の
understand.
バラードはこれまでの銀融指針にものイメージにもあるドットに関する
Global GCD is like when all your other buttons block out because they have to stuff. Yeah, I get it now. Now I know what global
So
cooldown
also
is. My
singing
brain
these songs will
brain
grant
just
you
called it
powerful
the I
weapon
can't
skills
push
that
this
will allow
button
for a
until this button
variety of
finishes
different
being a
playstyles.
button push.
For example, after casting singing Mage's Ballad, it opens up a damage over time attack, something that bards are already known for.
Oh. Now it's attached to the song?
It opens up a damage over time attack, something that bards are already known for.
Oh, it opens it up. Yeah. It just consolidates the dots to one button.
次に軍神のパイオンは素早い連続攻撃につながりま
Singing Army's Paeon will open up a speedy multi-hit combo.
Oh, so your AoE attacks are attached to the songs. Oh, that's
す。
so
そして旅神
cool.
のメネットは専用のコンボの最後に強力な一撃を放ちます。
And with the Wanderer's Minuet, which, after a combo, will unleash a devastating single strike.
And your big fat ones.
この他にも新しいプレイ感のアクションとしてワンダラーズバラージというものがあります。これは移動を入力している方向に対して、
Oh, no, dot refresh.
移動しながら敵を攻撃するアクションで、 前に移動しながらだと前へ跳躍して、左に移動しながらだと左に跳躍します。
So finally, another new way to play with the Evolve mode is introduced with the addition of what is called Wanderer's Arrow. This, when used in tandem with movement in a certain direction, allows the character to jump in that direction while shooting. So left, right, front.
Oh, so Wanderer's Volley doesn't just go back. Oh.
移動入力なしだとその場で撃つこともできます。
Of course, this attack can
we're
also be
so
used standing
back.
still as well. You don't have to move.
はい、それでは一通りアクションを使ってみます。
All right, so let's take a look at all of these in action one last time.
Yeah. We're on mage. We're doing our dots. We're hitting hard. We're doing that. Going into army. There's our AoEs. Now we're doing our last song. And then there's our heavy hitters. And then that. And then bam.
金融指針は、パーティーメンバーとの共同感を感じられる支援効果と、弓使いとしての爽快感の両立を目指しました。
So we wanted to give bards that feeling that they're truly supporting their party while also making bow play as smooth and slick as possible.
シンプルにローテーションを回すだけであればそこまで難しくはないと思うんですが、コンテンツに合わせた歌の順番などを考える余地もあるので、やりがいのあるジョブになっているんじゃないかなと思います。
So the basic rotations aren't that complex, but we wanted to allow players freedom to adjust those rotations based on the duty that they're tasked
I'm actually
with.
glad they didn't combine the songs into a single button. No, I didn't think they would. But they consolidated certain abilities behind the songs. So your mage songs are your dots. Your army songs are your AoE. Your light your light song is your hard-hitting song. And then you have your final go, and then
it appears on the surface.
And then yeah, you said before we're back with Bow Mage, like Heaven's Ward.
No. Well, we'll let Tamaki control the character, and I can supplement this.
Oh, that's so interesting. I don't know half of what I'm doing. Like I play Bard a lot, but I don't know half. I couldn't tell you what I'm doing. I know that you have to put your dots and then just hit. Dot hit songs. Dot hit songs.
Static or like it's not predetermined. You can choose which song you want to sing at which timing, depending on the trial or depending on the battle content or duty.
You're not bound anymore by the song. Yeah.
And so it's really interesting to play.
Gives the player a lot of freedom to kind of play the way they want to play rather than following a fixed rotation that we've decided for you.
これ僕いくつかね、テストでもちろん開発で使わせてもらってるけど、やっぱローテーションの自由度ってさっきの竜騎士もそうだけど、やっぱこだわって作ってるよね。
Yeah, and of course, I have tested it out.
If you want AoE, just use the yellow song.
Again,
yeah.
The rotations that you can come up with, and similar to the Dragoon, it's
again
really,
the mage song is for your dots. Army song is for your AoE. Light song is for your hard hitting ones.
そこのローテーションっていうのは、決まったタイミングで打つものっていうものが固定化しやすかったんですけど、今回のエボルブモードでは、比較的自由に好きなアクションを使えるようになっているので、その中でどううまくやるかっていうところがこだわるポイントになっています。
Thankfully, there's not much left of the development stuff to go.
We wanted to give freedom to players. We didn't want them to feel that they were forced to use a static rotation every single time. We wanted to give them more freedom to decide.
I'm just trying to see how much we have left to go
and
through.
Adapt those. Okay, so now that we've shown some specific examples from a few jobs, I'd like to touch upon some of the changes that we're making to the entire battle system in general to accommodate these two modes.
エヴァコールドからはこれらの変更が行われます。
And here's some of the changes that we'll see with the launch of Evercold.
まず両モード共通の要素として、シナジーアクションが削除されます。
So first off, we'll be removing most synergy actions from both modes.
次にエボルブモードではアクションの習得レベルの再設計が行われます。
They
Next,
removed
we'll be
2-minute
adjusting the
meta.
levels at which actions are acquired.
そしてもう一つ、エボルブモードではタンクロールの MT と ST の役割分けをします。
And finally, for Evolve mode, we'll be defining two different specialties, main and off tanks for the tank role.
はい、一つずつ説明していこうと思います。
So let me explain each in detail because you probably have questions.
まずシナジーアクションの削除ですが、パーティーメンバーの攻撃力を上げるようなアクションを削除したり、効果を変更しています。
Okay, so first up, with synergy actions, we'll be removing or changing the effect of those actions which increase party member attack.
シナジーに関しては、パーティープレイとしての連動や手応えという面でプラスになることもあるので、それを好まれていた方もいらっしゃったかと思います。
While we understand that many players enjoy job synergies and party buffs as extensions of party play proficiency,
ですが、シナジーがあることによっていくつかのマイナス面もあります。
In the
We
future,
also-
Noel will be yelling like, "Why you delay your raid buff?"
Felt that those synergies had a negative impact to battle.
例えば、あらゆるジョブのローテーションの周期が120秒に縛られて自由度が損なわれていること。
First, synergy actions bind many jobs to specific 120-second rotations, which
Mhm.
robs players of freedom in battle.
次にローテーションをミスした時のロスが大きいこと。
Secondly, when there's a mistake made in the rotation, the result can be devastating for the whole party.
そして、ジョブメカニクスやボスバトルメカニクスの設計が、シナジーの周期に縛られてしまっていることです。
And finally, the dev team, the battle team, is forced to design new job and boss battle mechanics around
Yeah.
these existing synergy actions.
これはちょっと僕からも補足をさせてもらいますね。
Allow me to chime in on that part.
今回この決断をするのは正直かなり悩みました。
So coming to this decision was actually quite hard.
特にやっぱりこうパーティープレイをしていて、ボスエンカウンターと戦うときに、お互いのタイミングを合わせてバーストをする、シナジー合わせと呼ばれる部分が、パーティープレイのいいところじゃないかっていう部分は、僕もそう思う部分はあります。
And especially with playing as a party and you are tackling the boss encounters, there is this element where you kind of strategize to match your timing so that you can maximize that burst and get that synergy buff. And that's kind of what makes party play fun, or like that's one of the good things about the party play.
ただ、今、玉木くんが説明してくれたように、
I didn't even know there was a synergy buff. I'm not gonna lie.
That said,
What?
there are those disadvantages or like the negative points that Tamaki had explained.
とにかくまず一つ目は、ジョブのアクションローテーションがそのシナジーのタイミング120秒にとにかく合わせなきゃ僕らも設計でいけないので、どのジョブもやっぱりこれによって似てきてしまう。プレイフィールが120秒ごとに。
And of course, first of all, it's with the job actions and considering the synergy and having that sort of 120-second timing from a design perspective as well, you tend to see like similarities across the different jobs.
少しでもちょっとジョブにね、個
Yeah.
性も持たせるためにユニークなことをしようとすると、バーストのタイミングからずれるからもう
You
やめて
have
くれ
to
ってい
remove
う。
especially
で
dancer
も
if you
一
not
方では
synchro
ジ
with
ョブの
all
個性
raid
がない
buff
って
that
い
you
う
use
フィードバッ
together
クもあっ
make
て、ここが一
then
つ
with
長
you
年の
together
大き
you
な
make less
悩みでした。
damage.
And
Mm.
of course, whenever we try to give a little bit more individuality to a job, we see that it doesn't align necessarily with the burst timing, so that may cause some frustrations. But at the same time, if we try to match that, then players start to ask about, well, I want to see more individuality in the different jobs, and it's been a struggle for a very long time.
で、もう一つはここの下の絵にある通り、
And of course, lastly, as you can see in the diagram on the bottom,
ボスがこうバトルをスタートすると、最初まず、うわーって言いながら、かかしのようにみんなのバスを受ける時間があって、
and so when the boss fight starts, okay, everybody charges in, then they're all ready to go, and you're striking the enemy as if you're striking a striking dummy.
で、そこから、うわーってこういろいろ、2分間ぐらい暴れるんだけど、2分経つとまた、うわー
And you go through that 120 seconds, 2 minutes, you give it your all, and then you have to wait, you have to charge again.
Basically, yeah, it's talking about the boss is like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I'm just gonna wait here while you hit me for a while. Yeah, just sit here.
そう、これがどうしても
Less that.
ずっと
Someone's
同
gonna
じこ
explain
とをやっぱり
the
繰り返しがちに
synergy
なって
stuff.
くるし、
Again, I didn't even know that
まあ
was
そ
a
こで
thing.
ボスバトルエンカウンターチームがユニークなタイムラインを組むと、今度はシナジーのタイミングにボスがいなくなって打てる回数が減るからもうやめてほしいみたいなフィードバックもあるので、とにかく皆さんの自由度と我々の自由度をもっと上げて、もっと面白いものを作りたいというのが今回の、すいません、その両天秤にかけた上で、今回シナジーを廃止させてもらうという決断をしました。
And so because of that, it's kind of inevitable that we kind of get a little repetitive in these encounters, and we want to have something that's unique. And when we try to experiment, then we start running into problems about synergy, and sometimes there are mechanics where when everybody's timing aligns, the boss is gone, and so
break free from the
that's frustrating. We don't want
cycle.
that happening. So we really wanted to have players have that freedom and then make it a very fun fight. So after a lot of deliberating, yeah, that's when we came to the decision that we should get rid of the synergy actions.
It's about giving freedom to both the players for you to be able to do what you want and not be bound by these cycles, but also give freedom to the developers to create something that is more than just the 120-second cycles of attacking and then nothing, and attacking and then nothing. Now he has more freedom to do a lot crazier things in battle, and you have the freedom to do a lot crazier things as well.
Maybe this is more for the DPSs then, because I haven't felt this. This might be a DPS thing.
自分からの補足なんですが、一部のジョブにはそのジョブの個性として味方の攻撃力を上げるアクションなどは残っているんですが、ローテーションに縛りを発生させるようなものではないようにしています。
Again, like I mentioned at the top, the main concept surrounding these changes is to create something that players will enjoy for years to come. And we felt that doing away with synergy actions was a step in the right direction to achieve this.
だからレンジ DPS が持ってるようなパーティーを支援するアクションという
It
のは
really
一部
is.
ジョブには特徴
Okay,
として
it's more of a
残っているものがあります
DPS thing, so that's why probably I'm
ローテーショ
mostly
ンを
main
固定するようなものではないように
healer.
させてもらってますので、
So I've
そこは安
not
心してくだ
had to
さい。
deal with
So
this.
for example,
But I
like
guess
a
it's a good
ranged
thing.
DPS may
I
still
can focus
retain
on my own
their
rotation
support
and
actions
mechanics.
as their
Yeah.
personality, or like their individuality, but it's not meant to kind of make your rotation static, and we'll make sure that we are adjusting accordingly.
Well, that's a good
次
thing
に
then.
エボルブモー
That's
ドでは
good
全
for
ジョブのアクションの習得
DPSs
レベルの
then.
調整を
That's
してい
good.
ます。
So next up, for evolved mode specifically, we'll be adjusting the level at which actions are required for all jobs.
具体的にはレベル50までに
That's pretty self-explanatory. Level 1, basic 3-tier combo. Main actions to about level 50. Job-defining actions halfway through, so around 25-30. Specialty actions between like 30 and 40, and then you're at 50.
変更は、レベルシンクされた際の遊びが単調になりがちな問題の解消と
To do these.
に効果が追加されたり、派生アクションが
早いので、低
Increasing
レベル
action
にシンクした
effects,
時は
adding
エボルブ
branching
required
actions.
that
Yeah.
evolve mode might be a good option to choose. Level synced evolve mode, but a little quicker to get all of your actions in place. So if you ever do need to go into the level synced dungeons in the lower levels, I think you might that evolve mode might be a good option to choose.
はい、最後にエボルブモードのメインタンクとサブタンクの役割分けについてです。タンクジョブにそれぞれの個性と役割を持たせるために、
And then after
メイ
this,
ン
we
タン
gotta
ク向け
go.
のジョブと、サブタンク向けのジョブを分けること
Okay.
にします。より大きさが、
Healers, we have a pure healer and a barrier healer.
ある程度の難易度の
Alrighty.
コンテンツであれば、どちらかの
As
役割
much as I
を
would like to keep going, we unfortunately do have to go. This is long, but unfortunately, we're like at the tail end. But I don't want to keep people waiting too long. So for those who want to know more about what happens, you can find it on the day one FanFest in Anaheim live stream. I think even though we didn't really get to play much of anything today, I still had a lot of fun looking over this, seeing what's going on, what's going to be happening in the game. I, again, am going to try to keep my hype at a minimum because I feel like that is just the most grounded and realistic way to go about it. I am excited. I kind of, looking at Bard and White Mage, I want to try Evolved Mode now. I want to give it a try. I want to see how it feels, and if it feels like if I feel like I'm playing the game competently and not just shuffling around the controller, because sometimes I do feel that way, not gonna lie. If it can feel like I actually know what I'm doing and help me with my confidence in like games and stuff, I think this is a good thing. I think this was a good thing. That was a lot of information. It is a lot of information, but that's why I had to like stop and talk about it. But because of that, we did take a long time. But I think this is where we're going to end for now. There was only a little bit more left, which is just more things about Evolve Mode, but I think we've got a good general idea of how it's going to be. And that being said, on Saturday, I'm probably only going to be around for a very short time. We're probably only going to have a very short stream, and then we're going to moving over to Varendel's channel, where we're going to be playing Eternal Sonata for a couple weeks. That's where I'm going to be on Saturdays. I'll be sure to direct y'all over there. On Sunday, this coming Sunday, we are going to be jumping into Honkai Star Rail. We're not going to be playing patch just yet. We're going to be going into Honkai Star Rail, and we're going to be finishing patch 4.2 for Star Rail. As much as I would love to play the new 14 patch when it comes out, I need to stick to my schedule, and we need to finish Star Rail 4.2. We should be able to finish it in one more stream on Sunday, and then on Monday we're still not going to play 14 patch. We are going to just have some comfy Lizard. We're gonna do some Hildebrand. We're just gonna kind of chill, vibe, and relax. We're not going to worry about spoilers and things like that. But then the Sunday after this coming one, me, Lynn, and Anthony are going to tackle 7.5 patch and heckin' go through the MSQ. Hopefully we're able to do it in one stream. And then from there again, I normally want to keep Mondays comfy. I want to keep Mondays comfy. I want to keep them yappy-centric. I want to keep them generally low intensity. And it seems like with how Monday streams have been going, it seems like the general audience, general community seem to be enjoying that as well. My Mondays, I've noticed it's been going up because we're keeping it comfy and really just easy to come and sit down with. So that's why I want to keep that consistency. And I've actually really been enjoying it. So that being said, I'm going to see if I can send y'all over to the Summoners Network, because that's where I'm going to be in a little bit. Let me take a quick look. If not, we'll just end things. I'm just going to see if they've gone live yet. Have they gone live? It doesn't look like it. So I think we're just going to end. And again, thank you everybody so much for spending time with me. We did go a little bit long, but I hope you all have a wonderful night. I hope you enjoy your week. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. Thank you again for spending time with me, and I will see you all on Saturday. Bye-bye, everybody. Mwah.